It appears that we are now live, so welcome once again to everybody, and welcome to day 4 of these public hearings. I'd like to begin once again by acknowledging that the town of Canmore is located within the Treaty 7 region of southern Alberta. And in the spirit of reconciliation, I acknowledge and appreciate that I live, work, and play in the traditional territories and home of the Yahe Nakota Nations, which includes the Bearspaw, Wesley, and Chiniki bands. Also, the Blackfoot Confederacy, including the Siksika, Kainai, and Piikani, and the Tsuut'ina Nation, as well as the Region 3 Métis Nation. At this time, we'll call the public hearing back to order, and I'll run through the procedure for this day. So I will invite members of the public who have registered to speak to do so in the order as provided me earlier this morning. I'll ask that people contain their remarks within the 10 minutes that are provided, and in a shorter time period if that was their indication when registering. Thanks to everybody who has already spoken at this public hearing, and to those who have registered to speak today and tomorrow. We will accommodate anyone who registers to speak to the end of day today, so please email the municipal clerk before 4 p.m. And speakers now are being scheduled for Monday, March the 15th, as well as Tuesday, March the 16th. Of course, we'll continue to receive written submissions until the hearing closes. I would ask that speakers maintain a respectful approach in sharing their perspective with council. I'll ask that the speakers share their name and whether or not they are residents of Canmore or have a home or business here. A member of administration will advise the speaker at the 9-minute mark that they have 1 minute to conclude their comments. There may be questions from members of council for the speakers, which would occur after the speaker has finished speaking. It's important that speakers address the details of the area structure plans that are in front of council for consideration. And I'll ask that speakers refrain from commenting on the character or intent of the landowner or applicants, as that is not germane to these considerations. If necessary, I or another member of council will interrupt the speaker to ask that they maintain a respectful dialogue. There'll be a short break taken each hour throughout the day, with a 1-hour break midday for lunch. And once all members of the public who have registered to speak have done so, I will then ask that the applicant or their agent be prepared to answer questions from council. At the end of each day of the public hearing, I will call a recess until the date and time that the public hearing is scheduled to reconvene. And at the end of the public hearing, the municipal clerk will enter into the record the names of people who have provided written submissions. And written submissions will be accepted until the hearing closes. And every submission received by the meeting adjournment will be noted in the meeting minutes and included in the record of public submissions. I'll then give town administration an opportunity to provide closing comments and answer questions from council. After that, I will adjourn the public hearing. At that time, council may not accept any further formal submissions after the hearing process. And with that, I will look to the list. And I see first off today is Mr. Gareth Thompson. So Gareth, welcome to the public hearing and please join us.
Good morning, everyone. And my hat's off to all of you for your tremendous work and the open door for this public hearing. So I wish to speak in opposition this morning, and perhaps keeping in mind what you have had to go through. That's a lot of listening. So I'm going to start with a story, if I might. So back in the day, 1992 through 95, I was a member of council. At the time, I chaired the Bow Valley Wildlife Corridor Task Force. And it was an attempt, in many ways, a successful attempt to do a multi-jurisdictional conversation in this valley, including the town of Banff, the Parks Canada, and the MD of Bighorn. So things between the town of Canmore and the MD of Bighorn are not always spectacularly congruent. So it's not all, it's not 100% of the time that the MD and then the town see eye to eye. You may have noticed that in your work. And anyway, so I was downtown with the Reeve of the MD of Bighorn, Lorraine Fraser, no longer with us, one lovely lady, and working with her to try and get some alignment, and to just talking. And as things do, things got philosophical, and I'm hoping to convince her about the legitimacy of saving a place for wildlife in this valley. And she said, "Wait a minute, Gareth, you're in Canmore. Where do you live in Canmore?" And sensing a trap, but not really able to dodge the trap, I said, "Well, I live down in the Larch area, which is where I still live." And she said, "Wow, Gareth, I used to ride my horse down in the Larch area, through the trees there, lovely pastures, and then was turned into a subdivision. And Gareth, you can't really sit there and tell me, so I lost that little pasture. And so, Gareth, you can't tell me that we have the right to, once we've moved to the valley, to say no to others who would move here." And which is a fair point. And you've heard that. And I heard it from John Third, that's how he ended his remarks when he spoke to you a few days ago. But at that time, I sort of rallied and said, "Well, Lorraine, let's play this forward. Let's say you're right. And let's say that we cannot say no to those who would move here, and that we permit development to accommodate those who would move here. And we keep on doing that. And we get better engineers to build houses higher and higher on the valley slopes." And fast forward that tape, Lorraine, and before you know it, we'll have in excess of 100,000 people living in this valley. We'll have buildings up on either side of the valley walls. There won't be much green space left, if any. Air, the air will be full of kind of, the air pollutions and so on. And we will have killed the goose that laid the golden egg. We will have got rid of the thing that attracted us to this valley in the first place. So Lorraine, sorry, but there's got to be limits. We got to draw a line. We can't keep growing and growing in a narrow valley. And so that was the argument then, and that to some degree that is still the argument, even though that was 30 years ago. And I have a 3-page letter to you folks that I as in your package, and thank you for all of your work in reading what must be hundreds, if not thousands, of pages of submissions and so on. And so I'll draw a couple of remarks from that letter, but I won't get into I'll skim a little bit. So I would invite you to take a look at that letter. First of all, we're in our 4th decade of consideration of this development. I've been part of that on and off since the NRCB hearings back in the day. I am here to speak in opposition to the 2 proposed bylaws. I had the crazy honor. It was such a wonderful honor to on Tuesday, February 23rd, I had the pleasure of and the honor of moderating the single largest meeting ever held in the town of Canmore, period, full stop. We had over 1,000 people, over 90% of them Canmore citizens, attend that town hall that was organized by Bow Valley Engage. And so, I'm very respectful of that public outpouring of interest. And so, getting into the guts of the letter, there's some boldface that I'll point you to if you have a chance to have it in front of you. The times are changing, and I invite you to, I look to council, as I'm sure you look to yourselves, to stay with the times. So the use of recreational spaces is expanded manifold. This thing called green space is becoming in this country and in this province an increasingly rare commodity, and climate change is bounded to the forefront of our consciousness. We're in a climate emergency, and I believe it's time to say no to more residential sprawl. And so the theme of this letter that I sent you is it's the time to be bold. And Canmore could be the first community in Canada to impose limits on its future growth. That would require boldness. We're surrounded by two parks, the Bow Valley Wildland Park and the Canmore Nordic Centre Provincial Park, which represent natural boundaries, but we might consider other boundaries within that. Canmore is a heart within the, Canmore is a town within the heart of the Yellowstone to Yukon area. And I believe Canmore Council has special responsibilities. We as a town have special responsibilities and indeed special opportunities. And how special and rare would it be if we could find a way to live in harmony with the surrounding protected areas and the nature that we're still blessed to live among. I wanted to point out too that ownership does not trump stewardship. And back in the day, Three Sisters owned much of the Wind Valley. They had big plans for that. And a jurisdiction said no to that. The NRCB said, no, you can't. And drew a line in the sand. And they denied the developer their right to develop in this area. I think that's a legitimate course of action for the Canmore Town Council. So, and that might get a bit sticky. That's not an easy conversation. Canmore might end up in court. And I guess I would say we must not be afraid of this. We must not be afraid of going to court. The worst case scenario is that the town should spend some money on lawyers' fees. A judge might decide that the development should go ahead. And we in Canmore would be able to hold our head high. I strongly believe that the majority of the citizens in this town, like myself, would support your leadership on this front. That would be a bold move. I believe it's a necessary move. To connected to that is the notion of considering land acquisition, which occurs at the bottom of at the beginning of page 3. This notion of considering the purchase or conservation easements of the most ecologically important portions of the land in question. And I tell the story in my letter of how the city of Calgary did exactly that in the case of the Nose Hill area. I agree with others that have said a community discussion on the future of this town would be an important thing. That those comments appear at the bottom of page 1, or on page 2, I think. I was a member of the council that commissioned the growth management strategy conversations that took place in 1993 and 1994. And I'll always be proud of relinquishing some control as a member of council and giving it back to the community. It was a bold initiative. It was led by the mayor of the town, Bert Dick. To my dying day, I'll be proud of doing that. I'll be grateful to the community for its robust participation and deeply appreciative of the many positive outcomes of the process.
Excuse me, Mr. Thompson. This is your 9-minute time check.
Wonderful, thank you. On page 3, I agree. I actually agree with having read the NRCB decision report and dug into it. Council should not be bound by the NRCB decision report. Ron Casey's comments are online there and appended to my letter. The area structure plan is not consistent with the municipal development plan, and that means that we need to go back to the drawing board, and the developer should go back to the drawing board. In conclusion, over 1,000 sets of eyes on this thing on the town hall meeting. I don't believe there's any precedent for a purview of this kind, a scrutiny of this intensity, and I believe your bold action would enjoy a very wide and very deep degree of support from the people who you represent. And I want to thank you for representing me and for your incredible work over these years. Very much appreciated. Yours is not an easy job, and my hat's off to you. Happy to answer any questions that you might have. Thanks.
Thanks very much, Gareth. And I will look to council to see if there are any questions for Mr. Thompson. Seeing none, thanks very much for taking the time to be here today, Gareth, and to share your thoughts within your written submission. I appreciate that. Next to join us will be Ms. Lindsay Marchessault.
Thank you.
Correct
Yeah.
me.
Hi, good morning, Mayor Borman and members of Town Council. My name is Lindsay Marchessault. I'm a full-time resident of Canmore. I'm also a governance expert. I've spent more than a decade working with governments around the world on issues related to public financial management. And I serve on Canada's Multi-Stakeholder Forum for Open Government, a position in which I advise the federal government of Canada on issues related to transparency, accountability, and citizen engagement. And finally, I'm a mom. I have a 3.5-year-old son and a 7-day-old daughter. And it's for their sake that I'm here today speaking with you, even as I'm recovering from giving birth last week. So I'm pretty tired. So I'm here because I oppose the area structure plans that are before you today. And I'm not going to go into the many reasons why I think they've been laid out by the other experts and speakers over the course of these public hearings. But essentially, it boils down to too much risk, financial risk, public safety risk, and ecological risk. And looking ahead 30 years into the future, my children's future, I'm thinking about if these plans are implemented as they're currently structured, do we want to have contributed to extinction of wildlife, significant loss of human life in a fire or natural disaster, or even 500% higher municipal taxes? And while those examples may all sound extreme, there are scenarios that have been credibly presented by other experts over the course of these public hearings. So I'm pretty concerned about them. And I've also heard and empathize, particularly with Town Council, that a lot of the issues that have been raised by people over the course of these hearings are actually outside of municipal control. But thankfully, it seems like the most important thing is within municipal control, and that is to reject these ASPs, because Town Council was able to do that in the past in 2017. So I'm really hoping it's something that Town Council will be able to do again today, again, because of the larger footprint and the greater risk presented in the plans of 2021. And the last thing I'm going to say is over the course of these hearings, I've also really been impressed by some of the great suggestions and ideas from other people on what better versions of these ASPs could look like. I think that, with a plan that respects truth and reconciliation, respects wildlife, that prioritizes the commercial development that we need over residential sprawl, could create some really beautiful and productive spaces for all of Canmore's residents and visitors. So I truly believe there is a plan out there that is going to work for everyone. And so because we don't have much developable land left in Canmore, I think it's so essential that we get it right with TSMB through a better consultation process. So I'll stop there and thank you very much for your time and ask you, please reject these ASPs. Thank you.
And thank you very much. And thank you particularly for taking the time as a very new mother, as well as a mother of other young children. But that's quite impressive to be able to muster the energy and strength to, to pay attention to even what's happening here in the community, but certainly to speak to council. I do appreciate your initiative. Are there any questions from members of council? Councillor Comfort.
I just want to echo what Mayor Barman said. I couldn't even think straight. It was a year before I could even remember my own name or plan more than a day ahead. So I'm very impressed, and thank you for your presentation.
Again, thanks for joining us today. At this time, I will ask Zach Mills to join us.
Good morning. My better half just presented, so now it's my turn. And I would like to
Shouldn't
say,
you be looking after the baby while this is going on?
Yeah, we're taking turns. It's a quick change.
Okay.
I want to thank you for allowing me the opportunity to speak to you today. And I appreciate you for your public service And before I continue, I would also like to thank the Office of the Municipal Clerk and everyone in town administration who is working behind the scenes, not on camera, to make this public hearing possible. So my name is Zach Mills. I'm a full-time Canmore resident, and I oppose the Three Sisters Village and Smith Creek area structure plans. I'm going to share my screen right now. Hopefully this works. Can you see it at this stage?
Yes.
Okay. So I have a number of concerns that have been mentioned at length about these area structure plans, but I'm not going to talk about these concerns today. Instead, I want to address two of the perceived benefits, namely affordable housing and the fiscal impact on the town, and evaluate each one of these on their own merits. So for affordable housing, we hear this number 10%, 10%, 10% everywhere, which it sounds good. And it's right there in the ASP. It says a minimum of 10% of all residential units, shall be provided as affordable housing. But sort of the first red flag that I noticed is that this 10% is not in alignment with the municipal development plan. Sort of my first red flag, if you will. And we're on page 30 of the municipal development plan, target 5.2.1. It really targets 20%. So obviously 10 is less than 20. So we're falling short here. Still, 10% is better than nothing. But when I really started to dig deeper, I was wondering, is it really 10%? And because in the ASPs, they state a range of possible affordable housing units, 230 to 400. I saw a slide from town administration during the first reading, which stated the range could potentially be between 4 and 12%. But it's also not clear to me what will stop the builder from simply choosing the energy efficiency bonus option over the Vital Homes bonus option. So that hasn't been clearly stated in the documents. So reading through the lines here, I see that there's a lot of risk that the promise of affordable housing may not materialize, as this 10% figure indicates. And together, this risk should be considered with the other risks that are presented in these plans. So turning next to the fiscal impact, I forgot to tell you about my background. So this will all make more sense. I've walked many different paths in my life, including a decade where I worked as a full-time governance and budgeting expert at the World Bank, a branch of the United Nations. And I've advised more than 30 countries around the world how to improve their budgeting practices to get better value for money and also to be more responsive to the needs of their citizens. So it's through that hat and lens that I sort of approach these area structure plans. And as a budgeting guy, I love numbers. So I turn to the municipal fiscal impact assessment, which does project a net fiscal benefit to our town. But the first red flag I noticed is that this is a net fiscal benefit is based on a 28-year projection all the way out to 2049. And in my opinion, there's simply too much uncertainty in a 28-year projection. There's like so much that can happen. And if we think back to 1993, 28 years ago, that it's just such a different world that we're living in today that I think few of us would have been able to anticipate. And another point I want to make is that all the analysis in the municipal fiscal impact assessment is based on 2019 data and earlier, which is a pre-COVID era when tourist numbers were at an all-time high and the economy was booming. But then COVID happened, which changed our lives and upended all of our lives and the economy in unexpected ways. But also sinkholes have happened. And there are significant risks from undermining, flooding, fire, and even earthquake on these lands. So over a 28-year period, there's just too much uncertainty to have much confidence in this projection. So what was once a rosy projection using 2019 data could be a big thorn in our sides by 2049. The next issue I really picked up on is that commercial development is key. It's a very important line in the summary paragraph that states any material reduction in non-residential land use would likely alter to be neutral or nominally negative on the town. So let's translate this statement so it's a bit more reader friendly. What it's really saying is that commercial development is critical to the success of this project. Without it, the town might lose money. So why is that? It's because taxes generated from residential development do not cover the costs of services required for that development. That's why the promise of commercial development is so strong. And actually, there's a lot of commercial development proposed in this project, more than 1 million square feet. That's the equivalent of 21 football fields. So not only would these ASPs be doubling the population, they'd also be pretty much doubling the commercial development in town. So my red flag number 2, and this is based upon work of my friend Rod DeLeo, who will be presenting to you later today, is that in an evaluation that Rod did of all the assessed development on the Three Sisters Mountain Village lands from 1995 to 2020, the 25-year period, it's really been a story of only residential development with very little commercial development. And as a result, someone has to make up that difference because the residential development costs more and they cost more in terms of services than they're able to pay back. So who pays for that difference? Well, I think there's a strong story to be made, and Rod will make this later, that has caused upward pressure on our municipal taxes so that you, me, and everyone else in this town, has to pay the difference if the commercial development does not happen. And to date, the track record shows that not much has happened. But perhaps the biggest red flag of them all occurs deep in the appendix on page 38, appendix 6, where it states that where the consultants who did the report assessed the municipal fiscal impact separately for each area structure plan. And they found that the Smith Creek area generates nominally fewer revenues than expenses. So let's translate this technical jargon into plain speak. What they're saying, it will cost the town more than it earns. So why are we even considering this ASP? I want to come with some thoughts about the proposed way forward. One of my first bosses told me, don't come to me with problems, come to me with solutions. So in my opinion, you should reject these ASPs. You've done it before, and I know you can do it again. And I just like to say that there's overwhelming opposition from your constituents. I've crunched the numbers and friends have crunched the numbers. And what we've seen so far is that of all the publicly written submissions that are publicly available now, 92% are opposed. And so far of all the speakers, that's more than 140 that have presented at the public hearing, 96 are opposed. That's 24 out of 25 speakers are opposed to these ASPs. And the other point is, I believe strongly that there needs to be meaningful consultations with the Stoney Nakoda Nation. This is Treaty 7 land, and I was disappointed to hear that this oversight occurred during this time of truth and reconciliation. And I think back to the words we heard last Tuesday afternoon from John Snow, Bill Snow, and others, just that these ASPs did not meet their expectations. I think there's also an opportunity for there to be more engagement with the residents. I do not believe that the developer-led public engagement
Excuse me, Mr. Mills, this is your 9-minute time check.
Okay, great, thanks. I believe there's an opportunity here for the town to take ownership and give residents more opportunities for public engagement to shape the future of Canmore. Very quickly, I would say start small, learn, and adapt. Have shorter plans that minimize risk and uncertainty, and give the option to course correct before it's too late. And this was the exact sentiment that Mayor Barman expressed during the rejection of the 2017 Village Area Structure Plan at first reading, where I'm not going to read the quote, but the sentiment is what has been proposed then, which is less than is being proposed now, was simply too much vis-a-vis the 2004 Area Structure Plan, and that it's better to start small so we can learn and adapt and mitigate. And the very last point I want to make is that there's one thing I learned from this public hearing is that there's so much passion, knowledge, and expertise in our community from people from all walks of life who want to help solve the problems in our community and be a voice so that Canmore can be a model town for the whole world. And we want this platform, and we think there's an opportunity for us to contribute. So in closing, I want to really thank you for your attention today. I know that being on council is often a thankless job, but I can assure you that if you reject these ASPs, your constituents will thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Mills, for joining in this morning, particularly as one of the other parents of a very newborn infant. I'm sure you're not sleeping that much at night, but
thank you.
Thank you for being here. Are there any questions for Mr. Mills from members of council? Seeing none, thank you again for taking the time to join today. At this point, I'll ask that Isabel LeBoeuf Taylor join us.
Hi, good morning, Mayor and councillors.
Good morning.
So I'll just jump right into it. Reading through the ASPs, I'm forming a clear image of this consequential project. Oh, I should probably say first, I am a resident of Canmore. I rent, I do not own for the last few years now. So the completion of the Three Sisters Village will create a mountain resort with its own unique character, and the Smith Creek development is a promise to Canmorites of affordable, medium-density housing that is very far down the road. The Smith Creek Environmental Impact Statement anticipates the closure and reclamation of the Thunderstone Quarry in around 15 to 20 years, and that the site must be fully reclaimed by the time the Smith Creek development reaches that area. So that gives us a time frame pretty far away, and the Smith Creek development will not start for at least 10 years. While the developer has submitted both ASPs to be considered simultaneously, I argue it's in the best interest of the town to delay the consideration of the Smith Creek ASP until we have understanding of the Three Sisters development outcome. A lot of people have talked about fiscal and ecological, and they've raised amazing points, but I'll stick to what I kind of flagged in the structure plan and the area or the environmental impact assessment for both areas. If the Smith Creek area structure plan is approved today, how much control will the town have to steer the developers toward new mitigation measures or building considerations as the housing market changes and new information comes to light? Without careful understanding of the effects of the first portion of the project, will we be able to modify it if significant issues arise? For example, we should need to know how well does the community in Three Sisters adapt to living inside a wildlife fence and the efficacy of the fence on the wildlife corridor. I noticed this issue was flagged as uncertain by the experts who wrote Three Sisters Environment Impact Assessment. What is the effect of the increase in traffic along the Three Sisters Drive and over the only bridge across the river to access downtown? And how successful is Three Sisters in creating accessible housing opportunities to families and professionals living and working in the Bow Valley? The Three Sisters Area Structure Plan proposes 3,000 residential units before bonusing, 30% of which are to be tourist homes, counted outside the hotel and downtown districts. Of these, 2,100 will be townhouses and apartments. So looking at the structure plan, page 45, 20 to 60 units are set aside for affordable rental, whereas in the Smith Creek plan, there's 100 to 200 units. That's a significant different view on the plan. Of affordable ownership in Three Sisters, there's to be 200 units. That brings us to 78% of housing at market price. The issue is how can we reconcile this number with Three Sisters' vision of a vibrant community, as they call it in their plan, when the vast majority of housing will be financially out of reach for most Canmorites who want to buy. As a young professional in the Valley, I don't see myself taking up residence in a townhouse in a manicured mountain resort as homes up the street sit empty or are cycled through by tourists. I can be totally wrong about whether these homes will be lived in or not. But the best way to assess this is by revisiting the success of the development several years after its completion. These considerations should be instrumental in deciding to approve, amend, or finally reject, if need be, the Smith Creek Area Structure Plan. As such, I urge you to delay the approval of the Smith Creek development until the socioeconomic and environmental impact of the Three Sisters plan are studied and understood, which should be in the town's and residents' best interest. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Are there questions from members of council? Seeing none, thanks for taking the time to be here on a Monday morning and share your perspective with council. We do appreciate that. This time I will ask Richard Lesur to join us.
Thank you. Is that working?
Yes, it is.
Thank you very much. Mayor, Town Councilors, my name is Richard Lesur. I'm a full-time resident of Canmore. And I want to thank you for the exceptional care that you're demonstrating to hear the community response to these proposed developments. It's my privilege to live on the Treaty 7 territories of the Stoney Nakoda, Blackfoot, and Tsuut'ina nations, as well as the Zone 3 Métis. And I'm pleased to address you regarding the Three Sisters Mountain Village area structure plan proposals, which in their current state, I believe ought to be refused. I have focused attention on transportation with respect to the Three Sisters Village area structure plan proposal, the global transportation impact assessment, as it relates also to the fiscal impact assessment and Appendix 4 of the ASP. But before I speak about transportation, I'd like to begin with three big picture statements. In 1950, there were 2.5 billion people on Earth. Today, there are 7.7 billion. This exponential growth in population is exerting powerful new forces globally, adding pressure and to the most desirable places to live. 2, there's never going to be a shortage of people wanting to live in or develop this Bow Valley land. In my view, in my imagination, there's a line of firms outside these mountains for decades to come who will want to develop this land and a lot more land than these ASPs represent. 3, this is the last private land before the national parks. Indeed, as you know, it was once part of the national parks until 1938, when the park boundaries were moved because of the mine, which should remind us of how this land was initially valued by a young country to be protected, let alone how our Aboriginal peoples have valued this mountain corridor so much longer. So we stand between, to the north, the national parks and the protections of the nation on the Bow Valley, and to the south and east, one drives out the mountains through the layers of industrialization that are tangible testimony to other provincial values allowable and permissible for this corridor. And therefore, the only people who are going to care about this land of Canmore are the people who live here and those elected to public office. So I see there is no urgency for these ASPs. There's never going to be an end to the pressure. Our role as stewards of this magnificent, tiny, unique piece of Canada that remains is the opportunity to do what is right. So, transportation. So I decided to test the ASP for transportation because I can read a document and I've driven these roads for years. What does the ASP say? That once you've added 7,000 to 10,000 people living in Three Sisters Village, what will be the impact of those added traffic volumes being loaded onto existing transportation corridors, particularly the constrained corridor that occurs along Three Sisters Drive as it turns to Rundle Drive, weaves through a residential neighborhood, then across the Bow River Bridge and leads to adjacent high volume roadways leading to the downtown. 3 points. In the Global Transportation Assessment, item 2.2, titled 2019 Existing Analysis, it describes the traffic volumes through this specified area and into the downtown that underscores a 2019 collection year where, quote, during existing weekend afternoon peak hour, all intersection movements have average intersection delays of under 10 seconds per vehicle. The busiest movement has the average queue lengths of 16 meters that equates to a maximum of 2 to 3 vehicles. End quote. Now, anybody who's driving these roads knows that that is no longer an accurate picture of reality, and it represents that this is a 2019 data collection. And there's a qualifying sentence that says that transportation may exceed this assessment. But if this is the information on which the rest of the analysis then proceeds and propose solutions, then it perhaps understates our reality. 2. Then on page 45 of the Transportation Impact Assessment, item 4.5, trip distribution, identifies that the extra loading onto existing roads coming from Three Sisters Village, traveling to the downtown, will more likely take the Three Sisters Parkway to access Canmore, while the Smith Creek residents will be more likely to take Highway 1, end quote. So the study identifies that the residents of the Three Sisters Village, 6,000 to 10,000 people, are more likely to travel to the downtown through this subject area, across the Bow River Bridge, etc. But then the study projects that maybe we don't have to worry about that, because after all, the population of Three Sisters Village, 35% of them will choose to walk or cycle to the downtown. 5% will take public transit, and 60% will choose vehicular traffic. So I value the emphasis to expand the capacity of walkways and cycling routes and public transportation, but the assumption that 35% of the residents there are going to walk to town or cycle from this development, I understand that those numbers, though, do not have a match in North American experience. It may be true in places in Europe or other parts of the world, but not in North America. It's a 7-kilometer round trip from the center of this development approximately to the post office downtown. And this proposal is suggesting that 35% of the residents in October, November, December, January, February, March, April are going to say to the kids, let's walk to town today. So again, I'm starting to question, as I get to page 45, what appears to be some optimistic assumptions and perhaps a mismatch of our existing conditions. 3. Item 7, I'm now up to page 78, sensitivity analysis, identifies that, quote, auto volumes generated in the Three Sisters Mountain Village may not be able to be accommodated on the existing road network without adding more road capacity. Okay, so then in 6.2, it proposes a list of those infrastructure improvements to these existing roadways required by 2040. That includes 3 roundabouts and 1 or 2 traffic signals. So I went looking in the fiscal impact assessment for these related costs. I was not able to find any specific projections of what those costs might be to the taxpayer. You can find in Appendix 4 of the Three Sisters ASP the list of these infrastructure items with no cost projections. It simply says off-site levy. Now, it's curious to me why in the glossary of terms, 3 pages of glossary of terms, the term off-site levy does not appear. The City of Calgary website provides a definition of that term off-site levy, and it just means it's something to be negotiated in the future. In other words, we have no clear cost projection that I could find of what will be borne by the Canmore taxpayer in the future of downstream infrastructure corrections to our existing roadways that most likely will become necessary if this development were to proceed as conceived. And just for myself, as I understand it, roundabouts, traffic signals can produce traffic calming. I'm not sure they necessarily reduce volumes. So if we gather these points together, let's now talk about public safety. For the area of Three Sisters Drive, Arundel Drive, the Bow River Bridge, and the roadways leading to the downtown, of multiple private driveways, on-road parking, where cycling traffic converges, where pedestrian traffic converges, where there are multiple pedestrian crossings, families, children, pets, people with boats, people with cameras, you know this. And we're going to load this area with more traffic? So I have to wonder, what are the standards of safety being applied here? I mean, we don't want statistics of cyclists being hit by cars, pedestrians being hit by cars, injuries, deaths, and then what, go to the province and say, we've got a problem here? I think it goes the other way around. I came to Canmore when the streets were dirt roads, except for the main street, and Mineside was a mine. I've been a landowner here for 25 years, and I'm pleased to call it home. The large considerations and discussion of them, one of them is the winding roads of an old neighborhood and a 2-lane Bow River Bridge butting up against the push for development and
Excuse me,
density.
Mr. Lasser, this is your 9-minute time check.
Thank you. The push for development and density on Canmore's mine site. So for me, it's not just about an ASP brought forward. There will be other ASPs. It's about a town that has to address the constraints of that existing transportation corridor with respect to public safety. Because in my view, we're not ready to load new traffic volumes into that area without a better solution. And I don't find that solution in these ASPs to protect public safety. So thank you for giving the care for this public consultation. It means a great deal. I think we have time to do these things right, and I hope you refuse these proposals. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Lasser, for joining in. Are there questions from members of council? I see none at this time. I'm sure many of the questions that have been raised by the public will find their way into the final portion of our public hearing when we're asking questions of administration. So thank you for taking the time to be here today and share your analysis of the transportation impacts.
Thank you so much.
This time I'll ask Katrina Belfry to join us.
Good morning, Mayor and Town Council. Thank you so much for engaging the community on this issue this past week. First, I'd like to just acknowledge that I live, work, and play on the traditional territories of the people of the Treaty 7 region in southern Alberta, which includes the Blackfoot Confederacy and the Tsuut'ina First Nation, as well as the Stoney Nakoda First Nation. The city of Calgary is also home to Métis Nation of Alberta Region 3. So my name is Katrina Belfay. I was born and raised in Calgary, and I work full-time in the Bow Valley. It has been so moving to hear from people of all ages and backgrounds coming forward with passion on the issues they care about as they relate to the TSMV proposals. I think it's really special and actually super cool that we're part of a community that cares so deeply for one another and the other living beings we share space with. So as many others before me have pointed out, the Bow Valley is a critical wildlife corridor, both locally and across a vast region spanning thousands of kilometers. I have spent many hours just sitting by the Bow River in Canmore or looking out into the forest and feeling awestruck, just thinking that a grizzly bear or a herd of elk could be roaming nearby, just like they have for centuries. I want to make sure others can experience this too far into the future. Regardless of where we're from or what our job is, it's our collective responsibility to make decisions that will help and not harm nature. And every action counts, including this decision. This is a decision that impacts people, which we have this platform to speak up today. This decision also impacts wildlife's ability to survive and thrive, but they aren't able to have a say. So I'm here today to be a voice for them. The science is clear. These proposals are not good enough for successful human-wildlife coexistence or animal movement. It's for these reasons and many others that I oppose the TSMV proposals, both Smith Creek and Three Sisters Mountain Village, and I urge you to reject them. You can be a positive force for change, not only for wildlife, but for all the people here who have garnered the courage to voice their concerns this week. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Are there questions from members of council? Seeing none at this time, thanks very much for joining us on Monday morning to share your concerns with us.
Thank you. Take care.
This time I will ask Mr. Glenn Taylor to join in.
Oh, it works. Hello. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Good. Thank you very much, Mayor, and good morning, Council. I want to tell you I appreciate the opportunity to speak as part of this public hearing. I also want to thank the Mayor for his sincere land acknowledgement. In the interest of saving time, I'll just say that I echo that. So my name is Glenn Taylor. I'm a full-time resident of Canmore, And though you're not asking it anymore, yes, I have read both ASPs in their entirety, as well as several other documents that include, but are not limited to, the Three Sisters Village Environmental Impact Statement, third-party review of said EIS, the land use bylaw, and the town of Canmore's commitments to truth and reconciliation actions. Today, I'm going to concentrate just on the ASPs. I'm going to take a few excerpts from them and from some of these other documents that I've just mentioned. You might want to grab yourself a coffee because it's going to be a little dry. I get that already. But my intent is to share my reflections on what I read in the ASPs. And just a few points. I had many, many more before I eliminated a bunch. So I'll go to the Three Sisters Village ASP first, and I'll look at section 5.8, bonusing toolkit. And I'm going to quote, incentivizing development to achieve further contributions towards sustainability, social equity, and public art and cultural facilities recognizes Canmore's priority in protecting the environment and building an inclusive community. So TSMV knows what Canmore's density bonusing priority is. But when I looked at land use bylaw, section 12, density bonus regulations, the purpose is stated as, and I quote, to increase the number of perpetually affordable housing units constructed and available within comprehensive developments, primarily in new areas of town. So there's no mention of sustainability, social equity, public art, or cultural facilities in that. The question that arises in my mind is this: despite what it says, does section 5.8 of the ASP not ignore the #1 priority of Canmore's density bonus regulations, which is to increase perpetually affordable housing? I'm jumping ahead to section 10.5, the wildlife fence in the ASP, and I quote, a wildlife fence shall be erected along the perimeter of the plan area and east through Stewart Creek across Valley Corridor in accordance with the Three Sisters Village EIS. The third-party review of that EIS states this: in the EIS and through conversations with the proponent during EIS development, fence location is the one non-negotiable element of the as yet to be developed monitoring and adaptive management plan. It goes on to say, however, it is the addition of a hard boundary in a relatively novel application, which if it does not function as predicted or has unintended consequences, could exacerbate already tenuous conditions for the wildlife in the RSA, the regional study area. Third-party review concludes, we think there is substantial uncertainty about the potential effectiveness of a fence to mitigate the entire range of impacts it is being proposed for. So I read this and I say, oh, a fence location is a non-negotiable element. Really? In an ASP? I don't think so. And I certainly hope council doesn't think so either. And the question that arises in my mind is, does Canmore not still require that development adjacent to wildlife corridors apply a soft edge, which has a proven track record in Canmore and elsewhere, as opposed to a hard edge, especially one using what's called an unproven novel application? Also on the wildlife fence, just page 101, you don't have to look it up, and I quote, after all other adaptive management options are exhausted, if the fence proves to be an ineffective mitigation for the effects of the development, then the location and or use of the wildlife fence as a mitigation may be reconsidered. Okay, so this passage seems to recognize that there's little scientific basis for this novel application of a fence, and it raises two questions. The first one is, isn't this hard edge nothing more than an experiment that allows TSMV to increase its footprint density immediately adjacent to the wildlife corridor? And the second question is this: if the experiment fails, what happens if that footprint is already established? Moving on to the Smith Creek ASP. Page 89, section 10.4, wildlife and human use management. And I quote, the intent of the plan is to focus on recreational activities within the development area to reduce impacts on the wildlife corridors. That sounds great because we want people to recreate inside their neighborhood, and not go out into the wildlife corridors. But then when I look at map 9 on page 55 in the section entitled Open Space and Recreation, what I see is an entirely fenced community with limited open spaces surrounded on 3 sides by wildlife corridors. And I wonder, given the proposed population of the Smith Creek development, the limited open space inside that fence, how can this plan possibly reduce the impacts on the wildlife corridors? I mean, anyone living in such a small enclosure would have to get out from time to time, wouldn't they? And where can they go if they're not into the wildlife corridors? I'm going to backtrack a bit. I was on page 89. I'm going back to page 14 in the Smith Creek ASP. There's one paragraph on that page comprising 2 sentences, and I'm going to read them in reverse order. Quote, TSMV supports the town of Canmore's emerging efforts to build ongoing relationships with the Stoney Nakoda Nation. Okay, so my first question is this. Exactly how is TSMV supporting the town's efforts in this area? And another question is this. Why didn't TSMV provide concrete, documented, verifiable examples in its ASPs? The other sentence is this. TSMV has engagement efforts with Stoney Nakoda Nation regarding TSMV's ongoing project to understand interests and make available business opportunities as discussed in the NRCB decision. Well, the veracity of that claim was challenged last Tuesday by the Stoney representatives who stated that TSMV has made no such efforts. So this is the only paragraph repeated in both ASPs out of a combined 252 pages that speaks to the Stoney Nakoda Nation. And it contains claims that at this point appear to be meaningless, if not misleading. I'm turning to the 2017 guiding document entitled Town of Canmore Commitments to Truth and Reconciliation Calls to Action. And I quote, this document is intended to support efforts by town council and administration to play a meaningful and appropriate role in reconciliation and to work toward right relations by sustaining meaningful and mutually beneficial ways forward with Treaty 7 First Nations and Indigenous communities. So as with every component of these ASPs, Council has the right to examine TSMV's claims concerning their efforts with the Stoney Nakoda Nation. It also has the obligation to determine whether or not those actions are consistent with Canmore's truth and reconciliation commitments. I hope that as our representatives, Council will fully exercise the right, and especially that obligation. We'll apply both the letter and the spirit of the guiding document to its deliberations. We'll be prepared to reject the ASPs if TSMV refuses to align its efforts with Canmore's in concrete, verifiable ways. In other words, make it non-negotiable because you have the power that TSMV take this matter seriously. If that doesn't happen, anything less on both sides is merely paying lip service to truth and reconciliation. So I'll close by saying,
yes. This is, sounds like you're closing, but this is your—
I am. Thank you. So you won't be surprised to hear that I oppose bylaws 2021-05 and 2021-06. I urge you, Council, to put both these ASPs on hold. We all know there's no rush to respond, and to use these public hearings as a springboard for more extensive in-depth consultations on Canmore's future, including meaningful dialogue with our Stoney Nakoda neighbors, and then make informed, inclusive decisions that reflect Canmore residents' shared values and priorities. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Taylor. Appreciate very much the level of analysis you've applied to these issues. I've asked other speakers that have spoken, as you have, about the concern about increased human use of the wildlife corridors if the proposed developments were to occur. And unrelated to the proposed developments, I would suggest that the current human use of wildlife corridors is already untenable. That includes the habitat patches, of course, and I'm thinking specifically of the habitat patch adjacent to the Quarry Lake, where we know hundreds of off-leash dogs are running. What suggestions do you have for how the town and hopefully our partners at the province could address and manage the current human use within the wildlife corridors?
That's an interesting question. Actually, I work as a volunteer at the Nordic Center, and also on with Alberta Parks on wildlife cameras. And one thing that I've noticed this winter, I noticed actually up at the Nordic Center, if you take Rundle Trail, if you're skiing there, or actually in the summer too. But what I noticed is that actually barriers, like physical barriers, seem to have some impact on people who might consider going into wildlife or going to areas that they're not supposed to be going into. So there, if you go along Rundle Trail, you see there are signs, and there are trails, and there are signs saying closed area. This is an off, whatever, it's off, out of bounds. And some of them have just chains across them, and some don't. And the ones that don't, I've noticed this winter anyway, I've noticed lots of snowshoe trails, tracks going in there. But the ones with the chains, I've noticed have had less visitation. So just a physical boundary, I think, would help a lot with a sign and whatnot. I mean, but I think signs alone don't cut it. And even the physical boundary, I've seen, we see them all the time. People just go around them. Well, just make them a little harder to go around. I mean, it's a simple thing, but if people really see that we're serious about keeping them out of certain areas, it has to be clear. And of course, there's enforcement, but we'll never get enough, or the government will never find enough people to enforce that. The other thing I would say that as a Canmore resident, I mean, I know there's lots of locals who will take their dogs off leash into areas, and it's really a shame. It's terrible. But there are also lots of visitors who do things unknowingly. So if they go into areas that they maybe just didn't see the sign, which happens to me when I'm visiting places, I think it behooves us as citizens to politely point out to people, why you shouldn't be walking your dog off leash, why you shouldn't be going to this area. Just a simple, friendly reminder sometimes goes a long ways. So physical boundaries and us residents playing a role, an active role.
Okay, well, thanks for sharing those thoughts.
Pleasure.
Other questions for Mr. Taylor at this time? Seeing none, thank you again for joining us this morning and again for spending so much time to assess the applications and share your perspective with us.
Oh, it's great reading when you have insomnia.
Right.
Thanks very much.
You're welcome. I'll call a short break now, just because it's in the agenda and that it's kind of fun to do that, Mr. Casey, and make him wait a few more minutes. Ron, we're going to take a short break, and it's 10:03 by my clock. We'll come back at 10:10. Thank you. I believe we're all reassembled and ready to begin again. And Mr. Casey, I hope you appreciated the extra few minutes I gave you to prepare your thoughts. I know you're almost as old as I am, and it may take a little bit longer to put together what you want to say. But at this time, please join us and share your perspective.
Okay, thank you. And good morning, everyone. I'd just like to start off by saying I truly understand what all of you on council are going through, having sat on that side of the table for a little bit of time. And it takes a huge toll on you personally and physically. It's really a tough thing to sit through these hearings. And so I appreciate what you're doing, and I appreciate the personal sort of commitment that you've all made here.
Thank you.
My comments here today are meant to empower council, and they're not meant to be a criticism of anyone in any way or form. For myself, this is not about development or no development. It's about, sorry, I should never read this stuff. For myself, this is not about development or no development. Since the Three Sisters Village already has an approved area structure plan in place, and it was always understood that development would occur at some point on the east end of the Three Sisters property. I'll try and not repeat too much of what has already been presented to you, and we'll end with a series of recommendations I hope you'll consider. In reference to both ASPs, they may meet the intent of the municipal development plan, but they certainly are not consistent with the MDP as required by the MGA and the town's own policies. In both cases, the conceptual land use and the approved municipal development plan are not reflected in the ASP proposals. In the case of Smith Creek, there is also development proposed outside of the growth boundary approved in the municipal development plan. So what's the big deal about approving these ASPs and amending the municipal development plan later to be consistent? It's relevant to think about the level of discussion that occurs for amending the municipal development plan and how that differs from the ASP discussion. The MDP process is a much broader and all-encompassing discussion, one that reflects on future expectations and the vision of the community as a whole. An ASP process, on the other hand, is narrower in focus and site-specific, addressing only a small part of the lands and vision included in the MDP. That is one of the reasons why the MGA requires that plans coming forward be consistent with the municipal development plan, our community plan. Considering an ASP proposal prior to amending the MDP to create the consistency required by law is certainly putting the cart before the horse. One of the major selling points of both ASPs is the PAH or Vital Homes / density bonusing programs. Both plans make laudable suggestion for addressing PAH into the future, but is it worth the cost, both environmentally and socially? Is density bonusing the right way to address future PAH needs? It certainly is from the future developers of these lands, but is it for our community as a whole? We're being asked to over-densify, overdevelop this entire site, which in turn adds to negative social and environmental impacts. A number of years ago, I was at a Natural Step conference in Stockholm, and one of the speakers from the European Union, who was talking about environmental sustainability, closed with a very simple yet profound statement, at least to me. Doing the same wrong things better is not a solution. We as a community need to move beyond what we know, i.e. density bonusing, and explore uncharted waters for the delivery of PAH. One suggestion might be to investigate opportunities to acquire lands from the developer at the conceptual plan stage, so that in the long term, the town can set aside a land bank for future PAH housing, which can be developed based on the town's timing, needs, and priorities, not a developer's. In this way, we can be assured the PAH will be built on the proposed ASP sites, since we all know that good intentions aside, legislating PAH is out of the question in Alberta. As it stands, PAH will only be built if the landowner and developer agreed to the density bonusing scheme. Times change, owners change, developers come and go, but land that is acquired and held in trust will be there for benefit of future generations. Of course, another favorite topic is wildlife corridors. Yes, the province has approved corridors in the Smith Creek area. However, the province does not always get it right when dealing with environmental issues, as we have just witnessed in the recent coal controversy in southern Alberta. Unfortunately, decisions such as these are often driven as much by political science as they are by science. That's no disrespect meant, but it's just the nature of the beast. In this case, the approval by the province may fall short of establishing functional wildlife corridors based on the less than scientific influences leading to the approval. The province has also stated that no further buffers need to be considered to enhance the corridor. However, that is not a decision for a provincial bureaucrat to make. Land use is a municipal jurisdiction, and it's up to our elected officials to decide if any future mitigations are required. We have dealt with inadequate corridors approvals in the past, and we can do it again if necessary. We can do something about corridors and wildlife. The question is, do we have the will to do something? I'd also like to take a moment and just talk about the approval process for the ASPs. The applicant has worked long and hard on preparing these ASPs, and I can only imagine how many drafts have been prepared. This, of course, applies to the town planning department as well. They've taken all the time they have needed to get it right before they submitted their application for first reading approval, including a prolonged presentation at the council meeting. They owned the ASPs and could have withdrawn or amended them at that point. However, once first reading was given, they became councils. They became bylaw 2021-05 and 2021-06. As I know you're aware, amendments to the plans can only be made by council, not the applicant and not administration at this point. Their collective ability to change the ASPs ended when council gave them first reading and took possession of the document. The community, both for and against us, had a chance to respond to the bylaws through this public hearing process, as does Three Sisters. So I'd like to make just a series of recommendations. These aren't in any particular order of importance, but I would encourage council to follow the procedural bylaw and limit Three Sisters to a 10-minute presentation, just like everyone else. This is not the time or place to see Three Sisters granted any more time to present than anyone. That privilege stopped when council gave first reading to the bylaws and took ownership. I'd also encourage council to direct administration to prepare any amendments in a manner that council can debate and vote on them individually and independently, as compared to unilaterally making dozens of changes to the first reading documents, as we have seen in the past. The document approved by council at first reading is the document until council approves the amendments to it. I recommend this only so that the decision-making process can become more transparent to everyone. I would encourage council to establish a Smith Creek Corridor Task Force that would take advantage of local knowledge and expertise, as well as national and international expertise, to evaluate the provincially approved corridor from a local and regional functionality perspective. I'd also encourage council to establish a second task force to investigate alternative methods of attaining PH unit that does not depend solely on density bonusing. As a minimum, I would recommend council postpone second reading of the bylaws until an application has been made and approval has been granted to amend the MDP to reflect the intended ASP land uses. If postponement is not an option for council, then I would recommend second reading for both ASPs.
Excuse me, Mr. Casey, you're at your 1-minute time check.
So I would recommend rejection of the Three Sisters Village based on the fact that there is no real advantage over the already approved Resort Center ASP. And we take on the added liability of approving development on questionable undermined lands and further compromise the already marginal wildlife corridor, pinch point. Reject the Smith Creek ASP because the Thunderstone quarry lands are outside of the growth boundary and the proposed development within the site compromises the wildlife corridor. Both ASPs should be rejected if for no other reason based on the total number of units being proposed, which is more than double anything envisioned prior to this, because of the density bonusing scheme included in both ASPs. And with that, I will close. And once again, thank you all for putting up with listening to us. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Casey. And as you know, I've put up with listening to you for many years when you were the mayor and I was a councillor, but I always find value in hearing your perspective and appreciate you sharing a number of recommendations for council to consider at this time. Certainly they're well informed by your years of experience, both the municipal and the provincial level. I'm looking to see if there are any questions from members of council at this time. Councillor McCallum.
Thank you, Mayor Barman, and thank you, Mr. Casey, for coming to council to speak. As some may or may not be aware, I had the privilege of sitting next to you for a couple of years before you decided to look for a higher office. And I have, I know through many of the conversations that you and I had during those years, many of the roadblocks that we are facing as a council right now in terms of what things are in the hands of the provincial government and are not in the hands of the provincial government in council, rather. We had many conversations about that. And so, you know, in 2012, when the people of Canmore sent you to Edmonton as our MLA representative, you had some very powerful positions. You were the chair of Rural Caucus, and you were also chair of the Heritage Trust. So you certainly were in positions of influence. And I guess I'm parlaying to you questions that I've had from members of the community over the years, in particular in the last couple of months, as to why you weren't able to take the opportunity of your position of power and your influence at that time to fix or address many of the concerns we're dealing with right now as a council.
Well, I think the simple answer is it's hard to fix something that hasn't been identified as a problem. So until these proposals came forward, there really wasn't an opportunity to fix anything. And at the provincial level, the best you could do, and we lobbied long and hard to try to get more support for wildlife here. So for the Fish and Wildlife officers, more enforcement, more ability to enforce. But again, a lot of this is so convoluted and cross-bordered that it's really difficult to go forward with one program, one solution to the whole thing. I think what likely should, in my opinion, occur, because as you point out, a lot of the issues are both provincial and municipal, or in fact, the municipal side of this is restricted by the provincial legislation that is currently in place. I think if there was one thing we could do as a municipality and maybe even as a region, we need to think about what we had proposed in the past and have talked about a great deal in the past, and that is putting in place a specialized municipality status for not only Canmore, but in my opinion, the entire Bow Valley, at least from Exshaw through to the park gates. It makes sense from a whole variety of point of views, but it also would then give us the ability to have added powers if need be for enforcement, added powers of assessment and taxation if that is a component of this. And it just gives us way more ability, should we have our own charter, if you like, as a specialized municipality, to deal with our own problems at a local level. Unfortunately, depending on the province to change their position or the legislation, quite honestly, we're just a very small dot on the map to them. And I doubt that's going to happen. But specialized municipality, possibly. Crow's Nest Pass is one. The Fort McMurray area is one. So that would be my suggestion if we had somewhere to go, would be to continue to press in a very meaningful way for specialized municipal status for the entire Bow Valley, not just for Canmore.
Mm. Thank you for answering my question and the questions of other people that have asked me the same question I just asked you, sir. Have a great day.
Thank you.
Are there other questions for Mr. Casey from members of council? Seeing none, thanks again, Ron, for taking the time, well, taking a lot of time to be fully engaged in these issues and for sharing your perspective with council today.
Okay, thank you.
This time I'll ask Mr. Brian Hayes to join in. Mr. Hayes, I like your background there.
Thank you, sir. Everyone can see me and hear me okay?
Yes.
Thank you. Lovely to see everyone. Everyone's looking rested after the weekend. Councillor Hillstad, it's lovely to see your child and the joy on that face. I've been listening and laughing at the same time. My kids told me, Dad, don't be emotional. Well, I'm not going to be emotional. My son even said, Dad, don't cry. So I'll take you through this. I've timed it. I'm well under 7 minutes. My name is Hayes, Brian Hayes. Thank you, Mayor Borman and town councilors very much for hearing my fellow Canmorites and for hearing me. I'm a proud full-time resident of Canmore. I speak for myself and my 4 other family members. We are strongly opposed to the TSMV ASP and the Smith Creek ASP, which I've thoroughly read, all 252 pages, although some of them are copied and pasted from the other. First, I'd like to acknowledge that we're on Treaty 7 territory. We acknowledge all the many First Nations, Métis and Inuit whose footsteps have marked these lands for centuries. Just a bit of background. I first came to Canmore in 1978 to visit my Aunt Joan Hayes. She was a very busy secretary, and that word was used back then, as you can imagine in 1978, with Canmore Mines. It was then that I first fell in love with the adventurous, somewhat outlaw character of this town. I found the magic. Fast forward, I'm into my 2nd decade of living here. I also taught high school in Bow Valley for 10 years. So as an aside, frankly, standing in front of you folks compared to judgmental teenagers is a piece of cake. As I said, it was then that I found the magic, as I know all of you have too. I'd like to spend the limited amount of time I have speaking about 3 things briefly, if that's okay. They are, number 1, undertaking a fair and equitable public hearing in the time of a global pandemic. Number 2, the undermining issue and its profound connection to a man the whole town owns a huge gratitude to, Mr. Jerry Stevenson. And the inadequate and, in my view, biased ASPs. Mr. Mayor, I've edited some of what some of my family members considered might be a bit of negative developer speak, but keep your hand on the buzzer just in case, please. But I think I will, this is very respectful and humble. First, everyone's talking about mental health these days. I know everyone knows it here, offering all kinds of advice. The challenges, many experts say, are going to be with us for years. I'd like it noted that we've all been under a unique and extreme form of anxiety and stress that no one in modern society has ever faced before. Knowing that, I'm particularly proud of the over 100 and counting citizens who have braved the limits of Zoom with its social awkwardness, I'm feeling it, to voice their important opinions against, for, or neutral. Everyone has a story. My son had COVID. In fact, to back up a bit, the spirit I've seen from this town, the community, the coming together, the respect, in speaking about these developments really reminds me of the same thing I saw in the 2013 floods. And I was so proud to be here. It just brings me to this, Mr. Mayor. I'm dismayed that the public hearing had to proceed right now. There's an American author and noted social anthropologist, Linda Besner. She recently wrote this: oddly, the collective scale of this past year's dystopia makes it hard to talk about. The enormity of the loss of life, the loss of security, and the loss of illusion is beyond what any person's narrative could contain. It seems trite to try to describe what everyone else knows, but do they know it? End quote. And as an example, I'm scheduled to get the vaccine in Calgary this week. My wife, who's a few years younger than me, missed the boat. They've run out of vaccines for her age. I can't speak for anyone but me on this, but I've been on what I call the COVID TSMV diet. Lose weight while you worry incessantly about your loved ones, friends, and community. Secondly, we all know Mr. Jerry Stevenson's expert position on the development of undermined lands. Jerry showed us the way, showed us what could be done to old and abandoned mines he conceived of and was successful in transforming an old open pit mine into the incredibly popular Quarry Lake. His proudest accomplishment, he always said, the economic spin-offs and benefits to the town from Quarry Lake must be huge. Now the town's going to charge Quarry Lake parking and monetizing even more that area. It strikes me that this sort of rethink on Quarry Lake has huge economic benefits for the town. To that end, we've all heard the weighty words of Raymond and Mr. Martin Armitage and Garrett Brown, among others, who've shared their own expertise on the dangers and difficulties of developing heavily undermined land. I'm perplexed that the town, with respect, would even consider such an audacious proposal from TSMV. Which brings me to the ASPs. I found them to be woefully lacking in understanding and empathy for the real concerns that the citizens of Canmore and residents of the Bow Valley have in terms of these developments. I truly think the TSMV underestimated the loyalty and passion and brain trust, as we've all seen, of the citizens. And just days ago, the Snow Brothers lamented the fact that the Stoney Nakoda had not been adequately consulted by either Quantum Developments or the town. What are we to make then of the ASP statement that reads, and I quote, TSMV has engagement efforts with Stoney Nakoda Nation regarding the Three Sisters Mountain Village's ongoing project to understand interests and make available business opportunities as discussed in the NRBC decision. The blatant lack of prior consultation that has now been brought to our attention seems to me to be enough reason to outrightly refuse these proposals. To address another flaw in the ASPs as I see it, more time is spent on retail guidelines for the village than on the question of wildlife corridors. Several experts disagree with the EIS in terms of wildlife management corridors, identifying an already stressed ecosystem where it's patently unwise to add to the density. This valley is not an infinite space, as we all know. But since when do people who really love this place agree on providing, quote, just enough room for the wildlife? I find concerning language is used in these documents as well, and I'm talking about both ASPs, such as, I quote, other solutions as deemed appropriate to address the identified concern, end quote. And another one, quote, monitoring will be used to determine whether any adaptation to the mitigation is required. As for their definition of inclusive, and I'm sure you saw it in the colored sidebar, they give us definitions. Inclusive only mentions people, including people. Doesn't talk at all about wildlife. We cohabitate with wildlife here. That's part of the magic. That's part of the reason we're all here. It doesn't sound like the, quote, elevated mountain community they claim, in my view. As many before me have pointed out, these lands have been subject to bankruptcy, receivership, and change of ownership for 3 decades now. I wonder how much we can really count on statements to monitor and identify. There's a famous planner, if Josh is listening, no doubt he's heard of her, and you probably have too, Jane Jacobs. She said, and I quote, there is a quality even meaner than outright ugliness or disorder. And this meaner quality is the dishonest mask of pretended order achieved by ignoring or suppressing the real order that is struggling to exist and be served. My suggestion, germs of an idea, rewild the land, look into a public buyback. How about a mining museum with sample mines down the skip, the elevator, to obviously structurally sound and limited tunnels? Just the germ of an idea. But I want to tell you, prior to a teaching career, I was a business person. In that role, I relied on many experts to assist me in
Mr.
making.
Hayes, this is your 9-minute time check.
Thank you. I'm just wrapping up. In my role, I relied on many experts to assist me in making important decisions. I'd use my critical thinking skills. In my view, you have been given expert-led information that helps make your decisions more clear. Thank you for your time and interest. I wish you all health and the courage to make the right decision. Look how many of us are with you. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Hayes.
You're welcome, sir.
Looking to members of council, let's see if there's any questions at this time for Mr. Hayes. But seeing none, again, thank you for taking so much time to review the plans and to put together a brief overview of your own perspective. Thank you.
You're most welcome. Thank you.
At this time, I'll ask JD Miller to join in.
Good morning, Mr. Mayor.
Good morning.
Members of the Town Council. These are indeed impressive hearings and an impressive demonstration of the caring for the welfare of Canmore. Everybody is commended, and I certainly recognize the time and weight that sits on our municipal government's shoulders. So thank you for what you are doing. I would like to confirm two things. First of all, that I have read the ASPs dated December 20th, 2020, and I will absolutely be done in less than 9 minutes and 30 seconds. At the outset, I would also like to state that I am not against real estate development. In fact, my father was a large-scale developer who built over 1,000 homes and another 1,000 apartments in Canada, the US, and Europe. And I know how good real estate development can be. So there is no bias, or if there is one, my bias should be for development and for this project. We have heard from concerned residents, professionals, scientists, and experts on a wide range of topics on the TSMV ASPs. The subjects are long, they're many. We've heard about undermining, the physical risks, the liability risks, and the tail risks post-completion of the development. There's been lots of talk of environmental issues, about water, flooding, sewage, garbage. There's been talk of safety and infrastructure issues, or rather the lack thereof, to support the significant increase in population. Many people have come forward to talk about wildlife, wildlife movements, wildlife conflicts, wildlife stress, the absolute need for there to be a main thoroughfare to cross from the south to the north in the valley. Pinch points have been a big discussion. There was a lady who made a very interesting presentation on biodiversity. Climate change has been touched upon, and the crisis, climate crisis that has been declared by Canmore. We've touched upon respecting relationships with those who were there first. Wildfires have been touched upon, and certainly 2017, 2018, and 2019, we all know what the changes have been, as opposed to 20 years ago when we may have seen some murky skies. We can all remember the mornings of carbon sitting on our cars. And the presentations have told us that it's not if, but when fires will come to the valley, and how do we best mitigate them. There's been discussion about density, discussion about how many changes are required to change existing bylaws. There's been lots of talk about affordable housing. One gentleman brought forward the thought that those who are not residents full-time in Canmore should be paying a higher tax rate in order to contribute to major projects in the town, be they affordable housing or otherwise. Mayor, you and I have both talked about this many years ago, citing what takes place in Arizona, Florida, and other committees, states, excuse me. There's been much talk about the impact of congestion, public transit, traffic patterns. Talk about the impact that will take place on downtown. Talk about the proposed commercial areas in TSMV. Should they be built, when they should be built, what is their value? There's been lots of talk about the lack of undertakings by TSMV on various key matters. Nancy Rourke appropriately pointed out a few days ago the differences between the words will, should, and may in their ASPs. And I would encourage the council to go back and read those with the kind of careful eye that she has brought to this. And in the end, there has been much talk about sustainability. I am no scientist, but it strikes Andrea and me that TSMV ASP gives rise to fundamental issues about Canmore's future. About what we want for Canmore, about what you want for Canmore. Why do people live here? What are people prepared to do to continue to live here? What would Canmore look like in 2050 if this plan proceeds? And most important, what should Canmore look like in 2050 and how does one get there? Canmore would be no means by the first community to push the pause button on major developments to consider the future. Communities do this by creating a period of time to take stock. This process could be considered akin to what companies do when undertaking strategic planning. And we cannot at this point in time look 3 years or 5 years or even 10 years ahead. Andrea and I see this town, this valley, as a jewel, as something to be purposefully protected. And for these reasons, I oppose the TSMV ASPs. Now in closing, and I have about 1 more minute, if you'll permit me, Mr. Hayes talked about children, and I'd like to share my screen for a moment, Mr. Mayor. Well, maybe I'm not going to share my screen, Mr. Mayor.
Try describing for us your screen.
Well, I had the 3 slides with a series of photos. I don't know why I can't bring them up. Let me just see why I can't here. Get this. I have time, so just give me half a second here.
Do you see the green share screen icon at the bottom?
Yes, I'm clicking on it, but it's not taking me to my desktop.
Do you have the PowerPoint that you're trying to share open?
I do.
So you should be able to click right on the PowerPoint through that share screen icon, not on your desktop.
Okay, just give me 1 second, please. This is new technology for me today. We're all coming into the future with COVID. Not coming up. I don't understand why, but basically, so, and I will forward this to the town and to share with the councillors, but a series of photographs, starting with our kids at 5 and 8 years of age, learning how to mountain bike and outside with nature and climbing hills, learning camping lore with people like Laurie Skreslet, becoming teenagers and climbing peaks in the valley, going to university, and now, of course, they are in their mid-20s, and finally, pictures of them this year, choosing, as they choose in their lifestyle, to come back to the valley, summer and winter, participate in the outdoors, participate in the life. And I raise this because we don't just see ourselves, we see our lives and the lives of our families through Canmore. As I approach 70 years of age, we hope the future will be bright for generations to come. But hope alone will not assure the future. Assuring the future requires research, expertise, discussion, and debate, just as the one that is taking place today, only with a focus that goes beyond the specific file. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. Are there questions from councillors for Mr. Miller? Councillor McCallum.
Thank you, Mayor Barman, and thank you, Mr. Miller, for presenting to council. I really appreciated your words. There was a sentence that you said that really struck me, and it was, what are people prepared to do to live in Canmore? So outside of having the money to do so, do you have any suggestions around that?
Well, I think everybody has to be willing to pay a price to be in Canmore. At the last municipal election meeting, I had the opportunity to sit in different people's parlor meetings. And having moved full-time from Canmore, despite being in the Valley since the 1980s, I moved in 2016. I was almost shocked to hear people complaining about their real estate taxes. And yet we all know the real estate taxes are dramatically less than in Calgary. At least they were at the time. So I think we all have to be prepared to contribute to keep this the special place that it really is. And this is why communities such as Canmore across Canada have from time to time created moratoriums on large scale developments such as this in order to take the time and really consider what Canmore wants to be and should be. This consultation, but on a bigger, larger playing field. Because from there, I think all these answers will be evident. This is a unique place, not just in Alberta, not just in Canada, but in the world for so many different reasons. I think it's incumbent upon all involved, and I think that you all care so deeply about Canmore, and clearly by the overwhelming show of participation in this one development, ASB. There are lots of people out there and who are willing to do so we can maintain a town of families in our schools and find a way that this overwhelming pressure on the land and the environment doesn't end up eating us up.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you, Councillor.
If there are no other questions from members of council for Mr. Miller, I'll thank you for joining us today, Mr. Miller, and sharing your thoughts. I appreciate that. And at this time, I'll ask Ann Wilson to join us.
Morning, everybody. Can you hear me?
Yes, indeed.
Oh, that's lovely. It's so nice to see all of you. I'm Ann Wilson, and I have lived here in Canmore since 1979. I'm opposed to these bylaws, and so is my husband. He's lived here since 1979 as well. And you may remember that I've been a criminal defense lawyer for many years here, representing most of the people in Canmore that have a problem with the law. But my husband has also worked for Alberta Environment and Parks in Kananaskis, running the trail crew. So his experience, although he would never say he was an expert, is in human wildlife management. We all want people to be out recreating, of course, but we also want wildlife to be safe. So I said we were opposed, and oh yeah, the other thing I should say is that in 1992, I led one of the local community groups, the Bow Valley Women's Resource Center, into the original NRCB hearings. And so I have that understanding. I was on the growth management committee that followed, I think it was 1995, because growth is a very big deal in Canmore. But what Jeff and I have been doing is mostly looking at the maps, although I did review the bylaws just out of interest. But the maps are a concern, and our concern is this. We're not sure that people can be educated, enforced, encouraged to stay out of those wildlife corridors. And Jeff the other day was just up behind Peaks of Grassy to look at some issue with the Highline Trail. So Jeff built the Highline Trail. It's a designated trail. Part of the plan is to provide a wonderful trail for all kinds of users, runners, dog walkers, hikers, bikers, so that, would you please stay out of the wildlife corridor? The Highline Trail does cross that wildlife corridor at one point, but the design is meant to keep people away from being in the wildlife corridor. And of course, so Jeff has a reason to be there, but he also noticed, as like he does every time, that there's a ton of human use in that wildlife corridor. And like I said, that's not a bad thing in and of itself. We want people to be walking their dogs and recreating in so many ways. But it is a problem when it's in a wildlife corridor. So that was Peaks of Grassy. So whatever the plan was, whatever the intention was and the spirit was, the question has to be asked, is that acceptable? And then when we take that concern and we apply it to the proposed wildlife corridor, there's so many factors of concern, and I'm sure you've heard a lot of them, but some of them are, is it wide enough? What about that pinch point, those wildlife underpasses? How would you keep people out of that wildlife corridor? And that's just one problem with the wildlife corridor. And the concern is that is such a risk. There is no taking back whatever went wrong with Peaks of Grassy. And by the same token, I am not convinced, and neither is Jeff, that it is good enough, the wildlife corridor alignment as it is. There's concerns about width and the steep slopes, and there's so many concerns. It's I just think it's premature to even think about approving these bylaws. So for that reason, council should oppose them. Like I said, my husband wouldn't want anyone to think that he's giving this opinion through me as some kind of an expert, but that is his experience of 40 years working for Kananaskis. He sees so much human use that really can't be and hasn't been controlled in any kind of a satisfactory way. That's it.
Okay, thank you very much for speaking today. And I'm curious if Jeff was simply unable to join in at any time and provide his own opinions.
No, he's not available. You probably remember that. Remember how the UCP government cut the track setting in Kananaskis, and it was a very big deal. So, because that's what he does. So when they took that back. He said that he would stay working there for one more season. Of course, it's insanely busy, but because that's his career, that's how he feels he can contribute best to participation, which is really kind of his middle name. He just couldn't even consider taking the time out to do this. And I'm not complaining about this, but I did wait on Thursday, like all afternoon. And so if he had thought that he could speak on Thursday, well, that wasn't going to be possible. It's not that we're complaining about this, because I know everybody wants to be able to say something, but given how busy he is and his commitment to Kananaskis, he simply was not available. So I don't mountain bike on the High Line, but I certainly live with the guy who does. That's the best I can do.
Thank you. Thank you. Are there questions?
Thank you very much.
Are there any questions for Ms. Wilson from members of council? Seeing none, thanks for taking your time to join with us today and share both your and your husband's opinions.
Thanks, John. Okay, see you guys. Bye.
Yeah. This time I'll ask Renee Fowler to join in.
Good morning, everyone. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, indeed.
Great. My name is Renee Fowler. I've been a resident of Canmore for 15 years, and I'm raising my family here. As many of you may know, I do work for Yellowstone to Yukon, but I'm here today speaking as a resident, a global citizen, but most of all, a mother. First, I'd like to acknowledge that we are on Treaty 7 lands. These are the territories of the Ktunaxa, Stoney Nakoda, and Tsuut'ina people, and the Blackfoot Confederacy. The stewardship of people from those nations on these lands has enabled us all to be here today. Thank you to the Town Council for the opportunity to speak, and I must say, I do not envy you. You have a tremendous task, and I truly do empathize. I'm here today to speak to your heart. When I first moved to Canmore, I was a little perplexed. People drove their garbage to the bear-proof bins and went out for walks on the trails behind my house with bear spray. The fact that you could run into a grizzly bear or see wolf prints was a sense of pride and identity for many people in this town. This place is wild, and I too soon took pride in that wildness. At the time, I was leading bike tours in the European mountains of the Alps and the Pyrenees, and my experience there was a complete juxtaposition to my experience here. Traffic jams in Europe were caused by herds of domestic sheep crossing the road, but never a herd of elk, a grizzly bear, or any wildlife for that matter. I love the Alps and the Pyrenees, but they are not wild. Bears and other wildlife used to roam those slopes, but today these lands are manicured versions of nature. A big difference between the mountain ecosystems in Europe and the ones here is that we haven't messed things up here in the Rockies. We haven't entirely cut up the landscape with roads, towns, trails, or overhunted species to local extinction, at least not yet. What we have here, which has been stated many times before, in Canmore, the Bow Valley, and the Rocky Mountains, is truly rare. I share this story because so often we look back at history and we ask ourselves, why did people allow this to happen? Sometimes they didn't know better, but when we do better, we know better, and we do better, right? Well, not always. Throughout history, around the world, and in our region, there are far too many examples of various forms of acceptable oppressions or omissions of people in nature, justified by economic arguments. What weighs on me is how future generations will view the results of this decision. To give a broader context to the magnitude of this decision, here are a few points to consider. We are in the 6th mass extinction of wildlife on Earth. Scientists estimate that more than 1 million species, plants and animals are facing extinction. This decision has the potential to worsen that situation. Grizzly bears are threatened here in Alberta, and based on conversations that I've had with multiple local biologists, should the 2 ASPs be approved as they are, Scientists predict that we will not have grizzly bears here in the Bow Valley in the next 20 to 30 years. The continental connectivity significance of this 13-kilometer stretch of land means getting it wrong here has implications for wildlife populations hundreds of miles away and across borders. And other mountain communities are watching. A Bozeman publication called Mountain Journal picked up an opinion piece by Kevin Van Tighem regarding the Three Sisters development. The editor's note read, and I quote, "When assertions are made about balance being achieved between ecology, economy, and recreational access, how often does that balance come at the expense of wildlife that with each new bargain struck under the guise of collaboration seems to incrementally lose more habitat?" While in his opinion piece, Kevin Van Tighem makes direct reference to the Three Sisters Mountain Village Development Plan, he could just as well be alluding to proposals to expand various development in Greater Yellowstone, end quote. I'm speaking up today because I want to be able to look my daughter in the eye and tell her that I did everything I could to give voice for a thriving community, which for me includes wildlife populations. This is our time to make a historically significant decision. I'm not against development, but while these plans hit all the salient points, when you dig deeper, wildlife are not treated as an asset, but an inconvenience. And Canmore and our taxpayers are likely to shoulder the burden of cost and risk. No one forced TSMB to purchase these lands. They do have the right to develop, but their right to develop should not come at the expense of wildlife populations or taxpayers. Maya Angelou once said, "When someone shows you who they are, believe them the first time." And we have 20 years of past behavior to look as a reference point for future behaviors and outcomes. We've been promised commercial development before, and we have residential housing. TSMV promises commercial or economic diversification through sprawling communities, but all we have to do is look to Calgary, who just recently rejected an additional 11 communities because we are in uncertain economic times, and taxpayers pay for the long-term consequences of sprawl through service reductions and cuts. No doubt, TSMV will take careful consideration and mitigations to secure the safety of building on undermined lands, but it is inevitable that we will have some sinkholes. And Digrass Gate is a perfect example of how regulations put the long-term burden of liability onto the town of Canmore. Now let's look at wildlife corridor messaging. For the last 2 decades, scientists have consistently said the width of the corridor needs to be a minimum of 600 meters. Even Golder agreed in his 2002 report. Various experts today suggest the appropriate width should be between 1 to 4 kilometers. The 2017 ASP was reviewed by provincial scientists and administration and rejected because the corridors was too narrow at certain key junctions. The ASP before us does not address those pinch points on the east end. The science hasn't changed. The only thing that has is that there was a change in government and they approved a wildlife corridor that is inconsistent with years of analysis, both past and present. TSMP has stated countless times that the main wildlife corridor issue is people in the corridor, and that is certainly true. But the real concern are the 3 pinch points that push wildlife upslope onto 25-degree lands, which basically is a black diamond run. They've stated that their data indicates that animals go on these slopes, and so their current boundary is justified. Certainly, animals will occasionally go on these slopes, just like I too occasionally go to McDonald's, but forcing me to go to McDonald's on a daily basis is likely not good for my long-term health, just like this is not good for the long-term health of our wildlife. My colleague, Dr. Hilary Young, shared the various attempts Y2Y has made to find a collaborative solution that would be a win-win. Y2Y went so far as to commission a third-party planner to create an alternative land use plan that would allow for wildlife movement and be profitable, but TSMB rejected those suggestions. And the measures to address people management in the wildlife corridor are unproven. Even the town's third-party environmental impact statement stated that the uncertainty of these mitigations are much greater than what Golder put forth. Mitigations like the fence require upkeep. Who is to pay for this? Finally, we learned that the consultation process left out key stakeholders, the Wesley, Chiniki, and Bear Paws Band, and their phone calls have gone unanswered. When someone shows you who they are, believe them the first time. This decision is likely to be the most significant decision that you will make in your entire political career. It is economic. It is also moral. Future generations will judge us, so we need to do better. So I'd like to take the last few minutes of my time, and if you would, imagine a possible scenario, 2 possible scenarios, in fact. And if you'll entertain me, if you could close your eyes, ground your feet, even place your hand on your heart. It's 2041, springtime in the Rockies. We are walking along, or you are walking along a lush path at the Nordic Center with maybe your grandchild, great niece, or a friend's child. They look up and say, I heard there used to be grizzly bears here. What happened? In that moment, your heart pounds louder and faster. Maybe your palms sweat, your mind flashes back to this exact moment. You sigh and begin explaining how we arrived at this reality.
Excuse me, this is your 9-minute time check.
Thank you. Now you can give that a little shake, and let's go to scenario number 2. Eyes closed, ground your feet. It's 2041, springtime in the Rockies. You're walking along a lush path at the Nordic Center with maybe your grandchild, great niece, or a friend's child. They stop and say, look, there's something way off in the distance. It's a grizzly bear, you say. In that moment, your heart pounds louder and faster. Maybe your palms sweat. Your mind flashes back to this exact moment. You sigh, place your hand on your bear spray and say, it's time to turn around. Let's give that bear some space. You can open up your eyes now. It takes courage to do the right thing for this entire community. I wish you great courage, and I ask that you reject these 2 ASPs as presented. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Fowler. Are there any questions from members of council? Seeing none, again, thank you for joining with us and sharing your perspective.
Thank you.
At this time, I will ask one more speaker to join us, Karen Cornelius.
Good morning, everyone. Thanks, Renee. That was a good way to end your talk. Greetings, mayor, councilors, and worthy citizens. My name is Karen Cornelius. I've been a resident for about 25 years, and I'm very much in opposition to the proposed ASPs before us for all of the very excellent, well-researched, clear, logical reasons that have already been presented to you many times over. It's been overwhelmingly informative. However, there's a whole segment of the population who's been left out of the conversation. At this very moment, some members of our community are staying in temporary living quarters in Cochrane and Calgary. They're waiting for a transfer to bring them back to their hometown when space becomes available for them. Who are they, and why aren't they at home in the town where they've lived their lives? They're the seniors, your mothers, fathers, husbands, wives, grandparents, the elderly, all of whom need some form of assisted living. And they aren't home where they belong because there's no room for them here. Fortunately, a new building is under construction at the Seniors Lodge site to alleviate the present situation. No mention of a hospice yet, though. Currently, we have approximately a population of 13,000 people. However, if we add another plus 8,000 people to our population, we'll be back to the problem of inadequate assisted living space. Where will the needful folk live? No allowance is designated for them. Will they be squished out on the roadside along with the wildlife who are being choked out of their rightful homes? No matter what iteration comes from this proposal, don't forget those people. Please say no to this alarming proposal. Consider instead making Canmore a model community for mountain communities. Let's reimagine our future from just another mountain town dependent on tourism to one moving forward with vision. So, thank you very much.
Thank you very much as well, Ms. Cornelius. And I wanted to note the study that was completed recently under the auspices of the Bow Valley Regional Housing Authority, as well as the Canmore Community Housing, which provided the Bow Valley Housing Needs Assessment, which does address future needs that you've described. And my understanding is that those future needs are being recognized and accommodated within current planning at the Bow Valley Regional Housing Authority. Are there questions for Ms. Cornelius from other members of council? Seeing none, thank you again for joining in this morning and sharing your perspective.
Thank you for hearing me.
It's 11:11 by my clock. I'm going to call a short break, 5 minutes, so we'll reconvene at 11:16. Okay, I'll reconvene the public hearing at this time, and I will ask Lisa Oldring to join us. Ms. Oldring.
Good morning, Mayor Borman and Council. Can you hear me?
Yes, your volume could be a tad higher, but I can hear you.
I hope this is better.
We can certainly hear you.
Thank you. My name is Lisa Oldring, and I sincerely appreciate the work of this council as well as the administration. And I have to mention also the municipal clerk that's done a remarkable job. This is
several of them.
Yes, the office. I can feel that it's a team. It's an incredible democratic process, and I'm very grateful. I'm a full-time Canmore resident, and I acknowledge with deep respect the traditional Treaty 7 territories on which we reside. I'm speaking to you also on behalf of my partner, Simon Bagshaw, as well as our 2 children who have submitted their own letters to you. I'm familiar with the ASPs, and on behalf of my family, I urge you to reject them both. I just wanted to pick up on what previous speakers, even this morning, have said, like Glenn Taylor and Renee Powell, who I don't know. But a first impression that I had in reading the ASPs was that while they both contain a clear land acknowledgement, they were devoid of Indigenous voices and perspectives. And the TSMV's What We Heard document only confirmed this impression. Given the history and scale of this project and its potential implications, I'm deeply disturbed that there has been no meaningful consultation with the Stoney Nakoda, as the elders have told us. In the spirit of reconciliation and the UN Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples, surely this should be a do not get past go. You've received so many expert presentations outlining the many other compelling reasons for turning down these ASPs, with great suggestions for a way forward on each of the key concerns. But as these ASPs project us 10 to 30 years into the future, when my children both will be between 20 and 40 years old, as they will inherit whatever decisions are made now, today I'd like to emphasize the one issue that concerns them the most, which relates to the apparent disconnect between these proposals and our current reality. As so many others have underlined, we're in the midst of an historic global climate and biodiversity crisis, the enormity of which is difficult for any of us to grasp. This is a crisis of today, and it's very difficult to even contemplate what it will look like 30 years down the road. Last month, a report by a group of the world's leading scientists reminded us that the high levels of consumption by wealthy nations is an obvious driver of this crisis, and that the delay between our destruction of the natural world and the impacts of these actions means that people don't recognize just how severe and vast the problem is. And just last week, the head of the UN Environment Programme expressed her frustration and alarm, and I quote, "It is incredible to think that just when nations are facing an emergency that could eventually end human life on this planet, despite every study, every report, and the clear warnings from scientists throughout the world, many are sticking to their business as usual approach," end quote. Since 2017, when these ASPs were first submitted, this council has recognized the severity and immediacy of this crisis by declaring a state of climate emergency. And the town has an impressive, up-to-date, comprehensive plan of action in place with measurable targets to be met, including the commitment by 2050 to reduce community and corporate emissions by 80% below 2015 target levels. This council's vision and commitment to make the climate crisis a top priority is laudable, but it doesn't mean much if the plans, like the plan of action, are not put into practice. The town's climate plan of action itself states that Canmore is well recognized for and expected to be a leader in environmental stewardship. And further, that the town has an essential role in providing leadership and setting expectations related to climate action, particularly in the areas of land use and development. Even using a business as usual growth projection, though, the plan of action admits that it's been challenging to deliver on targets amidst population growth and development. Adding growth of the scale and manner reflected in the current ASPs, even with net zero building incentives, would ensure that these targets remain well out of reach. The good news, though, is that the research and good practice shows us that it's the bold, creative, trickle-up climate actions by municipalities, like the kind that are reflected in the town's plan of action, that are often the most effective. And I feel confident that sustainable, affordable housing solutions are achievable. But I don't believe that these issues can be resolved through a developer-led process like the one we're in. I add my voice to those many people in the community who have asked you to please reject the current ASPs as they currently are presented and lead the community in a long, difficult, honest conversation about the future of this valley. The community has made clear its readiness to roll up its sleeves and pitch in with a whole lot of passion, creative ideas, and expertise, and to help Canmore rise to its role as a leader in environmental stewardship. In the spirit of respect and reconciliation, please lead with consultation and engagement with our First Nations peoples. Canmore has so much to lose, but every reason to get this right. I'm really grateful for your time and consideration. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Oldring. Are there any questions from members of council for Ms. Oldring? Seeing none, thank you very much for taking the time to be here this morning and sharing those perspectives with us.
Thank you.
This time I'll ask Corey Brewster to join in.
Good morning.
I hear you. There you are. Hi, Corey.
Good morning. Good morning, everyone. I'm really happy to be here. And in the spirit of reconciliation, I acknowledge that I live, work, and play on the traditional territories of the Blackfoot Confederacy, Tsuut'ina Nation, the Nakota Nation, and all the people who make their home in the Treaty 7 region of Southern Alberta. Mayor John and councillors, thank you very much for your hard work in this public hearing process. I think it takes a lot of courage and bravery to do what all these wise and wonderful people are asking us to do. I have been listening to their voices, and I am in awe of their sharing of knowledge, passion, and commitment. I have lived in Canmore for 20 years. We raised our son River here, and he is 6th generation to live in the Bow Valley. I know this is a local issue, and I'm encouraged that Canmore has declared a state of climate emergency, but I feel we are on a precipice. The climate has become increasingly erratic, unpredictable, and destructive, and the long-range consequences are even more problematic. We are starting to hear words like tipping point, feedback loops, catastrophe, and I wonder if we're listening and learning and changing our ways. In our small mountain community of Canmore, we cannot pretend we are not susceptible to the real threats that lie before us. Can we not always see land as what we can develop on it, what we can extract from it, how we can use it for our own benefit? To see it possibly as Indigenous people see it, important for the survival of all species. Can we stop our insatiable desire for more? Can we stop our insatiable desire for more? When addressing the UN on climate change emergency, Venerable Bhikkhu Bodhi, a Theravadan Buddhist monk, said, and I quote, "We know what lies behind climate change. The causes have been determined with scientific precision, and one of those is an economy that thrives on the dizzying cycles of relentless production and consumption. We are moving along complacent in our routines of life, in our craving for more, the greed for profit, corporate success over social responsibility, instead of rising up to take the necessary stand against these causes," unquote. We only have one Earth, and we haven't been doing a very good job of looking after it. Can we widen our lens to the global community and the catastrophic issues we are causing for the majority of the world's citizens? Unchecked development is causing a disproportionate amount of suffering around the world in those least able to fight back. Let's not continue to make mistakes. Let's build relationships, not development. Let's listen to the youth and what they are telling us, to the Stoney Nakoda and to each other. Richard Wagamese, in his book, One Drum, Stories and Ceremonies for a Planet, says, there always was and there always will be enough if we return and obey the original instructions to walk gently upon the earth and do each other no harm. I would ask Council to reject both of these area structure plans based on the climate global emergency. And I'd like to thank my ancestors for giving me the opportunity to be here, and to thank you for listening for my heartfelt concerns.
Thank you very much, Ms. Brewster. I've asked this question of a few speakers that I know and know that they have a long history with our community, such as yourself. And I wonder if you could share with us some of your thoughts around what we're witnessing today and have increasingly so for several years, which is the increasing gentrification of our community, if you will, the transition from small, modest homes into really large homes, and the growing displacement of our working population to Cochrane and other places. So understanding that this is currently part of our reality, what are your thoughts about addressing that?
Thank you for that question, Mayor Borman. I'm not exactly sure I have any answers. And I know that it's a very difficult question. I was thinking back to 1970 when I played volleyball against the Canmore High School girls in the gymnasium. And I'm pretty sure we beat them, although Brenda Davidson might object to that. I do miss seeing individuals in Canmore that are artists and poets and hippies and carpenters. And I think the diversity that those individuals add to a community are immense. And I am saddened that we continue to lose that essence of society in Canmore. And I think that we have to keep working hard to make it affordable for those individuals, that diversity, to live in this town.
Right you are. Okay. Just a note, those hippies have just gotten older. Don't look as much like
Right.
hippies anymore.
Right, we are.
Councillor Comfort.
I would dispute the claim that you beat the high school girls, because I first played volleyball when I came to Canmore, which was like, I was living at Pigeon Mountain at the time. And my recollection is the high school girls beat everybody. Everybody was very fiercely competitive till the last game, which was always the high school girls, the finals, and they always beat us. And Linda Giles was like one of the best players ever. And so we'll have to check with Brenda though, to see what she says.
Okay, I'm going to interrupt here and get us back to the public hearing. And you two can debate the sports records outside of this public hearing. Thank you very much, Corey, for joining in today. And I'll now ask that Melanie Wood join us.
Hello.
Hello.
Hi, my name is Melanie Wood, and I oppose the two proposals put forward. No, I have not read the ASPs, but my partner Gabe Lamarche, who has already spoken this past Thursday, read them thoroughly. I have been a resident in the Bow Valley for 25 years, 11-year renter in Three Sisters, Canmore. I believe I'm going to be giving you a 10-minute presentation. Thank you for this opportunity. First, I want to just start with time is running out. make room for nature. This is a photograph of elk that we see regularly on the soccer field behind OLS. This is my backyard. I'll start with conversation towards recent hotel and resort builds. Super 8, Base Camp, the Malcolm Hotel, the Holiday Inn Express in Harvey Heights. This is something that I just came across this weekend in a Facebook group. I've just read through it. The Legends Hotel and Pub is being demolished. What I read is that a company called Caribou is taking over the Legends area, as well as the Rocky Mountain Ski Lodge and the AK Motel. And the proposal is for a hotel conference center. Next, we've got Spring Creek, back to the Malcolm Hotel. If you go through this interactive Spring Creek interactive map online, it'll direct you to a future hotel, another future hotel, Spring Creek Vacation, Glacier Rock Lodge, Moraine Ridge Lodge, Creekstone Mountain Lodge, Origin Spring Creek, White Spruce Lodge, Jack Pine Lodge, the Tamarack, townhomes are coming, Timberstone, Grey Wolf, all of this coming, Mountain Links coming, more townhomes, Sparrowhawk coming, Kodiak coming, more townhomes coming, Arnica coming, Spring Creek. It's a beautiful, it looks beautiful, little mini city built within the Downcore area, great walking distance for Spring Creek, but how many units is that going to be? And what will the population be now once it's been fully developed? Move on to the Town of Canmore website. We've got the Lawrence Grassy Middle School site that's in its planning phase of 80 to 100 mixed residential units. Railway Court, conditional on 3 lots that are detached for purchase. Number 1 Industrial Place, approved. Retail, warehouse style, 36 residential units. Moose Meadows, approved. Construction trade shops, laundromats, manufacturing operations. 7th and 7th, redevelopment by the post office, approved. 38 units, 4 of which will be affordable housing, multifamily residential. Approved. Kananaskis Way residential rental apartment of 159 units. Peaks Landing, approved. 2 sites, 14 townhomes, 4 which will be for purchase, 10 affordable housing, and on site 2, 8 duplexes. Silvertip, approved. Mini City, Block 3, 18 new lots, 1 spa resort lot, and 17 resort commercial accommodation lots. Block 10, a neighborhood with 24 duplex lots, 34 detached dwellings, as well as municipal and environmental reserve lots. Move on to the Three Sisters Mountain Village area, Smith Creek. Three Sisters Mountain Village, 3,000 to 5,000 residential units. Smith Creek, 1,000 to 2,100 residential units. Another little mini city. Three Sisters Gateway, to be determined, mixed multi-story residential. What will be the population if Three Sisters Smith Creek will get developed, as well after Silvertip and Spring Creek? Time is running out. Please make room for nature. Photograph of the Three Sisters Parkway. My son and I of 11 years have called it the bum road for the amount of time that we have come across elk traveling on the Three Sisters Parkway with all their bums pointing up. Now we'll move on to the Three Sisters Mountain Village ASP. This is their overlay. It's 2-dimensional. Shows a great span of wildlife corridor, lots of room, looks great, but terrain imposes a significant restriction. So let's look at it in the 3D form. 3D Mountain, Three Sisters Mountain Village. Gives you the idea of what Three Sisters Village is going to look like compared to Three Sisters right now. If we look closely at the top red line where the wildlife fence will be, doesn't give much room for that wildlife corridor when they're pushed up against the mountainside. Taking it into the bare earth terrain model, here you can see old Three Sisters Creek channels coming down. It clearly shows Three Sisters Creek alluvial fan. Three Sisters Creek, it's higher on the west side, lower on the east side, hence the flow moving more towards the east side. Now we've got the overlay of the Three Sisters Village. So I'm not going to go into any of the undermining. I'm going to stick with this alluvial fan here. So there's no, in this green space, we don't see any development here. And say, why? Is it because of the alluvial fan coming down Three Sisters Creek? All I can say is thank goodness that the river, the creek, held its banks and didn't flow into Hubman Landing right here. Anyone who lives in Hubman Landing should take a look at the BGC Three Sisters Creek Hazard Assessment Update Report. Now this is Smith Creek. Again, two-dimensional, looks pretty. Big wildlife corridor coming through here, looks good. But again, terrain imposes significant restrictions. So let's look at it in the 3D form. It's giving you the idea of the size of Smith Creek. This 3D map is showing the steepness of the terrain through the wildlife corridor up here. Again, the top red line is the suggested wildlife fence. If Three Sisters Mountain Village wants to experiment with a wildlife fence, well, we don't really need to clear out new land. They could start with their experiment with the existing Stewart Creek communities. And here you can also see this pinch point coming into the wildlife underpass. Note that it is entirely cleared for the hydro lines and is not offering any cover for wildlife into this tiny little wildlife underpass. Now you got the bare earth terrain model. Again, note to the top red line, the steepness of this rugged terrain for the wildlife corridor and how much is blocked off in the entrance into the Wind Valley. There's your overlay. Just again here, trying to show you the steepness, the ruggedness of this terrain. Smith Creek, looking east to west terrain, not much of a valley bottom to build on. It's very rugged through here. And then we're going from east or west to east. This is your corridor up here. Humans take the path of least resistance. So do most animals.
Excuse me, Ms. Wood, this is your 9-minute time check.
Okay, thank you. Note the red and gray overlay here for the industrial and commercial developments. Can it actually be developed? The steepness of the residential area for the suggested school is right here. There's a ravine right here, and this is Cairns Creek. It's poorly suited for a schoolyard. Cairns Creek, there's your school, Cairns Creek. This is a picture of a cliff face, a rock canyon coming through here. And this is green space for the riparian area. Is there actually any developable land to build on? Green areas have been avoided because of creek hazards, debris flows. Three Sisters Valley Wildlife Corridor moved up the side of the mountain. This is your suggested wildlife corridor. No development should be allowed to start without first establishing this wildlife underpass. How long does it take for animals to adjust to a new wildlife underpass? Probably years. So no development until animals have become adjusted. So when is enough enough? This is on the Guy Lafleur Trail. They're not the giant red cedars of California, but they're pretty giant for our Bow Valley.
Ms. Wood, I'll ask if you're ready to wrap this up.
Yep, this is my last slide. Thank you. We are an international tourist destination. We're also an international population. So what the decision that we make now will get spread far and wide. Banff National Park is our neighbor, and their mandate is to preserve and protect for future generations. So I do ask, please listen to the citizens who are passionate about wanting to save Canmore, save the wildlife, and save the Bow Valley. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions from members of council? Seeing none, thanks again for joining this morning. And I will ask Nicholas Brundell to join us.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you, Mayor and Council, for listening and taking this time. I am speaking today against the Three Sisters Mountain Village and the Smith Creek ASP. With a wildlife corridor that experts like Carsten Hauer has commented on as too narrow and steep for wildlife, it risks closing off an important part of the Yellowstone to Yukon Wildlife Corridor. The new urban growth boundary pushes us closer to the protected Wind Valley and cuts the available corridor for wildlife even smaller. Wildlife like to live and travel in similar landscapes as people. So you could probably imagine how it would feel like if the opposite of these developments were the suggestion. That the valley would become a wildlife refuge and we were pushed up on these slopes to live and move. It would be pretty terrible. And so it would be for the animals. Part of construction is on a heavily undermined golf course. That golf course is now a wildlife barrier. And experts have warned that sinkholes could create a big problem and that the area should not be used for a residential area. And if it's something we should have learned over these past 12 months, and I would hope it is that we should listen to experts. These buildings, no matter how modern or expensive they are, can lose their value if the problems become a reality. The town of Canmore has declared a climate emergency, yet the developer wants to use cement to backfill mine shafts, cement being a product with a large CO2 emission. That does not align with the declared climate emergency that council has declared, and to approve development with these high emissions and removing a wildlife barrier to build on risky land after declaring that emergency would show a complete lack of understanding what the word emergency means. I don't want to see a Canmore that's on the wrong side of history in protecting these beautiful animals we have here. Wolf, grizzly, elk, a lot of animals that like to move through the Skogan Pass and Wind Valley. We can't deny how important it is to protect the remaining wildlife we have. We need biodiversity, and we can't pretend that big developments that cover a large part of our remaining valley won't have a negative effect on that wildlife. The wildlife we have in this area is what makes it so special. I grew up in Europe and I could live in the Alps if I wanted to, but I decided to move to Canada because of the beautiful wildlife I have here. The ability that you might run into a grizzly bear makes it feel more wild. It is what makes the Rockies special, is that we have these animals. When the Three Sister Mountain Village talks about how meditation of wildlife issues and undermining will work, as the experts are saying that they won't, it reminds me of buying my first used car here in Canada. How the last owner said it had years to go and it would keep going, kilometer after kilometer. But when I checked with a mechanic after I bought it, the mechanic said the opposite, and the car fell apart within a year of buying it. When I hear the Three Sisters, it reminds me of the old owner saying that everything was fine and it would keep running. And it didn't. And I don't think that these meditation works will work either. So I'm asking the council to decline both ASPs and listen to the experts instead of listening to the one with money on the line. Thank you for listening.
Thank you, sir. Are there any questions from members of council for Mr. Brundell? Seeing none, thank you very much.
Thank you.
What's the time? 11:47. This time I'll ask Camille Hemmingson to join us.
Good morning.
Hi.
Good morning, Mayor Borman and councillors. Thank you for your dedication and your service and for listening. I've been so impressed with your stamina. And I was thinking, thank goodness we're doing this on Zoom because I can't imagine how an in-person public hearing would work. Your team's been amazing. So thank you for the opportunity to speak. My name is Camille Hemmingson. I've lived in Canmore for 27 years now. I'm raising 2 great kids here, and there are now 4 generations of my family who call Canmore home. I'm speaking today as a Canmore resident and homeowner and mom. I've read the ASPs and some of the supporting documents as well. And I'm speaking today in opposition to Bylaws 2021-05 and 2021-06. Not against development, but I share the concerns raised by many, including changing the zoning of the currently unbuilt golf course and reducing a tenuous wildlife corridor, the financial risk in taking on more liability with future undermining hazards and residential development that may not pay for itself, changing the urban growth boundary to allow development on land already zoned for wildland conservation, and the increased scope of the project when we have declared a climate emergency. Others have articulated these ideas really clearly, so I want to use my time just to address one observation. And that is, there have been years of work into these ASPs, yet if we put up what we heard from the applicant against what we heard from this public hearing so far, there's a disconnect in what's being reflected there. And maybe that's because so much has changed since the developer's engagement process, which I believe was in 2018. We have a new municipal development plan. We've declared a climate emergency. There's always new science and knowledge coming forward. And of course, we're living through a pandemic. So for whatever the reason, what's been reflected back to us in the ASPs through the developer-led engagement is different from what I'm seeing reflected here. And if we don't bridge that gap somehow, I fear we'll be living in a polarized community for many decades. We need time to pause for community-wide discussions and incorporate that discussion into a clear vision, or our future will be prescribed for us. You could use the momentum from this hearing as an opportunity to harness all of the energy and expertise that's come forward as a force for collaboration and innovation. If you can imagine putting everyone in a room together to find out where we can agree and what we could change, and at the end, maybe coming out with a plan that has broad support. I'd love to see whatever happens on these lands be successful in a way that the community can get behind and be proud of, because the alternative I see is a really fractured and polarized town mourning what was lost. And that's not where I want to live. It's not where I want my family to live. So we need to decide what we want to be when we grow up. We could be another pretty mountain resort, or maybe we could be something really amazing and innovative and better. So I'm asking you to use the tools you have, whether it's postponing second reading or outright rejection of the ASPs. I believe we need an opportunity to renew the input through the lens of citizens before making decisions that affect the very essence of the community. And like Renee Fowler that spoke earlier today, I too want to be able to look my kids in the eye and say that I did everything I could to protect what they love. So the sheer size and scope on 80% of the remaining developable land in Canmore will change this valley forever as we know it. And for that reason, it's really critical to get it right. Again, I'm not anti-development, but if that development comes at the expense of our wildlife and our finances and our incredible community, those would be trade-offs that I'm not willing to make. So for those reasons, I can't support the ASPs as submitted. Thank you.
Thank you for sharing that perspective, Ms. Hemmingson. Are there questions at this time for Camille? Councillor McCallum.
Thank you, Mayor Barman, and thank you, Ms. Hemmingson, for presenting to Council today. I know that you're presenting as an individual and a mother, but I was wondering if I could tap into your professional expertise in terms of the affordable housing that is being proposed and just affordable housing plans in general. Do you have any insight from your real estate background on how the town might address this issue in other ways rather than through the development angle?
Sure, thanks for the question, Councillor McCallum. Is your question more about how to do it outside this development, or how to?
Well, there seems to be some conflicted, not ideas, but yeah, ideas, I guess, about whether the density bonusing is actually a good tool to use in this development or any development really, to be able to get ourselves as a community more affordable housing. And I'm wondering if you have any ideas outside of those tools that we might tap into, any ideas you might have.
Yeah, it's a great question. I don't pretend to be an expert in development. I see firsthand every day the struggles of affordability in the community from the purchasing side, more so than the rental side, but from the purchasing side. And, you know, I think we have some good initiatives on the table so far, such as accessory dwelling units in existing dwellings. I'm not convinced that the bonusing, the density bonusing is going to deliver all of the units that it could. And I do have a concern that if a future builder decided, for example, to go with net zero construction in order to meet their bonusing instead of going the affordable housing route, that we might not get that affordable housing component delivered. You know, I think we could look outside our community into other areas that have constrained footprints and see what they're doing to increase density. You know, could be anything, could be something like tiny houses. We had something brought forward a few years ago that I think never made it past the starting mark. But I'm not sure if I can answer your question in terms of how to get more affordable housing in the community. I think if it's done in a way that can give people some connectivity to the community, not forcing it out. You know, if I look at the affordable housing that's proposed in the Smith Creek area structure plan, about half of that in the pie chart references accessory dwelling units. And my understanding is that those ADUs would be roughed in or made ready, but not necessarily built. So if I think about
that's always been a challenge, of course, right? We can build suite, but we can't really force them to, which is sort of why we've, in the last update of the land use bylaw, made them a permitted use and single detached without a suite, a discretionary use, trying to really encourage that. But like, you know, we can't force people to rent them. And if people are building a $1, $2, $3, $4 million home, I'm going to guess a suite is not on their list of priorities.
Right.
I was just curious if you had seen in your travels anything outside of density bonusing that that you might want to share. And I haven't seen you in a while face to face, so it's nice to ask you a question regardless.
I did, preparing for this, I did do a little surfing around to look at ideas and inspiration from other communities. So if you want to take that conversation offline later, we can chat about that.
I'd love to buy the coffee.
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you, Ms. Hemmingson.
Thanks for the question.
Thank you, Camille. Are there any other questions from members of council for Ms. Hemmingson? Seeing none, thanks again for joining us today. At this time, I'm going to stop just a few minutes early from our schedule. I have a vaccine shot scheduled shortly, and I have to leave, so I'll call the 1 hour lunch break at this time, and we'll reconvene, let's say, at 1 p.m. Thank you. Okay, it appears that we have most of council back in the meeting out there. Now we have all of council. Just before I ask the first speaker to join us, I want to note, as I mentioned this morning in my opening remarks, I just want to give another reminder that we are committed to hearing from people who want to speak at the public hearing. We are currently scheduled to continue the public hearing until 6 o'clock today, as well tomorrow. And we already have had approximately 320 people register. The requests to speak have slowed down. If you'd like to speak at the public hearing, please register with the municipal clerk's office at municipal.clerk@canmore.ca before 4 p.m. today, and we will accommodate anyone who registers before then. We do need to schedule our next meetings in order to accommodate the final steps of the public hearing, as well as accommodating our regularly scheduled council meetings to address other council business. There is other business we have to be managing. And we're trying to squeeze in a few additional meetings to meet those needs. But I remind residents that apart from myself, this is a part-time council, and many councillors have jobs and families, and so going above and beyond. The public has had 35 days to register to speak, and the municipal clerk's office has worked diligently to accommodate everyone's expression of interest in speaking at the public hearing. And of course, anyone who is unable to submit their request today can still send in their written submission before the end of the public hearing. And with that, I will invite, first on my list of speakers is Colleen Campbell.
Mayor Borman, if I may.
Yes.
We had two speakers that we were unable to get to before lunch. So the first up would be Lavina.
Okay, sorry about that. Great. Let's hear from Ms. Gilliland.
Hi, I'm Lavina Gilliland. Hi, Council and Mayor Bowerman. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. I have considered the ASPs at a high level and have learned a great deal more having listened to the many presentations. I'm in awe by the intelligent, thoughtful, well-researched presentations over the past week, and many thanks to everyone for doing that. I have been in Peaks of Grassy Quarry Pines since 2005 and have been a very active member of the community. I am opposed to the ASPs as presented and wholeheartedly agree with the arguments against it, including but not limited to the wildlife and environmental concerns, the additional stress to the infrastructure of our town. Imagine another 5,000 cars coming over that bridge, and the lack of engagement of the Indigenous people whose lands and people we must honor. I would like to emphasize an issue that I feel has not had much attention. Due to the well-documented inherent dangers of the undermined land, the risk to life, children, livelihoods, and life savings cannot be understated. This area is dangerous without buildings on it. The potential for sinkholes, even just walking in some areas, is high. And then there's the potential for underground methane coal fires. Is this a risk worth taking? People's lives? What financial institution and or insurance company in their right minds, knowing these risks, as they would have to be disclosed, would support a family or a business needing financing and insurance? Something to think about. I have strong opinions about the viability of many affordable housing models and appreciate that it is desperately needed in Canmore. And I would like to be involved in developing a viable solution using my training in community design. Nevertheless, are you willing to put taxpayers' dollars and residents in affordable housing at risk, knowing these dangers? I understand that the town would be liable. I would far rather be taxed to have the town purchase these lands, clean up the terrible mess left behind by the developers, and to help restore the fragile ecosystem for the wildlife, securing dangerous areas for all to enjoy. Council members, I salute you for the time and energy you give and appreciate that you are listening to everyone's concerns. You carry the weight of the citizens on your shoulders. Thank you. And by the way, Mayor Bowerman, the art behind you is the best Zoom background I've ever seen.
Well, thank you for saying that. As I mentioned to a previous speaker, that the painting was done by one of Canmore's favorite artists, who's unfortunately passed away, Zelda Nelson, a fabulous painter. And thank you for bringing your thoughts to share with us today. I wonder.
Thank you for the time.
My pleasure, our pleasure. Are there any questions from members of council? Seeing none, thanks again for joining us today.
Thank you. Good luck.
Thank you. Next, I'll ask Vincent Clement to join us. Maybe that's Clement.
Yes, can you hear me well?
Yes.
And see me? Perfect. Well, good afternoon, Mr. Mayor Boroman and council members. Thanks for this opportunity. I'm a wildlife biologist, environment consultant, and a resident of Canmore. I'm very concerned about the Three Sister Mountain Village latest development proposal. I'm not against development in Canmore, but rather the scale of the development that is proposed by TSMV that will transform the town, impact the wildlife habitats, as well as deplete the biophysical quality of the local and regional environment. I think it's rather singular that only one company can have such a transformative impact on the land and on the local population. As said, it's not the fact that it's a development, but rather the scale of it that is problematic and will have major long-term and irreversible impacts. Therefore, I oppose the TSMV project for many reasons, and namely for the following two ones. First of all, wildlife corridor and management. TSMV's request to expand our urban growth boundary, which is meant to limit our footprint and to ensure a balance between nature and development in sensitive areas. As stated in the MSCS third-party review of the TSMV Impacts Today report that was commissioned by the town, several gaps and concerns were identified and related to the mitigation measures that have been proposed to limit human-wildlife interaction and to maintain the ecological functionality of the wildlife habitats. So firstly, because of the design of the camera monitoring studies, the data collected was not suitable for making inter-annual comparison, okay? As well, habitat relationship and wildlife use data are based on older data sets that may not capture more recent changes in wildlife use associated with increase in human use, right? There's more and more people around town, so it might not reflect what we're living right now. So setting up fences as a hard boundary coupled with education and signage in designated trail is the main mitigation factor proposed by the proponent. It is said that during the construction process, monitoring studies will be performed to investigate and measure its effectiveness, and adjustment will be provided based on adaptive management concepts. While adaptive management is well used in environmental assessment and impacts, it can only be as good as the quality of the initial baseline information gathered prior to construction. Solid data gathering is mandatory to be able to measure and understand the impacts. In this case, considering that the data does not provide proper certainty about baseline conditions, how can appropriate adaptive management be implemented? Secondly, the study does not outline future monitoring targets or tie them to threshold for management action or management responses. It is intended by TSMV that the monitoring and adaptive management plan be developed once the ASP approval is given, but it would rather be important to better understand the risk and potential impacts prior to move ahead in accepting the ASP. When the ASP is granted, the project moves into its second phase of approval and ultimately into construction. Built land cannot be deconstructed. And once underway, the pressure from the project's lobby, there's going to be a lot of money involved in this, will be very strong, and substantial modification to the future fence delineation will be very difficult to achieve. The third one, the third concern that MSES has observed, they had identified another important concern in the EIS, stating that the level of confidence surrounding the net zero impact is based on assumptions that are that the proposed mitigations, which are again fencing and educational effort, will be 100% effective for reducing human use on designated trails. As MSES points out, some of the wildlife species are already considered at serious risk at existing conditions. So there is a real concern about the consequences of mitigation ineffectiveness, given that human use is already a problem for wildlife attempting to use the corridor. So if mitigation does not function as predicted, and this is a real potential outcome considering the lack of updated data, the residual impacts could be higher than the neutral magnitude rating provided in the EIS. And as well, by doubling the number of residents in Canmore, there will be a high use of landscape and recreational infrastructure. When this happens, many people will seek less used areas to find peacefulness and could most likely use this area to recreate, which will greatly reduce effectiveness of the mitigations and put enormous pressure on wildlife in the corridor. So hence, and as pointed out by MSES, considering that 1, the gap in the baseline assessment, 2, the over-optimistic assumption used for estimating the impact, 3, the unavoidable pressure of growing population from the development, and 4, the difficulty to measure the impact and provide enough certainty to reopening the management plan, it is clear that too many uncertainties exist and that solid scientific conclusions and proper mitigations aren't presented by the proponent. So the other concern that I have is related to undermining and climate action plan contradiction. I understand that TSMV could benefit from bonus density by building staff housing, which is greatly needed in Canmore, as well as building infrastructure that reduces energy consumption from standard provincial level. Considering that the large part of the land has been mined and involves significant risk of creating sinkholes, the mitigation put forward by the developer will consist in pouring a concrete-based material in high-risk areas. Science tells us that we need to shift our focus from efficiency of building operations toward a full life cycle perspective so that it includes embodied GHG emissions, which means emissions arising from manufacturing and processing of building materials, and further down construction, and after that, utilization of the housing. So according to data from the Government of Canada, the CO2 budget of the entire life cycle of a home is about 25% of embodied GHG emissions, and the remaining 75% would be attributable to construction and operation of a home. And as an example, the Canadian average home emission is about 5.5 tons of CO2 equivalent per year, to give you a little of a gauge here. So to put this in perspective, production of concrete requires a substantial amount of energy and necessarily emits an enormous amount of GHG during the process because the creation of cement. Portland cement produces about 2,000 kilos, so 2 tons of CO2 per metric ton, cubic meters. So 2 tons per cubic meters. So how many cubic meters will it be required to stabilize the problematic areas? Probably hundreds, maybe thousands, who knows? We understand that it's an ash-based mix that's going to be used as part of the concrete mix, but the proponent does not provide information regarding the amount of GHG coming from the process and from implementing the work. we can assume that it can highly increase the carbon budget of the entire life cycle of houses above normal standard in the industry. So by adding clean energy infrastructure to the operations, this could only partly compensate the upstream CO2 emissions coming from the undermining mitigation. And because this will break the bank in terms of carbon budget at the very beginning of the project, the bulk of the emissions compensation could only start to be tangible in the far future, probably 15, 20 years, something like this, which is really, yes.
This is your 9-minute time check.
Perfect, I'll be finished quite shortly. So, yeah, so this is really too far down the road. So in a nutshell, TSMV is proposing a mitigation to the undermining that will not eliminate all the risk related to the formation of sinkhole. That's a real problem in itself. And by pouring a concrete mix that will most likely generate high amount of GHG. This method will be used in an area that could receive bonus density because of clean energy equipment setup, but won't even compensate for the higher carbon budget of the entire life cycle of the proposed houses. So I think this should be readdressed. So in conclusion, we are seeing that there's construction valuable corridor patches on both sides of the valley presently. The Silvertip Resort has started to construct in 2 blocks. Those areas were closed to walkers and the trails were closed to walkers before, and now we're building houses in it. I understand that those projects were designed and approved 30 years ago, but the situation presently then is quite different than the one we're living right now. So if I want to conclude, irreversible impacts of the ecosystem, airshed, and watershed in over-urbanized areas are well understood and documented. If Canmore area becomes totally urbanized like it is heading towards, we will have chosen to fail at a critical moment where we should have taken actions, and action is today. So please, Council, we would like to see the town empower itself and implement its climate action plan and preserve the fragile and unique environment that we have in Canmore. Thanks for taking the time to listen and taking into consideration our concerns. Thank you very much.
Bon, merci beaucoup, Monsieur Clément.
Thank you.
And I will look to the rest of council to see if there are any questions. Seeing none, again, thank you for joining us this afternoon.
Thank you. Thank you to all.
This time I will ask John Martland to join in. There we go. Mr. Martland.
Thank you, Mayor. So Mayor Borrowman and members of council, I'm delighted to have this opportunity to make a few remarks to you. And I want to thank you very much for the patience and attention that you've all shown over what have turned into a very lengthy proceedings. My name is John Martland. My wife Jill and I are permanent residents, having moved here about 14 years ago. We came here because we wanted to be in a small town with a big heart, and we've found that. We've made a real effort to become involved in local matters. I am an almost retired litigation lawyer from a large firm in Calgary. I say almost because I still have my Law Society ticket, but it's a pro bono ticket, which means I can assist others, but not charge them. And some might say the advice they get is perhaps worth what they pay for it. My comments today are just going to be addressed to the legal issues. I've heard the other, many of the other submissions and know what the positions are. I can start by saying that my wife and I are opposed to this development proceeding. But I think you need to think a little bit about, were it to proceed, what might be the various legal consequences of that. I've had a lot of experience in this area over 40 years as a trial lawyer. And while I'd like to make a couple of comments, I do want to, in a typical lawyerly way, make it clear I'm not today providing legal advice, and I'm not giving a formal legal opinion. Rather, I'm just presenting my professional observations on the process and on the materials. I've looked over the statute, I've looked over a number of the written materials, I've looked at some of the reports that have come forward. I think we can say one thing is clear. This proposal and its consequences are complex and intricate. In short, you might say what we have here is a porcupine. It's just bristling with sharp legal points. In general terms, those legal issues arise because this is a complicated process. There are a myriad of interesting legal issues, and I would predict that lawsuits, law challenges will come about if the matter proceeds. And I can tell you certainly that they would be lengthy and expensive as they wend their way through the court. To give you an example of a few of the types of legal issues, we start off with the rather confusing interaction of the various levels involved in this. At the top of the heap is the Municipal Government Act. It's the one that provides for a municipal development plan. And under section 638(2), it says that the municipal development plan is to prevail over other forms. For example, of the other forms, we have the ASPs, about which much attention is being paid, the NRCB, land use bylaws that council can pass, the development proposal itself, and a whole rash of studies and expert reports. As we look at all of those and see what's being claimed at various levels, we see some confusion as to who can rule on the certain matters. Does the NRCB take precedence over a town bylaw? Is a study more important, one study more important than another one? And as you work through the process, I think challenges are going to be made based on those kinds of intricacies and difficulties. Another example would be undermining, where I'd say there isn't just a danger from a collapse, but also a real danger of liability issues arising for the town. When a sinkhole occurs, who pays for it? Now, I know under the 2020 undermining review, it says that the developers to ensure that engineers have appropriate insurance coverage for $5 million per occurrence. And I know that the developer is to carry that kind of insurance, $5 million per occurrence, for a period of 2 years beyond the development having been completed. But there are a lot of hypothetical situations that a lawyer can come up with, and that's what we delight in doing, and saying, what happens in this situation or that situation? Top of the list, what happens if the developer is bankrupt and there is no insurance? And this is a project where you might say there's been a propensity towards bankruptcy. What happens if the insurer denies for any number of reasons. What happens if the sinkhole occurs after the 2-year period? In a lot of these hypothetical situations where they come about, the person who'll be paying is you and me and all the other taxpayers. And we've already had examples of that happening. There are also problems with the request for rezoning. And for council to proceed with rezoning, there are many legal obligations, standards of care, fair play, judgment, all those things that come into account. That's fine, but I suspect it's going to be open to a lot of discussion and challenge were that to occur. So overall, I'm simply saying you should have a healthy concern about how many legal issues might be unleashed if this development proceeds, the length of time that they could take, and the cost of running them. In the meantime, you have an uncertain outcome and unfortunately some divisiveness developing in the community over them as they come along. Let me close by saying that perhaps what we have here today is a table that you're facing, such as the one you see at the Calgary Stampede, called the Whack-A-Mole. And as you know, there's a board with holes in it, a furry little creature pops up, and you whap it with the mallet that they give you. And I think there may be an analogy to the situation you've had here. In the early 90s, a little gopher-like creature stuck its head up above the ground, looking suspiciously like Peter Pocklington, and the mallet was taken, it was bopped on the head and disappeared into bankruptcy.
Excuse me, Mr. Martland, I know you're wrapping
Yes.
up. It's your 9-minute time check.
Thank you. Next, we have a somewhat larger gopher coming along in the 2000s. It too is bopped on the head. Then a receiver gopher pops up with a few ideas. It's been hit on the head. And here we are again today with this proposal, a larger gopher with bigger teeth and a bigger appetite. And that's what you're facing. And I would say to you, you have the mallet. And I think the citizens are saying to you, use that mallet. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Mr. Martland. And as a well-experienced person in the legal profession, you had your presentation timed to the second just about.
That's how we get our pay.
Right. I'm looking to see if there are any questions from members of council. And I see none, so thank you very much for taking the time this afternoon. Oh, hold on. Councillor Comfort does have a question.
Yes, I was wondering if, as you consider the legal issues, what issues would there be for the town, if any, if we turn this proposal down? I mean, I know we have to have a lot of good reasons to do that, but I'm just wondering what kind of exposure you see for the town in that situation.
I think
I don't know if we should be seeking legal opinions on that sort of a question, Councillor Comfort.
Okay, whatever you think. I just, as a professional person, he's given us his opinion of liabilities going forward. I'm just wondering what else he might see.
Feels to me like seeking legal opinion, just in the context of the question, the way you phrased it. I'm sure you could connect afterwards, if you like, with Mr. Martland and explore your curiosity.
Maybe that's what I'll do.
Great. And seeing no other questions, Mr. Martland, thank you again for joining us today.
Thank you.
This time I will ask Helen Rolfe to join us.
Hello there. Give me a second.
Hi.
Okay. Hello, Mr. Mayor Boroman and town councillors. Thank you for providing this platform to speak. My name is Helen Rolfe. I have lived and worked in Canmore for 25 years and have had the great privilege of raising my family here. My children are second generation Canmore residents. Today, I am here to put a voice and face behind the letter I submitted earlier to council and to stand by my daughter who spoke to you last week on behalf of the youth of our town. Having already heard so many expert opinions in opposition to the Three Sisters Mountain Village development, I wondered what I could possibly add to the mix that would make a difference. In fact, I caught myself thinking, I'm just a mom, and then realized that the mom point of view might carry some weight. So everyone, this is your mother speaking. When decisions are difficult, it means they require more time and consideration, much like this multi-day meeting demonstrates. If there is great uncertainty or risk involved, always err on the side of caution. Be deeply aware of outcomes that are irreversible and be sure of decisions when pushing the boundary of no return. The Three Sisters Mountain Village proposal raises red flags, if not full stops, on all accounts related to extending urban growth boundaries, rezoning conservation wildlands for urban development, increasing the number of residential units allowed to be built on TSMV lands, and narrowing wildlife corridors, let alone building on undermined land, increasing Canmore's carbon footprint, and raising municipal taxes. None of this is easy to navigate, and there may be no perfect solutions, but there is room for pause and reset before overdevelopment occurs and the town of Canmore becomes a city. If we lessen our commitment to wildlife, animal populations will suffer and our community will lose the part of our unique identity that prioritizes wilderness, an identity that I have instilled in my children from day one. If we ignore the dangers of building on undermined land as though mining never occurred here, we disconnect from our past and fail to acknowledge lessons already learned. If the future is what we are focused on today, then we must listen to our youth and establish a path of sustainable growth that they can uphold in years to come. As it stands, the Three Sisters Mountain Village Development Plan is not that path. Please say no. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Rolfe, for your presentation. And I will look to other members of council to see if there are any questions for Ms. Rolfe. And I see none, so thank you again for joining in this afternoon.
Thank you.
At this time, I will ask Genevieve Wright to join us.
Here we are.
Here we are.
Hi.
Hi.
So I have 2 minutes, so I'm going to get right at it. Good afternoon, Mayor Boroman, esteemed councillors. I'd like to begin by acknowledging that I'm speaking to you as a grateful settler on Treaty 7 land. I'm deeply grateful for all you do on our behalf as our town council, and also for this opportunity to be heard. Full disclosure here, I'd rather have a root canal than speak in public. However, there is so much wrong about this proposal that I cannot remain silent. I have also submitted some comments in writing. I come to you today as a mother, as a 34-year resident of Canmore, almost a local, and as a citizen of the earth. By now, you have all the information you need to make your decision. Leaders all over the world are being asked to do what you are being called to do now. You are being called to show leadership that is of a different kind than we have known in the past. You are being called to continue showing the kind of leadership and courage it took to unanimously adopt the declaration of a state of climate emergency in 2019. Leaders everywhere, all over the world, are having to make very difficult decisions these days. So you're in good company. Now the imperative is to do the right thing for us, for our children, for their children, and for generations to come. I feel humbled and grateful to find myself among such a skilled, devoted group of residents. Again, thank you for considering my voice.
Thank you very much, Genevieve, for rising above your stated fear of speaking in public. And I think we all understand that feeling. Are there any questions from other members of council for Ms. Wright? I see none. So again, I'll thank you for taking the time to join us this afternoon and share your heartfelt thoughts.
Thank you.
At this point, I will ask Nikki Helm to join us.
Hello.
Hello.
Can you hear me okay? Okay. Hi, good afternoon. Hi.
Hello.
Thank you for having me here today. I really appreciate it. I know you guys have probably had a pretty long week. I come, I guess, here for you today. I was raised in a small town in British Columbia in Rossland and made my way to the Bow Valley about 15 years ago. Living in Banff for much of that time and more recently in Canmore. I'm a wildlife ecologist. I have a master's degree and my research was focused on evaluating carnivore distribution right here in the Rockies. I've worked as a wildlife coexistence specialist in Banff National Park and a park ecologist for the Kananaskis region. I know these issues well, and after reviewing the ASPs in question, I am here today to oppose the current proposals outlined in both the Three Sisters and Smith Creek ASPs. Though I'm in opposition to these proposals for several reasons, many of those reasons that have been talked about in length to you for the last week. Given the time available, I will just speak to my concerns for the long-term survivability and sustainability of our wildlife populations that reside in and near the Bow Valley, with and alongside us, for those species that were here long before we were. After the many brilliant voices that have come to you over the past week and prior to this hearing, it will be nothing new to hear that the current proposals will negatively impact wildlife, with potentially irreversible implications. You've been shown all the numbers, the graphs, the maps, the peer-reviewed research papers, and you've heard the pleas to consider our grave responsibility and opportunity to contribute as leaders to the global environmental crisis of biodiversity loss and the climate change emergency. The Y to Y initiative is founded on these pleas and the solutions. But in the ASPs, you've also been given information on how these impacts can be mitigated. It sounds simple. It sounds like they have it all figured out. You just put up a vivid fence, leave a strip of land that connects to a new underpass, and wildlife will make their way. But we all know that it's not that simple. I've seen firsthand how complicated it can be in the real world. Without efforts and capacity afforded to us by those such as our westerly neighbors in Banff National Park, wildlife have a fleeting chance of safely navigating to and through that strip of land that they're proposing. This also makes the erroneous assumption that this is all wildlife need to do. Just quickly zip across the other magical side of a narrow, busy, and convoluted rainbow. What we forget is that animals also require the space to forage, rest, and mate. Different animals have different tolerances and reactions to people, disturbance, and to the human-dominated environment. All the life requirements our native species need are still here, barely hanging on. But if we play our cards right, we might still be able to retain them here in Canmore. I've spent much of my adult life monitoring wildlife and how they deal with people and development, both in my ecological research and while working as a human wildlife coexistence specialist. And I can tell you, they do not just zip from point A to point B. There should be no disputing the parameters describing a functional corridor as you would have reviewed in several of the recommended guideline documents, such as those identified in the BC Ag. And when these wildlife corridors do not meet the guidelines and when they are not effective, when animals don't make it from one side to the other, it's the wildlife professionals, people like me, that are the ones that really see and feel the harsh repercussions of that poor planning. It's hard work, it breaks my heart, and it is preventable. It looks like scraping pieces of dead elk and bears off the highway, carrying wolf pups off railways who just lost their mother, or having to shoot a healthy animal that we deem a problem because they just come a little too close or went to the wrong side of that fence, often because they had no other option. I offer these images to you not to be dramatic, but for you to heartfully appreciate the reality of the ever-expanding development interest in human footprint. This happens because people and our decision makers don't always listen to what nature needs and to what science has been telling us for a long time. The ASPs also use flashy and contemporary concepts like adaptive management, which I just heard Vincent Clement talk to you about. But adaptive management can only be effective with both active and targeted research and monitoring that evaluates the strategy or plan and an ability to reverse the management action if it's found to be ineffective. That means looking for the evidence that the proposed mitigations work, that there is the ability and capacity to truly adapt management, which becomes more and more difficult with increasing infrastructure and permanency. If we think about the Smith Creek proposal, I will pose the question of how adaptive management can be accomplished when faced with that permanent infrastructure and decommissioning a once hugely successful wildlife crossing structure, leaving that mother bear and her cubs wondering what just happened to that wide and open patch of land that they could safely follow and move beyond that noisy highway. You've also heard this message, but I will repeat it. The mitigations described in these ASPs are not sufficient at present. They ignore appropriate and scientifically sound recommendations. In closing, the current draft plans and mitigations outlined in the ASPs are wholly inappropriate and insufficient for multiple reasons, many of those that you've heard already. I oppose both the ASPs and encourage you to reject them as well. Leave a legacy, one that allows your children's children to be able to know and feel wildness right in their backyards. We've been lucky enough to know it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. As you were introducing yourself, I found myself wondering if there's any other communities in Canada that has as many ecologists and environmental experts as per capita as we do in Canmore.
Probably not. There's a lot of us. I wasn't sure about even speaking because of that, but.
Yeah. Used to be, and still is, we have more artists per capita than other communities in the country, but I think perhaps that title is being taken away. Regardless, I appreciate you being here to share your thoughts, and I look to members of council to see if there's any questions for you. And I see none, so again, thank you very much for taking your time to join us today.
Thank you.
At this time, I will ask Cecile Lafleur to join us.
Can you, oh, I can see myself. Okay.
There you are.
First of all, I want to Mayor Borman and the esteemed councillors, town councillors, thank you for listening to all of us concerned citizens. You're going through a lot. You look refreshed this morning, which is good. And I hope that you really take our considerations and our concerns to heart. I would like to acknowledge that we are on Treaty 7, traditional lands of the Stoney Nakoda and Tsuut'ina nations and the Blackfoot, Siksika, Kainai, Piikani, as well as the Region 3 Métis. I think we do have a responsibility to be stewards of the land. I've been so impressed with all of the people who've spoken, the experts, just like Nicole Heim recently, John Martland, Vincent Clement. I almost feel like I don't have a lot to say, but I think it's important for you to hear the voices of all the citizens of this town. My name is Cécile Lafleur, and my husband and I have been residents here since 1995 when he was reassigned to Banff by Parks Canada. And we have been homeowners since January 97. I am opposed to the Three Sisters Mountain Village and Smith Creek ASPs, as outlined by the bylaws 2021-5 and 2021-6. For all the reasons that the concerned citizens of Canmore have been telling you during these public hearings. However, I'll speak to mainly these reasons. One that is close to my heart is the impact on the wildlife. Secondly is building on undermined lands that really could lead to huge liabilities for the town, as outlined by Mr. Martland. And the need for more commercial development and affordable housing rather than tourist homes and second homes. I'm sure many of you remember back in 1970, the world was grappling with the concern that the world population was increasing from 2 billion to 4 billion. Now it is doubling from 4 billion to 8 billion. This is why species are disappearing, are becoming extinct, as Brenda Davison told us in her presentation. If Homo sapiens do not stop being so egocentric, we will send more species into extinction, not excluding ourselves. And as we've seen with the pandemic, we continually try to stop nature from doing her work. And I mean, I'm going for my vaccine, so I'm just like everyone else. This is why wildlife habitat and wildlife corridors must be protected and should be written in stone. Development will continue to be an issue. It is time man started ensuring we do the right thing for the survival of other species. And in this case, it's the grizzly bear, the wolves, the cougars, that all need the space to move through long distances to maintain their existence. We won't be here forever. As we continue to spread and destroy the environment that is crucial to the survival of other species, do we need to destroy species as before we go? Whenever there is a development, there is compromise. And sadly, it is always what was there before that loses. Not the developer losing space, but whatever is there has to give up something. And in this case, it is the wildlife that is compromising the most. There is enough evidence based on scientific fact, as you've heard from all the experts during this, and they're all unbiased, independent biologists at these hearings. The Bow Valley is an important east-west connectivity through the Canadian Rockies. And unlike the Athabasca and Peace Rivers, it's a very narrow river, valley. So the animals are really squeezed in by the high walls. The wildlife corridors proposed are totally inadequate. Furthermore, the area at the mouth of Wind Valley is crucial for wildlife moving through the valley. It is also important to keep the buffer zones provided for the Three Sisters golf course. And it's for this reason that I ask you to deny the expansion of the town growth boundaries as proposed by the Smith Creek ASP. The MDP gives you that the opportunity to do that. Secondly, are of course the constraints of building on the undermined lands have been well documented. And I don't have the expertise to go into this. And fortunately, you've heard from those experts, but it is unfortunate that Jerry Stevenson is not here to share that expert knowledge, being that he understood those mines completely. I was going to go on about the liabilities, about the developer not having enough insurance to cover that. John Martland covered that very well. All I would say is that really, if they are 100% certain about those grounds, they should provide insurance in the billions, because that's probably what would cost for the people who might end up having problems. Or as one presenter stated, anyone before they bought or even purchased the land or developed the land, homes on that land, should be obliged to watch the video that Glenn Crawford and Jerry Auld produced. I can bet that there'd be very few homes sold in that case. I consider it irresponsible for a developer who knowingly knows the complexity of the undermining in that area to develop or sell that land for development. And likewise, I feel it would be irresponsible for elected officials to approve such a development, knowing what the liabilities could be. The unfortunate consequence of capitalism is this constant need to make profits, and not just minimum profits, but maximum profits. And this is what happens to it. We lead to developing areas that shouldn't be. Thirdly, so many people in this valley are content to live with less. Most residents don't need or want 4,000 plus square foot homes. What we need are homes that are more affordable for residents who work and reside in the valley full time. Homes that are smaller, that have smaller footprints. And right now they're going to be building in Silvertip, and I'm seeing already what's happening back there. Habitat that's going to be lost again. The town does not need more empty second homes, and definitely not tourist homes. Second homeowners do not provide the patrons for commercial businesses. We've heard how Three Sisters has failed to uphold its obligation to build commercial space as outlined in the 2004 ASP. And we now see how the proliferation of second homes has contributed to that. Now the developers are trying to convince town council to approve Smith Creek through this statement from page 24 of the ASP. By the way, I did read some and skimmed certainly the ASPs. I have looked at them. Smith Creek will become an established community intended for residents living and working in Canmore. Now, what a way to try to convince town council that Smith Creek should be used for residents as opposed to for leaving it for the crucial wildlife habitat it is. So in closing, the ASPs are great marketing documents. There are some wonderful ideas such as open spaces, pedestrian and bicycle-friendly commercial developments, affordable housing. But what these ASPs lack is an honest acknowledgement of the serious issues associated with them. The wildlife issues that the residents of this valley and experts have been emphasizing for 3 decades now, the uncertainty of building on undermined terrain. It also seems like the developers do not want to hear the full extent of these concerns. One of the current owners was an owner when Three Sisters, along with the town council, a town of Canmore, commissioned the Golder Report. He was aware of all these concerns prior to purchasing the land when it was in receivership. I sincerely hope that the owners of Three Sisters, being non-residents, listen to all of the experts and the concerned permanent residents who are speaking to this public hearing. I hope that they show a genuine interest in wanting to cooperate with the people who live in this community, people who are opposed, that they listen to the needs of the residents, not the wants of the people who would like to live here. An increase in the residential population to the extent proposed. Yes.
This is your 9-minute time check.
Thank you. That they listen to the needs of the residents, not the wants of the people who want to live here. An increase in the residential population to the extent proposed by Three Sisters Mountain Village will have a serious impact on wildlife. Another factor that will impact wildlife is the growth of tourism, which we're not going to be able to stop with this area. The tourism population that is predicted to increase in the future will have a major impact. And so we don't need another 15,000 people on top of that. I therefore ask that you, the town council, mayor, and town council reject the TSMV and Smith Creek ASPs based on the concerns of inadequate wildlife corridors, building on undermined lands, and request TSMV to come back with a plan for development of commercial space. You have the power to ensure that wildlife continues to survive in this valley. Thank you for listening to my concerns and to the concerns of all those residents who have spoken before and after me. Your job is not an easy one. I have grown to really develop a respect for the work you're doing through these public hearings. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Cecile. I'm looking to the rest of council to see if there are any questions And see none. Again, thank you, Ms. Lafleur, for joining in this afternoon.
Thank you.
This time I will ask Colleen Campbell to join us.
Hello. I'm
Hello.
presuming that I'm online. Thank you. Holy mackerel. Thank you, Council, for your patience and your energy. I can't tell you how in awe I am, as Cecile just registered, and I think probably 300 other people who have been tuned in are of the work you're doing. I really appreciate this opportunity to speak. I will not take the full 10 minutes. I think you're being shown how cohesive our community is and how we've all arrived at sharing our messages by different paths. I want to thank all the speakers for their intelligence and the eloquence and the research and for saying damn near everything that I wanted to say. So I've cut mine a lot shorter. I will tell you, I'm Colleen Campbell. I've lived here for 40 years. I spoke at the NRCB hearings and darn near every hearing that has unfolded since then. And I'm ever thankful to live here and wish that we might emulate the long-term stewards of this land, all of the First Nations of Treaty 7 and the others who have probably strayed into this area in their need for resources, and to the Métis Region 3. I'm also grateful that all the wild things with no audible voices are still present here, and they've held tenure on this land far longer than any humans. You've been hearing that. I've read the area structure plans, and I am speaking in opposition, just in case that's not clear. Notably, no team of proponents appear to have attended to the documentation that has accrued over the past 30 years. The current area structure plans ask for more than any of the previous area structure plans, possibly more than all of them added up together. To be truly worthy, such proposals should reflect what is available from the documented history of this area and from the science. There's a wealth of science, increasingly sophisticated, peer-reviewed research related to the science of wildlife corridors, the science of undermining, the science of climate change. Indeed, the science of community planning has been ignored. There are many paths to reconciliation with First Nations communities, the most promising of which is reaching out and initiating a dialogue with the communities that live near us and listening to what is said back to us. I have a comment about wildlife corridors, and we all know that the current offering is inadequate. If such a legislated option involved passage for humans rather than wild animals, we would not abdicate our responsibility to do the right thing. We absolutely must not default to, just following the government's decision about this. We know the currently designated corridor is dysfunctional and it must be changed, and this is a challenge that we must accept. So questions that arise from the ASPs, and just a few of them: well-functioning corridors, truly meaningful, affordable housing, undermining, so many questions about this, growth imposed by external forces and not by initiation of the community itself and people who want to join the community for the things we have to offer. Environmental, social, and fiscal costs, climate change implications and climate change impacts, and inclusion of the Stoney Nakoda First Nation, especially in all of the dialogues. Every one of the points I identify and many more have been brought up. The outcomes of decisions about the ASPs in question, the impacts will accrue into the long distance future, regardless of which path is chosen, not 1 or 2 generations, but forever. Imagine the details of this history, our pictures, our voices, our testimonies that will be available as the future plays out. We must not leave a legacy for those that will live here in 50 or 100 or 500 years wondering, What the hell were they thinking? Especially when we know the proposals outlined in Area Structure Plans 2021-05 and 6 are riddled with challenges, many of which will become greater as time passes. Our community apparently cares about what will unfold. I love that there are people who have just moved here and people who've moved here in the 70s, people who were born here before that, and people who were born here since and grown up here. And it's heartening to listen to the host of people who are speaking out. I kind of want to have dinner with damn near everyone who's spoken on in testimony. It all gives me hope. I'm especially pleased to hear from articulate young adults whose futures really depend on the decisions that will be made from the results of these hearings and the applications.
Very corner piece, just so I could see how far up.
Thank you. Anyway, I'm done. The intelligence and the energy of this community is really clear, and it can be mined for the healthy benefit of our town and for all the creatures and the habitat of this valley. Let's not ignore that. John, thank you, and thank you, all you councillor members.
Thank you, Colleen. Are there any questions at this time for Ms. Campbell? Seeing none, again, thanks for joining in this afternoon, Colleen. And I'm going to call a 5-minute break at this time, so we'll reassemble at 2:07. think we're ready to go again if rest of council is here. Appears that they are. So this time I will ask Dale Stanway to join us.
Thank you very much. Thanks for having me and a few hundred other people. My name is Dale Stanway. I'm a resident of Canmore. I'm a graduate of the Kennedy School of Government, so I know how challenging it is to be in a governance role. And you have a problem worthy of fighting back because it looks like a big puzzle. I want to talk to you. I've been a professional planner for some 30 years in Canada. I've worked in 20 municipalities, both for government and as a consultant to government. And I've worked with at least 20 developers in this province and other provinces. I guess I've been involved in thousands and thousands of hectares of development in Canada. I'd like to talk to you about 3 issues today. One is the key question of highest and best use. The second is the disposition of the bylaws that are before you. And the third is risk mitigation. And I'm not going to spend a lot of time on any of it, but one of the guiding principles as a planner is to talk about the idea of what's the highest and best use. So I think common sense can prevail here. I used to sometimes work in First Canadian Place in Toronto. It's one of the biggest buildings in Canada. And I think we might all agree that that's not the highest and best use of this land. From a common sense point of view, it wouldn't be a good idea to stick First Canadian Place on the land that we're talking about. And I guess I've also provided my professional opinion in tribunals and before various councils. My professional opinion is the highest and best use of this land is what it is currently designated. Not what it's proposed to be designated, but what it's currently designated. So I just leave you with one more professional opinion. You've heard from lots of people, but as a planner, I think what's on the books as approved policy and plans is appropriate, and it is the highest and best use. The second point I want to talk about is the disposition of the bylaws before you. And I want to respectfully suggest that the approval of the speculative area structure plan before you, although it is worth millions of dollars to developers, and I say that with great knowledge, because I have worked with developers who actually have a great celebration once council gives third reading to their area structure plan, because then they can go to the bank and get millions of dollars just by virtue of your approval. But I want to respectfully suggest that making developers rich is not council's job or the responsibility of any elected official in Canada. So I would ask that you please move to abandon your bylaw before a second reading. And there's lots of precedent for doing that, and you're entirely able to do that. And the third thing I want to talk to you about is risk mitigation. People have talked about, can you get insurance? So I talked to an insurance broker based in London with one of the world's largest insurance brokerages who does work with Lloyd's of London, of course, and other insurers. And I'll read what they wrote back, because it looks like you might be on the hook for roadway infrastructure that collapses or residents that you couldn't get to their houses. And so this broker writes back to me and says, unfortunately, the nature of the risk isn't within the appetite of the London specialty wholesale market for insurance. You may look to your local regional markets, but I will outline the wholesale market in London is where we come for the most specialized and the most complex risks, of which this risk most certainly falls within. Having personally insured the world's largest mining clients and understanding the nature of the unknown risks that exist beneath the structures you're looking to insure, I would say that these risks are likely uninsurable. Were they to be insured, the cost might be prohibitive. So I leave you with those 3 thoughts. You already have the highest and best use of the land in your books now. You are able to choose the disposition for this bylaw, and the disposition could be to abandon it before or after second reading. And from a risk mitigation point of view, you've heard from one of the good brokers in London, England, about the likelihood of you getting insurance. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. I assume by highest and best use and referring to currently designated, you're referring to the Resort Center ASP that is currently approved.
That's correct. And I think that from the developer's point of view, that doesn't make enough money for them. So they'd like to do something else.
Okay, thank you. Are there questions of council for Mr. Stanway? Councillor McCallum.
Thank you, Mayor Barman, and thank you, Mr. Stanway, for presenting to council. I just wanted to clarify something for you, that we actually have 3 neighborhoods already in Canmore that are on undermined land, and all the residents that have. So I do expect it would be a case-by-case basis, as you have articulated.
I'm sorry, you broke up on your.
Yeah, you just sort of froze there, Councillor McCallum.
Which part do you want me to repeat?
Well, I understand you have several neighborhoods that are on top.
That are currently on undermined land, have been for over 25 years. And so I'm guessing that when you spoke with your professional, that it's probably a case-by-case basis, I'm going to guess, correct?
Well, I think the comment of the insurance broker is that they don't believe you could get insurance for your rights of way without considerable expense. So I think that was their point. So maybe you've already taken that risk in some neighborhoods, but if you wanted to insure this one, I think it might be expensive. I think that
councils before us made those decisions. Peaks of Grassy, Homesteads, and Rundle View, portions of those neighborhoods are on undermined land. And pretty much half the town of Kimberley actually is on undermined land, but that's a different town and a different discussion. But I appreciate your expertise. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Are there other questions for Mr. Stanway from members of council? Seeing none, thank you, sir, for taking the time to join in today and share your perspective and opinion.
Thank you. Good luck with your deliberations.
Thank you. This time I'll ask Matt Bruet to join in. And welcome another past member of council.
Another ghost. We've heard a bunch of them. I wanted to stand the whole time, but my back is so sore from having sit here and listened to hours and hours and read through various documents. I'll probably sit down.
Go ahead.
It sounds like I can be heard, so I need.
Yeah, you're fine.
I won't go to 10 minutes, and if I do, you'll be right to cut me off. Matt, speaker number 127 in your program, number 1 in your hearts. I haven't owned or any businesses or property in this town in 35 years, but I have lived here. Tons and tons of experts spoke their opinions eloquently and expertly, and so to step over them would be a big mistake for me, so I won't. I'll try to speak to things I'm expert at, and I'll try to mostly speak neutrally because I think I understand you guys' situation from a more unique perspective than some of the previous speakers. I mean, between you all, you have 3 to 20 years of elected municipal governance. No matter your respective areas of expertise before this, you are experts in municipal government. You're able to lecture all of us on what the province has currently legislated you to do and what they haven't. So by no means should any of these speakers be suggesting that you don't know what you're doing and you're not qualified to do it, and the time to do it is absolutely now. And I dealt with 2004, which has come up a bunch of times. That was at the very end of my term. So, I mean, yeah, anyone calling for an election there's been thousands of pages of traffic study, thousands of pages ASP, thousands of pages of submissions at this public hearing. I think it would be a real shame if you didn't make a decision at second reading. By that measure, I'm calling my area of expertise to be the 2004 ASP. At the time of the 2004 ASP, I certainly fancied myself as the smartest person in the room in any room I went into. And the good news is we're all in our own room, so we're all the smartest person in our own room here. I've loved Zoom hearings for that. The thousands of people who've talked have talked passionately, and I'm going to talk to the 2004 ASP's public hearing. It was 6.5 hours. And it was in person, so you had to line up at the microphone. And there was a couple of times, and there was only one person at the microphone, and then it got back to 3 or 4. The criticism that, you know, people can't say horrible things to or about you in person, that's a bit undeserved, but I think people have said horrible things to you on Zoom that they may not have said to you at the microphone in one of my old school public hearings in 2004 for that. We did, the ASPs presented to you today do have a lot of colorful pictures and pictures of buildings that could be. Our 2004 ASPs had a projector with a light that you put those photocopied pieces down on. So times have definitely changed since 04, the one that's been approved. The percentages, however, at that public hearing were similar to this. They were 95-5. It was possible to dismiss them as a vocal minority. It was possible to dismiss them as more organized than the proponents of the proposal, but it was a pattern that's been repeated ever since. So I'm glad that they're not so easily dismissed in 6.5 hours as they might be in a whole week. I drove up because I watched Sarah's presentation a couple days ago, and I drove up to where the pinch point was, kind of like she had described skiing it. And I mean, to see it from the road is striking. So at the time, the golf course was such a big part of that. I think it would be a real shame to ignore that now. I mean, there was map after map detailing the slope and the width of the wildlife corridors and why they couldn't be as narrow as they were in various points in 2004's ASPs. You've seen probably more and better presentations than I got to see. So I think you really have to be mindful of how much work has gone into it and how much we have to adhere to the old approved project. There's an awful lot of PhDs in this Zoom room, and maybe I'm not the smartest person in the room, but perhaps we can listen to a few more of them. I haven't been in the council chambers in about 16.5 years, and I didn't get to break the streak on the Zoom format, but I was so happy to see the 19-year-olds who got up and, you know, spoke at the public hearing. I thought they all spoke very adeptly. I thought some spoke even better than that. I look forward to their additions in the 2021 election. Oh, a lot of this has been covered. We've had 5 days of this, so I'll spare you. I mean, the sales pitch for the 2004 ASP was municipal reserve that could be used for public, you know, for public recreation space and affordable housing. It's the same sales pitch it'll ever be. Wow, look at all that nonsense. Yeah, I mean, I could further lecture on the history of that affordable housing, but the 1999 council initiated it, the 01 to 04, the 04 that many of you sat on. So I won't lecture you on where some of those affordable housing discussions come from, but I will suggest that in the 2004 ASPs, the table at the end was, you know, formulas for employee housing and affordable housing, much of which you will say are illegal now, and they certainly are. But I mean, the intention when that was passed was to have numbers similar to that in total units and in affordable housing units. And I think if we stuck to something similar to that, we would get some of the outcomes we've been looking for 20 odd years. I'm gonna refer back to Sarah Renner's Cheesy's presentation. I should have had Cheesy's with me. Site 1A is where most of those big empty houses that people have referenced, you know, giant empty houses. I've heard it a bunch of times. I actually did vote for those at subdivision. I thought big empty houses at the time was better than the alternative, which was going to be something with more density. No matter what it was going to be more dense. Did I make the right decision to play it that way? I don't know, but I probably would do it the same again. I thought that left a few more trees than a bunch of huge condominiums on the river, or I still think that's the case. So how much MR did we get out of Site 1A, for instance? Not anything that we built affordable housing with, near as I can tell. How much did we get from Site 2B1 or 2B2? Probably not enough to, hemorrhage the problem that hemorrhaged more as a result of the development. So our best intentions for affordable housing hasn't succeeded in spite of our great intentions. The SSR process has been going on at least 12 years, and probably before that, because I sat on the Affordable Housing Task Force, and I would think that that's where those numbers came from in the ASPs, and probably was a precursor to some of the SSR discussions. Infilling in our downtown made a lot of sense. We had, we were trying to build affordability by getting rid of older buildings on a place that was already cleared, and hopefully build high density buildings in the downtown area. I don't think the high density buildings make any sense up there. I think they create a bigger problem, the problem they're intending to solve.
Excuse me, Mr. Brule, you are at your 9-minute time check.
Oh, well, is that the last time I'll lie to council, I guess? Well, hopefully it is. But yeah, I'm going to 10 minutes now. The 2004 council, when it was the 2001 council, did send wildlife corridors back for more evaluation. I know the laws have changed, but you'll have to try that again. And then last point I'll touch on was offsite levies pay for a number of the 11 traffic projects, demonstrated in the immensely long traffic report that I certainly didn't slog all the way through. But I am concerned about offsite levies. I mean, our method of collecting offsite levies has changed a number of times since when I knew them. It's possible for them to change in the future. The calculations can always be adjusted. We've not always gotten every penny of offsite levies we intended to at ASP. And I think there's way too much outlay for the town, never mind undermining things that people have covered extensively. I was always better at answering questions, so I'll stop right there. Thanks a bunch, folks.
Thank you, Matt. And I'll ask other members of council if they have any questions for Mr. Bruyere. And if not, I see none. Thanks again, Matthew, for joining in this afternoon and sharing your historical perspective with us.
Expert on everything and nothing. Thank you.
This time I'll ask Mr. Martin Mueller to join in.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, well, Mayor Barman, councilors, my name is Martin Mueller. I've been a resident in Canmore, or I am a resident in Canmore. We bought our property in 2005. We've been eventually living here full time, and for 8 years now, I've been able to do that. We bought in the Peaks of Grassy because we wanted to be part of a thriving local community rather than a part-time development. And it wasn't until later that we found out that the placement of the Peaks was very wrong from a wildlife perspective. That disturbed me and is in part what drives me to be involved in wildlife issues. So errors like that are not replicated. I really am happy that Nicole Hyman, it's painted you a picture of what happens when these wildlife corridors go wrong. It's not pretty. When we talk about wildlife corridors, we talk about numbers, migration, stats, and that. But there are animals there, and the result of what we're doing something wrong has serious consequences. I'd like to congratulate you on such a robust engagement process. Listening to your stakeholders and considering their points of view is often forgotten in the approval process, but I believe it's one of the most important parts of our democratic process. I stated that I opposed to the two ASPs as submitted. As a general comment, I believe these applications contain a significant number of serious deficiencies and questions that need answers before any decisions can be made. Many of these issues are addressed in the Bow Valley Engage 9 Reasons document and have been brought to you probably by numerous of the presenters before now, and that you're pretty well versed on what the opposition to this is from the community standpoint. I'm counting on council to take the time to fully evaluate the issues and come to a decision that's in the best interest of the residents of Canmore. And I urge council to set their own agenda, not be pushed by the developers. If more time is needed, delay the decision. From a town standpoint, what should be our priority is that it's done right, not the urgency of any third party. But I'd like to address 3 specific points. Number 1, do not rezone the golf and recreation lands and continue to restrict any development south of the golf line. This was established in the former ASAP, and its purpose was to provide an effective buffer to an inadequate wildlife corridor. You've probably heard this numerous times again. But this buffer was established at a time when the golf course was still part of the proposal. And if it was seen important or necessary then, it must be even more important now that higher density development is being proposed. This would at the same time reduce undermined risks, which is also one of the big areas of attention now, as this area was heavily undermined. And I didn't really want to speak about undermining, but one of the things that surprised me when I read the SP is that the new SP says that affordable market and seniors housing is destined to this area. And the question I would have is, why do you put your most vulnerable people in the most dangerous lands? The second point is, do not rezone the Thunderstorm Quarry lands. The land was to be a conservation of wildlife after its commercial use was over, and it's critical to the flow of wildlife from one valley to the next. And the failure to have these lands as part of the wildlife migration route would adversely impact the movement to and from the valleys to the east. 3, prevent any zoning of lands around the Smith Creek area from creating pinch points. It does not prevent any zoning, but simply do not allow pinch points to be created. That would restrict wildlife movement across the valley. From what I've seen, it seems the developers are asking for areas that are most effective for their purposes. Unfortunately, what remains would negatively impact wildlife movement and would not provide an effective corridor. Trying to funnel wildlife animals through very narrow channels surrounded by development is destined to fail. I see wildlife corridors like plumbing. If there's a stoppage or break anywhere along the line, it really becomes useless. In our case, we need to ensure that all the individual parts of the wildlife corridor align to allow uninhibited wildlife movement. It's been suggested that the town does not have the authority or role in establishing adequate wildlife corridors. I don't think there's any truth to that whatsoever. Even in the NRC approvals, it was contemplated that some later requests and challenges require the town of Canmore approval. Everything being asked of you here could be achieved by using the town's zoning and bylaw powers. The golf cabin line contained in the RSP can only be changed by a bylaw under the Municipal Government Act. And there's nothing that precludes you from taking effective wildlife migration into consideration when deciding on zoning or land use. But just as the town has the authority to deal with these matters, I'd suggest that they would have some sort of responsibility for any failure to act. Canmore prides itself in its efforts on human-wildlife coexistence. Human-wildlife coexistence finds its way into almost every town document dealing with development, planning, and the town's vision for future growth. Even you, Mayor Bourne, have indicated that the MDP is one of the documents that reflects what the Canmore residents have built based on your Mining the Future activities. And that document talks about strengthening policies and initiatives regarding management of human use of wildlife corridors, and how development can better be designed to meet the needs of wildlife, or as well as maintaining the functionality of wildlife corridors. These are guiding principles to achieving the vision in the MDP. I believe this really reflects how the community sees itself in the town and allows the town to hold up these values as making it unique. But there comes a time if you hold yourself out as being something special to be called out to walk the talk. And I suggest the decisions before you make this such a time. There are also times that commitments come back and are remembered. During the last election campaign, a number of town halls were held, one of which covered wildlife issues. That session happened to take place around the day the news came out about Bear 148 having been shot by hunters in BC. You can imagine that under that cloud, anything to do with bears and wildlife was treated like a motherhood issue. It was also the session where the moderator instigated a stand up or stay seated way of having candidates answer questions from the audience. Some of you may remember that. My question to the panel was, are you prepared to be evaluated by your voting record with respect to your claim that wildlife issues were very important to you? Of course, nobody was left seating. Everybody said yes, they would. So now there are some very important decisions before you. You're being asked to walk the talk and make what is arguably the most important decision on wildlife that Canmore has ever made, or if this development proceeds, probably will ever make in the future. The decisions we reach could very well result in either the survival or extinction of the wildlife in the Bow Valley as we know it. So in closing, a personal comment. Some people have spoken about the value of tourism to Canmore, and it is very important to many local businesses. In my previous life, I did a lot of international travel, and before meetings, there was always a small talk about where are you from, what's going on, and things like that. I was surprised how many people worldwide knew of and had been to Canmore in the region. And I was also surprised how many commented on the scenery and the wildlife. And those were their lasting memories. You could see the true joy in their expression when they recounted seeing the elk in the city or seeing bears potentially on the side of the road as they're traveling. So there is true economic value in having vibrant wildlife in a community. And I suggest to be successful as a mountain village, we have to remember that. And I can also say nobody ever asked me how good, told me, oh, I was so happy about the developments you had done there, the housing and what you did with by way of that. So I hope you find it in your conscience to make the decisions that will allow the residents of Canmore and future generations to have the same pride and joy in the wildlife that we are able to have now. We need to remember this is a unique and we're privileged to have it. But with that privilege also comes the need to protect it. I just hope that we don't become one of the many towns that failed, but rather one of those that has lived it by its values and protected what is near and dear to us. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much, sir. Are there questions for Mr. Mueller from members of council? I see none. So once again, thank you for taking your time today to join in and share these thoughts.
Thank you for taking the time to listen to us all.
You bet.
Okay.
At this time, I will ask Frank Kernick to join in.
Hi, Mayor and Council. Can you hear me?
Yep.
Oh, perfect. Where do we start? Thank you, number one, for allowing me to speak today. I'll try and be brief because I only have 5 minutes, and that's all I wanted because I'll ramble otherwise. Just listening to a few last speakers. First, this is the only hour to listen to anything, and I can't imagine the effort you and council, mayor and council have done listening to all these speakers over and over. And it was really neat seeing someone like Matt speak, and hope he's listening. And it's nice to see people from all over the world engaged. But Matt said one thing that is very true. And council, you're always gonna, 95% of people will be generally against it, a public hearing, 5% of people for. I'm probably more for or neutral. As you all know, my family's been here since 1927. People don't remember that Canmore is a railway town first, then a coal mining town. But growing up in Canmore as a coal mining town when it closed in 1979, and a few people on council were there with me during those days, it was something really not the most pleasurable watching coal dust blow through the valley every day and the miners covered in coal. We have become what I think other people wanted in Canmore, and has become a clean industry, not a dirty industry. We talk about climate change. We're not a coal mining town anymore. And now we are a tourist town with recreational properties and a thriving community. As you're all aware, I did Eagle Terrace, started in 1997. I went through a public hearing like this with over 500 people at the Union Hall, 95% of people against. My dear teacher, Brenda, had kids line up at the mic crying from her class. But, you know, I think a lot of people look at Eagle Terrace and, you know, we donated $1.5 million worth of land for wildlife corridor. And Eagle Terrace, I believe, is a thriving community and something I think I'm proud of. And I think the council today is proud of. And I think most of the community is proud of. And I believe that there's probably a lot of people that spoke here today or the last week that maybe even live in Eagle Terrace. The same issues were there. Growth management was 1995. And we try to define the areas of land through that map that were going to be developed and areas that should not be developed and areas that could be developed. And wildlife has always been the issue. We've strived to do strong wildlife corridors. And I think one thing that I believe strongly, wildlife is not a municipal resource, it's a provincial resource. It belongs to the province. All wildlife do. They set licensing, they set anything to control wildlife management. And that is why it was important for the last 30 years that the province step up and set the wildlife corridors for the town of Canmore That has been done. And in my opinion, since that's been done, I think it's finally important to look what should be developed, not where it should be developed, what should be developed in the Three Sisters lands. I'm not going to be an expert on that. I don't know, but because I haven't really read that in detail. I know they're doing some affordable housing, which I'm proud of. That's not legal, but they're doing it like I'm doing in Spring Creek, PH, and some entry-level housing and some staff housing. With that, I want to say I really recommend that the town of Canmore and Three Sisters look what I'm doing in Spring Creek, and that is we have a property owners association or homeowners association. My understanding, Three Sisters recommended that to the town of Canmore, but administration was not supportive. I believe making the future owners and residents of Three Sisters stewards of the land by a property owners association where they will maintain the fencing. They can also maintain their signage like I do, their landscaping. It's a community. They can have community functions, be more a sense of community like Spring Creek is. They can help with wildlife education, signage to the entrance of wildlife corridors, maybe even summer students educating people coming into wildlife corridors, the value of the wildlife corridors. When I did Eagle Terrace, I studied the wildlife corridors for 5 years after. The biggest issue with the wildlife corridors was dogs off leash. More than any other species was dogs off leash. If they can educate people not to be in the wildlife corridors, make sure that they are responsible when they're going through them or in them. I think the POA, or Property Owners Association, should be the ones doing that for Three Sisters lands. And they should have an encumbrance on their title, like my property owners do, to finance this. It's not going to be a big cost. It'd be $200-300 a year for each homeowner, and have a strong association that they are the stewards of those wildlife corridor lands, or at least the entrance to those wildlife corridor lands as they're fenced and maintained, as I've done, and look after landscape and things in Spring Creek. Yeah, so to make one thing clear, I'm not an investor in Three Sisters. I'm Frank Kernick, owner of Spring Creek. I will never be an investor in Three Sisters. I have enough on my plate. I do believe Canmore, it's important we move forward. This is 30 years of debate and division. It's time for us to make decisions. I hope this council does. I don't care how you amend it. Yeah, that's up to you. But I think as a community, we need to move forward, if anything else. I had one of my residents in Spring Creek say, I put a note against Three Sisters. I go, why did you do that, Jerry? He goes, because my land value will go up. Sure, it's me, Frank Kernick. If I said no to Three Sisters, I'm sure I'd make a lot more money. But I think as a community member, it's time we move forward. Your municipal development plan has process for this to move forward. Our off-site levies and every piece of infrastructure we built through town of Canmore has been built to 30 to 35,000 people. We've been planning this for 30 years. So it's time we think about this. We're building a fire department, new fire department now for 30,000 people. We've invested for 30,000 people. What scares people is they think 30,000 people is going to happen tomorrow. It will not happen tomorrow. This is going to be 30 to 50 years for this to get built out at minimum. Spring Creek, I started in 2002. I bought the land. It's 20 years almost later. And I'm 500 units built? They're not going to be building out 5,000, whatever units you think, as fast as people fear they are. The transition will take time. And one other thing to remember, they'll be coming back to council every 2-3 years for bylaws, amendments, changes, because things won't work perfectly like I do to council every 3-4 years. I'm back with you guys, going over things that we're working great, things that need to change. I'm planning to come forward with a small amendment again. This isn't the last council that will be dealing with Three Sisters. We'll be dealing with this for 30 to 50 years. So with that, I just want to finish up saying, I know there's a lot of division in this community. Please, all of us, be community. Be kind to your friends that feel differently than you. It's kind of like COVID. Some people feel differently about COVID than other people. That's a joke. But not, because there is division on everything. And I really believe majority of people in Canberra respect other people's opinions. I think it's time to move forward. And that's my opinion as a resident of Canmore. Thank you, Mayor and Council.
Thank you, Mr. Kernick. Are there questions for Mr. Kernick from members of council? I see none. So again, thank you for taking the time to join in the public hearing today, Frank.
Sounds good. Thank you, council. Sorry, I speak fast. I got to get back to work.
No, that's fine.
Bye
This
now.
time I'll ask Michelle McGarry to join in.
Hi, can you see me?
Yes.
Great. I'll just share my screen. Bear with me. Okay. Hi, Your Worship, Mayor, Borrowman, and council members. Thank you for your time to hear my perspective on the ASPs before us. My name is Michelle McGarry. I'm a proud new resident and call Canmore home. I recently retired from a long career in front-end development, industrial oil and gas, and renewable energy projects. I do not profess to be an expert at municipal process or development, but I am for the careful consideration of any development. I have read the ASPs, viewed the presentations by the developers and those in opposition. I find the current ASPs incomplete at a very cursory conceptual stage, without enough information, data, Indigenous consultation, and without regard to our municipal development plan that enabled the approvals. I oppose the Three Sisters ASAP 210105 and Stewart Creek 210106. My presentation today is on three areas of high-risk consequence, and that is wildlife viability, safety to inhabitants, long-term fiscal viability of the town. The Environmental Impact Statement, or EIS, from Golder and the third-party review from MSES both conclude that there's a cumulative effect of this and other future projects, predicting serious risk to viability of the grizzly, wolves, and potentially elk. We're talking about the extrication of species without the use of best available science, real long-term data that is in line with the municipal development plan vision for leadership in environmental stewardship, and diminishes the attraction of tourists, new residents to our town that are clamoring for outdoor spaces and a glimpse of wildlife. The developments intensify high-risk safety consequences to property and lives. The EIS third-party review describes higher negative human and wildlife interaction due to narrowing of the wildlife corridor and the unintended impact of fence and education. And due to the number of units and people, there will be a higher probability of incidents to people, homes, and businesses due to undermining, steep creek floods, wildfire, and higher probability of getting hit. The transportation assessment is incomplete without mention to safety, except for one, it talks about lights. Although there is mention of lowering the probability of some of these risks, there is some mitigation plans, the sheer number of high risk probabilities multiply. The ASPs that we are contemplating today are way too large that span a long time, jeopardizing long-term fiscal viability of the town without upfront committed milestones and timelines to commercial development that provides benefit to our tax base, upfront committed timelines for residential development that supports our municipal development plan for growth phasing, and has no basis of estimate. At best, the fiscal assessment is at a class 5 with a wily accuracy of plus 100% to minus 50%. It contradicts our MDP. I'm a concerned resident. I support you in your decision, and I implore you for the love of Canmore to impose the ASPs. Thank you for your time today.
Thank you very much. Are there questions of Ms. McGarry from members of council? I see none, but thank you very much for joining us this afternoon and sharing your thoughts.
Thank you. Thanks for your time today.
This time I'll ask Graham Williams to join in.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Excellent. What riveting viewing so far. Our kids have been inspired at the range of vocations on display from the preceding speakers. They've got a lot of new inspiration for their future career choices. Now they're actually watching to see how many viewers I lose during my 10 minutes, so I'll move on. Thank you all for your impeccable attention, and especially thank you, Mayor, for stepping out to get that crucial vaccination shot earlier today. My name is Graham Williams. I'm a full-time resident homeowner in Canmore. I moved here in 2005, and I acknowledge that I am privileged to speak to you today from Treaty 7 territory. And I would like to state that I am opposed to both ASPs. As I mentioned, I was extremely fortunate to move here with my family in 2005. My daughter was just 10 months old at the time, and due to issues with a very traumatic birth, we're unsure of what long-term respiratory or development issues she might face. My employer offered me a chance to relocate to Canada, and we quite deliberately researched and chose the clean mountain air of Canmore. We moved from a place called Greenwich in South London, a very lively, incredibly historic place, but one that was absolutely mired in problems with vehicle pollution, as well as issues with affordability and definitely with over-tourism. My son was born here in 2007 in the excellent Canmore Hospital, where the contrast with the crowded and overstressed London hospital couldn't be more stark. And so we've been very deeply involved in the community in many ways, as you tend to be when you're raising kids here. My wife, Nikki Williams, will be a very familiar name to most parents in this community. She organizes summer and winter children's sports and the never-ending organization that entails. So suffice to say, we love the community, we feel loved. London is a place where the ever-shifting population and constant development, you would barely know your neighbors, and here it's usually the polar opposite. To specifically address my concerns with the ASPs, I'll categorize them as follows. Firstly, impact on wildlife. And again, I can contrast what we have here in the Bow Valley with my experiences growing up in the UK. In hindsight, and when I go back to the UK, it's so sterile, the British wildlife. We've eradicated so much from that island. We had lynx, we had wolves, we had bears, we had elks, we had butterflies, birds, a huge long list of species that have been persecuted and wiped off the map. And so I can say that if you're out there in the remaining British countryside that hasn't been taken over by the ever-expanding urban sprawl, the greatest danger you ever face from the wildlife is perhaps the odd mosquito bite or an angry bee sting. And so it's humbling to live here amongst the wildlife, having experienced that sterility back in the UK. And so I believe we should do everything possible to protect our wildlife. As Mayor Borman himself said in his speech during the 2017 candidates debate, we need to respect the intent of the protected areas and enforce its intent. And having listened to the experts all week, I hope now is the time to respect the wildlife corridor on these lands and show our intent by protecting them. Otherwise, is restricting the corridor so drastically and erecting a fence the best way to show intention to protect our wildlife? And I defer to the experts so far who have said it is not. Is the prospect of the next 30 years, as we just heard, of constant construction and its associated disturbance expressing our intent to protect wildlife? And for those reasons, I strongly oppose any development that restricts the movement of wildlife through this corridor. I strongly oppose the rezoning of Smith Creek from its current status. And I do know that the words of our mayor from 2017 are perhaps more specifically addressed at the need to enforce compliance regarding human activity in existing protected areas. And I see for myself, as I strive to be a mindful trail runner, the ever-present dogs off leash along the power lines. The bags of discarded dog waste that are revealing themselves now as the snow melts, and people getting up close and personal with wildlife for that perfect Instagram post. And I ask, how and where do the resources come from to enforce our existing problems, let alone to introduce thousands of new people into this landscape and all the associated education needed to mitigate their impact? Regarding First Nations, again, I speak as a newcomer to their ancestral territory, and as an immigrant, it has been fundamentally distressing to learn of the history of our treatment of these people, of the Indigenous people. I'm afraid this is not an issue that is really uppermost in people's minds in the UK. We have a very superficial understanding of what went on, a lot of it erased from the school books we grew up with. But let there be no doubt that British colonialism is at the forefront of the centre of the horrors inflicted, no doubt. And so rightly, we should redouble our efforts to engage with the rightful custodians of this land. And I feel that there is no other option but for TSMV and their slick partners in PR, Shift Consulting, to go back to the drawing board and enter deep and meaningful dialogue with the Stoney Nakoda people, deep and meaningful dialogue in the spirit of truth and reconciliation. Affordability, I stuck my neck out. Actually, I feel I stuck my neck on the chopping block, and I supported a recent development in my neighbourhood that promised affordable housing. I saw and heard some weekend homeowners rally against the development, against the housing opportunity the development allegedly offered to the very people that would pump their gas on the weekends, serve their coffee, or stack the grocery shelves. And as parents of children nearing the end of their school career, we often wonder how they would live in the community. And we ask our kids where they would draw the line in terms of where they would feel entitled to live. Would they want a new affordable home built on or near a wildlife corridor? And so I don't think we can assume that all people keen to move here see the issue in black and white. Their desire for an affordable house versus where that house actually might get built, it's deep and complex. And to the ASPs, I question in my lay understanding of these deeply technical documents, the vagueness of the actual deliverance of vital homes. I read about promises and suppositions, negotiations, incentives, bonus schemes, and it worries me. And the overarching trade-off seems to be, will be a promise of some crumbs of affordable housing from the feast of development. So is it good enough? Is it concrete enough? Is it a burden for future generations to carry? So I say yes to concrete plans for affordable housing in our community, absolutely, but no to the dangling of carrots. Regarding climate change, I really commend the council for its excellent and hugely impactful stance against that ghastly coal mining project on our eastern slopes. Thank you for taking stance against a different type of developer who wishes to exploit our landscape for profit. I commend council for their declaration of a climate emergency, and yet I am now again a little confused about how the proposed developments lined up with the laudable ambitions of our own 2018 climate action plan. I read of promises, negotiations, trade-offs, etc. And again, it's confusing and worrying. I'm astounded by the plans to pour unimaginable quantities of concrete into the mine shafts. So to go back to my daughter, who thankfully has turned out great, or as great as a 16-year-old can be, she was thrilled last year to have her photo on the front of the Outlook at the climate change march in Canmore. She is of the generation that will pay the price for our decisions and actions today in terms of climate issues. Short-term gain versus long-term pain. Undermining. My family tree includes generations of coal miners, real working class, definitely not privileged, ancestors who worked down the pits in the coal fields in the northeast of England. And it doesn't take much research to uncover the horrendous stories of the legacy of undermining in the UK. Last month, in February 2021 in South Wales, homes were damaged beyond repair when old mine workings collapsed and flooded, leaving the whole town of Skewen flooded with contaminated mine water. Read about the issues that residents in Kellingley in Yorkshire, where my ancestors come from, who have been facing with their homes falling apart from the impacts of mining subsidence beneath them, and read carefully about the morass they find themselves in at the moment, trying to find a way through the liability and insurance maze. Is this the future of Canmore if we build on top of this unstable land? Regarding population growth, I actually fully acknowledge that my own personal presence on this landscape has contributed to the Bow Valley already arriving at this critical point. I fully recognize that our movement around the valley does not supersede or have less impact than the movements of others, be they residents or visitors. And I have questioned myself long and hard in raising this objection. The Bow Valley is a fabulous place. I get that people want to move here. We did as a family, living in a house that was once forest and wildlife habitat, like Mr. Muller said just a moment ago. But we cannot change the past, and we can only look to the future. Is there a point where we say enough is enough? 14,000 new inhabitants in the Three Sisters Mountain Bridge area is a drop in the ocean. That's enough housing, new housing, to accommodate roughly 1 in every 2,500 Canadians. And I wager that a fair portion more than that would move here at the drop of a hat. So should we, in the spirit of fairness, be targeting higher growth to give everyone a fair chance to live here? I think we need to hit the pause button to hold Canmore as we know it now in a holding pattern in terms of its human footprint on these critical lands, while we figure out where we go from here in this post-COVID new normal. And here I struggle with the label NIMBY, which is thrown at all people who question development in their community. Developers themselves have to look at their own imprint, as we have just heard. We're in the grips of, to mangle a phrase, the industrial development complex. When does that cycle of never-ending growth and expansion develop in lockstep with municipalities?
9-minute time check.
Thank you. Is Canmore brave enough to say enough is enough? So I end on NIMBYism, and I can't help think about what is happening in terms of that word. When I think of NIMBYism, I think of now in my backyard, the stress on our landscape, the ever-changing human-wildlife conflicts. I think about nature in my backyard and how the development or sprawl was really and ultimately their expense. And I think about what we can nurture in our backyard, how we could perhaps use some of that space to build really tangible, non-negotiable, affordable housing, how a large swathe of it could be turned over perhaps as parkland, where we could continue to study and become world-class leaders in wildlife movement, and how on that landscape we could meaningfully move along the path of truth and reconciliation with our friends from Stony Nakoda by guaranteeing them full access to that sacred land in perpetuity. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Are there any questions from members of council for Mr. Williams? Seeing none, thank you very much for taking your time this afternoon.
Thank you.
And Just to take us into the next break, I'll ask Heather Walter to join us at this time.
Hello.
Hello. There you are.
My name is Heather Walter, and for the past 23 years, here we go. I'm just being asked to start my video, which I've started. Okay. My name is Heather Walter, and for the past 23 years, with gratitude and pride, I have called Canmore my home. And I too want to start by saying that I appreciate all that each of you do as mayor and councillors. And I know how much you care about this town and about this community, or you wouldn't be sitting in those seats. And those seats must be feeling very worn out these days. I was originally scheduled for Wednesday afternoon, and here we are with hearings well into this week. Thanks for all the time and energy and patience you're devoting to this issue. More than at any other time in my experience of living here, this does feel like a critical crossroads for Canmore, and I'm here today to respectfully voice my opposition to both the Smith Creek and Three Sisters Village area structures plans. What is our vision for Canmore in 30 years and beyond? That's the big question here. Will we be yet another just average vanilla mountain resort town with urban sprawl and a congested downtown with thousands more people, increased pressures on our limited resources such as water, and a legacy of eliminating grizzlies, wolves, and other wildlife species from the landscape? Or will we be an example to the world of a visionary community that's committed to sustainable growth, that coexists with nature and wildlife, that has maintained its welcoming and unique character, and that walks a path of reconciliation with our Indigenous neighbors and as co-stewards of this precious and storied landscape? These are surprising proposals by Three Sisters. I would even say audacious. I'm not against development. However, the scales are so heavily weighted on this issue, tilting away from so many of the values we hold, away from long-term environmental and financial sustainability, away from the safety and security of homeowners, and away from a responsible scale of development. As you've been hearing from so many people, there are many compelling reasons why these proposals as they stand now are problematic. I've chosen to touch on 5 main points. First, instead of coming back to Canmore to council with area structure plans that are a reduction in development over past rejected proposals, these ASPs are asking for more. More residential units, more density, more people, more of a development footprint, including a request for an amendment to our MDP to extend their buildable land outside Canmore's urban growth boundary. The only thing this proposal offers less of over past proposals is connectivity and space for essential wildlife movements through this already constricted valley. Secondly, the notion that the Three Sisters Village will somehow reduce the number of people coming to downtown defies logic. It's taken more than a century for downtown Canmore to mature into a diverse and amazing blend of shops, restaurants, services, galleries, arts and culture, and recreational opportunities. Residents of Smith Creek and Three Sisters will still need and want to come downtown for groceries and supplies, to play at Elevation Place, to catch dinner and a show at Arts Place. Our downtown will see far more traffic, not less. Even with TSMB's commitment to more public transportation, it's hard to imagine that most people with cars will leave them at home. Parking will become a more pressing issue. And I'd add that with a population build out of more than 20,000 people, Canmore would become a very favorable candidate for applications from big box stores with their potential to drive out small businesses from the downtown. Third, in a time when we have been making many positive strides to reconcile with our Treaty 7 neighbors, we heard so eloquently last week from our four respected elders from the Bears Paw and Wesley bands that there has been no meaningful consultation with the 3 bands of the Stoney Nakoda Nation about what it will mean to them to develop these lands that we acknowledge at every public event in Canmore and including these hearings that we share. Our land acknowledgements will ring hollow if the three sisters are permitted to build on the land that we say we co-steward with Indigenous people. And fourth, and I'm quoting directly from the town's website, environmental sustainability has been a focus of the town of Canmore for the past decade, with several councils having approved plans and initiating actions to address environmental sustainability and climate change. And it goes on to say that by 2030, the community will reduce its GHG emissions by 30% below 2015 levels. The scale of the TSMB developments and their inherent increase in population, steady construction, increased transportation, and waste management needs, all this flies in the face of this short-term goal, as well as the climate plan's longer-term goals. Fifth and finally, I want to end on a positive note. Mayor and councillors, I applaud you and previous councils for the many progressive policies and programs that you've put in place over the years to align with that vision statement of environmental sustainability. In fact, I think it bears taking a moment right now just to say out loud and proud some of the great work you've put in place for the long-term health of Canmore. Here we go. It's impressive, especially for a town this size. And I'll comment afterwards on why I think this is relevant to mention here. We have miles and miles of beautiful cycling and pedestrian trails and pathways, a local and regional Rome public transit system, award-winning LEED certified sustainable municipal buildings and major solar installations, sustainable building requirements for new buildings and renovations, a clean energy improvement program for homeowners and businesses, support for WildSmart and its efforts for safe and sustainable coexistence with wildlife, a laudable FireSmart program to mitigate and educate against the threat of wildfire, even an environmental stewardship volunteer award, and a climate change adaptation and resilience plan that includes 2 town staff positions focused on sustainability and climate action. And I am sure I've missed things off that list. You should take real pride in all that you are doing, and what an opportunity this is for Canmore to be a shining light for mountain towns around the world and for visitors in how to move forward into the future, building on those strengths as a model mountain community. I have been so moved, as I'm sure most of you have as well, and inspired by the level of engagement by citizens of Canmore on this issue from virtually every demographic. Most municipalities around the world can only dream of what we're witnessing here at these public hearings, the informed, passionate, respectful, caring voices of people who, like you, love Canmore. I hope you will see this as yet another positive sign that our community is strong and vibrant and healthy. This is the Canmore I am so proud to live in, and that was also proud to see represented through the thoughtful public engagement process that my husband and I participated in 2006, Mining the Future. I too support the idea of revisiting that process, but not only to take the pulse of where Canmore envisions itself being in 30 years and beyond, but also to harness this incredible wisdom and expertise and goodwill that we have heard over the past week to find positive and creative solutions to the issues that continue to plague our town, such as affordable housing. The COVID-19 pandemic has completely disrupted the status quo, showing us that our relationship with the natural world is out of balance. This is a time for humility. It's a time to listen to the powerful teachings that over this past year have been so relevant as we consider this proposal in front of us. Number 1, nature is the bottom line. Number 2, science and knowledge are essential to our survival. Thirdly, we are all connected. And finally, our actions matter. What each of us chooses to do has a great impact on others. And on that note of action, I just want to say—
9-minute time check.
Yep, I'm coming into the home stretch. Thank you. Just on that note of action, I want to urge each of us who have written or who have presented to council on this issue to please also contact our MLA and Premier to voice the same concerns, especially around issues such as wildlife corridors. Our provincial government needs to hear from us all. They have not shown anywhere near the level of respect for democracy and public process that our town council has. And in closing, I want to end with the words of the writer Terry Tempest Williams. If we listen to the land, we will know what to do. Thank you all for your time and attention and for the opportunity to speak today.
Thank you very much, Heather. I'm looking to the rest of council to see if there's any questions. And I see none. So again, Ms. Walter, thank you so much for taking your time to join us this afternoon.
Thank you. Hang in there, everybody.
And with that sage advice, I'm going to call a short break here. We'll come back in 5 minutes. That'll be 3:13 to hear from Mr. DeLeo. I believe, well, there's still a few councillors left to join in. There we go. And as I had indicated before the short break, I'll ask Rod DeLeo to join us now.
Good afternoon, Your Worship. Yeah.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Your Worship, members of Council. My name is Roderick DeLeo, and I am speaking in opposition to both of the ASPs before Council. Thank you for the opportunity to voice my concerns. I moved to the Bow Valley in 1997, and I began my career here as the Assistant Controller for Three Sisters Resorts. During their bankruptcy, I moved to the town of Canmore and became your Chief Financial Officer and General Manager between 1999 and 2010. These ASPs represent a generational decision, and we need to get them right. Given the outpouring of public input, I would suggest there are grave concerns amongst our community. These concerns are not motivated by money, by power or greed, but by concern for our community, our natural environment, and our social fabric. Given my financial background, I'm going to focus my comments on the financial aspects of these ASPs. I would wholly encourage that Council direct administration to verify and further explore these financial implications. I only have 10 minutes. The town must do its own extensive due diligence. My first concern is in the inherent financial risk that comes with a planning document that spans almost 3 decades. Here are some points to consider. As you are all aware, the financial complexities of running a town are many. The town's own budget is only good for 3 to 5 years. Anything beyond this is fiction. There are absolutely too many variables to rely on a 30-year financial model. This is illustrated perfectly by the chaos created by a recent COVID pandemic and by important shifts in policy like our declared climate emergency. These dramatically change what is acceptable to our community. Providing such a large 30-year blank check to a developer is far too risky. The developable units within the ASP create uncertainty and risk. How is the town supposed to plan for appropriate sized utility, social, transit, and recreational infrastructure when the number of units are between 3,400 and 6,500? Please consider your offsite levy, planning for 6,500 additional units, but then develop only half of those could result in shortfalls of over 15 million within the offsite levy model. The tens of millions of dollars of infrastructure assumed by the town will translate to greater financial risk to both maintain, replace, and operate these additional services. Transit, for instance, is a great but costly service to operate. Expanding this service increases the town's level of financial risk, especially if wealthy second homeowners do not ride the bus as planned. The wildlife fence, based on Parks Canada figures, could cost upwards of $10 million to maintain and replace, plus the unknown cost to manage it from a staffing perspective. Natural disasters such as steep creek flooding, wildfire, undermining could all have a significant financial impact, and some already have. This risk is perfectly illustrated by the $4.2 million of steep creek mitigation that the town is responsible for on TSMB lands, cited on page 22 of the fiscal impact analysis, and the $40 million debris retention structure on Cougar Creek. None of these costs, I'm betting, were anticipated during their ASP processes. And finally, how can the town approve a development but then place a buyer beware sign on all the houses? This appears to be both morally and ethically risky, if not financially risky. My second concern is the track record of promises made and the lack of any substantial commercial development by the proponent on TSMB lands. Since the mid-1990s, ASPs for the TSMB lands have been promising the town a world-class resort center. Each ASP has included significant amounts of commercial development. Commercial development is the key to the fiscal sustainability of these developments. Why is commercial development so important? Because commercial development requires less services than the taxes it generates. Residential development requires more services than the taxes it generates. These are well-established facts that are consistently articulated in every fiscal impact study that I've been involved in. So what has been developed on TSMV lands since the mid-1990s? I'm just going to share a chart here. So hopefully you can see the chart. Here is a pie chart to show these figures. More than $1.4 billion of assessment, of which 96.4 is residential, only 2.4% commercial. The small sliver of PAH was developed by the town. TSMB land has not produced a single PAH unit in $1.4 billion in development. These numbers have also taken you further and further away from your 33% commercial residential assessment goal. I would like to suggest that TSMV lands have had 25 years of almost exclusively residential development. Council needs to ensure that the submitted ASPs not only maximize commercial development, but insist that is developed before any further residential will be considered. The 25-year trend of bait and switch has to stop. So why is this so critical? Let's look at my third and final concern, the impact of primarily residential development on the town's taxes and utility rates. As I show this slide, I want to be really clear. I'm not suggesting that TSMV is solely responsible for all these increases. There have been increased visitation and additional services over the last 10 years. But I do want to be crystal clear that the systematic and solely residential development on TSMV land and any other land in town puts additional pressure on municipal taxation. I have plotted municipal taxes, utility rates, and franchise fees, as well as the average Alberta Consumer Price Index. The actual increase was from 2010. Oh, look at that. I didn't do my video. So I'm going to do my video here. The actual increase from 2010 to 2020. There we are. I'm going to start the video again. Sorry, didn't have my video on. The actual increases was from 2010 to 2020. This 10-year trend was continued for the projected years 2020 to 2030. And just like wildlife, affordability will suffer a death by 1,000 cuts. We can always justify a single year's tax increase in a variety of ways, but if this trend continues, it will be fiscally unsustainable for the town and its taxpayers. Doubling taxes every 9 to 12 years to such a degree that people can't afford to live here defeats all the hard work you've done for affordable housing. It will erode our social fabric and is the unfortunate path followed by iconic towns like Vail, Aspen, and Jackson Hole. Their stories are well documented. Getting back to the two ASPs as presented, they currently, as advertised, provide a net positive impact. However, the analysis clearly states that this is contingent on all the commercial development and the valuations of that commercial development. The historic trends above reinforce the fact the commercial development will not occur without specific performance measures implemented within the ASP. What happens if the proponent builds the residential and then determines the undermining risk is too great for the resort center and related commercial? In combination, these circumstances will result in a significant net negative impact for the town's finances and continue to put pressure on the municipal tax rates as illustrated. The ASPs present a significant downside financial risk to the town of Canmore and its taxpayers. Now, my recommendations to council, if I may be so bold, would be as follows. Reject the Smith Creek ASP for all the reasons so eloquently said over the last 4 days. For the Village Center ASP, ensure that it must contain as much commercial development as negotiable. Stick to the 2004 Resort Center ASP that is almost exclusively commercial, or at least close to it. 2, contain measures to ensure the commercial development is built before any more residential development. If 1.4 billion of residential does not—
9-minute time check.
Thank you very much. If 1.4 billion of residential doesn't provide critical mass, more residential won't either. Do not accept anything but the core resort center and related commercial as phase 1 of this ASP. Carefully re-examine the bonusing toolkit. The bonusing provided far outweigh the benefits to the community and result in doubling the development size while increasing the financial risk to the town. Review the current need for PAH. The CCHC waiting list is currently below 40 for equity units, below 20 for rental units, 20 years, and demand is not skyrocketing. You've done a fantastic job. We do not need to maintain, we need to maintain our incremental and systematic approach to providing PAH. Council, Mayor Borman, this is a generational decision for the community and a legacy decision for council. Mayor Borman and councillors, please consider the type of legacy you wish to leave for this community. Your decision must be valiant, courageous, and bold. Reject these ASPs and begin a community engagement process with all stakeholders to determine what is acceptable on this landscape. I thank you for your time, and I thank you for the last 6 days, and I wish you all the best in your deliberations.
Thank you very much, Mr. DeLeo. And as you know from the years that you worked with the town when I was on council, I've always had a lot of respect for your capacity to analyze financial matters and for the advice that you provided council while you were here. I do have a couple of questions for you, though, and I have been very interested in your analyses. In regards to the town of Canmore tax rates, how does your financial modeling reflect the intrinsic value to the community of our net new facilities and services such as Elevation Place, Arts Place, Transit, and all of the other amazing things we do have here for a smaller community that are largely supported by our increasing tax rates?
Yeah, so I think I was very clear with those increase in taxes. I suggested TSMV is not the rationale for all of that increase. Definitely, you've added additional services for the town. But again, more people means more services required. And every single fiscal impact study that I've been involved with suggests that residential doesn't pay for itself. So with that premise, the solely residential development on TSMV land has put pressure on our municipal tax rates, as well as, residential only development in Silvertip. We are trying to recommend always to get commercial development because it is truly council's holy grail to help with the pressure on those residential taxes. So absolutely, you've done an amazing job providing services, but residential development puts additional pressure on those tax rates. And that's really my point. Yeah.
Point taken. And you have referenced the strong emphasis on increasing commercial, and just now you suggested that, I don't know if I got your words exactly, but if there was any approvals given to stress the commercial needs at this time.
Yeah, and I think, is that your question? Or
no, that was an observation, but
that's an observation.
Jump in. I was observing, recognizing that you have identified commercial as a real need and worth council considering. The other question that I do have is around the chart you showed, and I wonder if you've in the work you did in preparing this presentation and others, if you've compared the town of Canmore rate changes to those of other smaller municipalities in southern Alberta that we always compare ourselves to, as you know, and generally, well, always we show our increasing tax rates to be very similar to those across southern Alberta.
Yeah. Yeah, so I've seen those charts. I've seen those charts that you've produced, and I think for me, what's really illustrative is how are you moving throughout those charts. So I think if you look at somewhere, in the 2000 to 2010 range, you probably were at the bottom of those comparable municipalities, and now you're in the middle of those comparable municipalities. So really, it's not so much a snapshot in time, but it's where your trend's going. So again, I didn't look where you're at in 2000, 2010. I would encourage your great finance team to maybe send me that chart and put me in my place. But I'm betting that you are moving to the top of that list towards Chestermere. And I think we all know the story behind Chestermere, the struggles they've had. And so I just want to illustrate that if you're moving up those trends, whether now you're in the middle, which is great, but if you started at the bottom, then the trend is actually the thing that worries me most. And so I would encourage us to look at those. I haven't done that. I'd like to see where we were in 2010. But really it's where we're going. And that trend is, what I'm so concerned about.
Oh, okay, that's a good answer. And I will look at the comparative tax rates in other municipalities from that perspective. Thank you. Councillor Sanford, you have a question?
Yes, thank you, Mayor Barman. Thank you, Mr. De Leo, for your presentation. One question I have is, you did show us that taxes have doubled over a period of time, but over that same period of time, assessments have actually quadrupled. So how do you correlate the tax rate versus the assessment rate when there is so much demand on property here that assessments go up so extraordinarily compared to the taxes?
Yeah. So again, I never look at assessments and I never look at rates. The reason is, one, the province always tells you, you got the lowest rate in the province. What are you whining about? People pay a tax bill. So my analysis is basically looking at the total tax bill of what I paid, in 2010 versus 2020, what my neighbor pays, what maybe you paid, that kind of thing. So I'm looking at the total tax bill, and that is what I'm doing my comparisons on. I'm not looking at my assessment. I'm not looking at my rate, because I pay neither of those. I pay the tax bill, and that's what I've based my doubling on.
And so you don't take into consideration assessment?
No, because it isn't, my assessment might have gone from 500,000 to 800,000, but honestly, depending on what the municipality does with the mill rate is what I actually pay in taxes. So, if you see assessments go up 30%, generally, if the council wants to see a flat line, no increase in taxes, they would have the mill rate reduce by 30%, right? So that, on average, that's what would happen. So I neither look at the assessments nor the mill rates when I'm looking at what you or what all of us are paying as a tax bill.
Thank you.
Yep.
Are there other questions, council, for Mr. De Leo? Councillor McCallum.
Thank you, Mayor Barman, and thank you, Mr. De Leo, for presenting to council. I actually don't have a question. I just actually wanted to thank you for highlighting to the people of Canmore over the last month that you've been engaged in this process, or more than a month, engaged in this process, the importance of commercial base within a community. I don't think that the majority of Canmore citizens have realized up until this point that commercial actually pays a higher rate of tax than residential does and uses a lower amount of tax. And I believe our ratio is quite modest compared to other nearby resort communities. So it's like an unintended education in a civics course that I think has been really important for people to understand. I think we receive a lot of criticism when we approve commercial development, and I think when we talk about the balance, people don't understand about that, and I believe now they do. So thank you very much for articulating that to the public.
My pleasure.
I know you live to serve.
Okay.
See no other questions for you. So thanks once again, Rod, for joining us this afternoon and for the amount of work you're putting into these issues. I appreciate that.
Thanks for the ton of work that you've done. My pleasure. Bye.
At this time, I will ask Mr. Anthony Arkham to join us.
Hello?
Can hello, Mr. Harcum, can you hear me?
I can hear you, but I can't seem to get myself here.
Well, unless you have visuals that you wanted to present, we can hear you and you're welcome to speak.
Yeah, I don't have any visuals. I was only speaking. So I'm a little puzzled that my speaking doesn't seem to be working.
Well, we can hear you. So your sound is certainly working. At least it was. Perhaps.
I'm not certain. It looks like he's joined from 2 different devices, but as you said, his mic is enabled and we can hear him. So Anthony, if you can still hear us.
Why don't I ask the next speaker to join in and then we can come back to Mr. Harcum.
Great.
In which case I'll ask Jennifer Stelfox to join in.
Hello, are you able to hear me?
Yes, you bet, and
Excellent.
see you.
Hello, good to see you all. Thanks so much for the opportunity to speak, Your Worship and members of council. So, just turn my space heater off there. And thank you so much for everything that you're doing for the community and this, I would guess, unprecedented length of public hearing. Truly a Herculean task. Thank you so much for taking the time to hear everyone that would like to speak. I will try to keep this succinct. The household cat has decided that 4:30 in the morning is the new time that it's good to get up. So the last 3 mornings have been somewhat early. So I'm gonna keep this succinct and coherent. Please feel free to ask questions at the end. So I have lived in Canmore since 2012. I've rented that whole time. I have worked a variety of jobs, partly 10 years working in outdoor education, teaching leadership and conflict resolution, group dynamics, risk management, hazard assessment, and of course, religious travel skills. I've also worked at the library and at a vet clinic. I currently work at a gear repair shop and retail, guest services. I've worked in the service industry and the tourist industry and skiing. So just to give you a sense of the variety of things and maybe perspectives that I can bring. Also, I am on the now called Vital Homes waiting list in the ownership program, formerly called the Perpetually Affordable Housing Program, just to give you the perspective that I very much would like to stay here and I have a direct stake in there being more affordable houses. Great, that is my perspective. I'm very pleased that land acknowledgements have been done. I'll just do another quick one here. It's very important to me to acknowledge that we're here in what the Nakota have called Chukchichian Kudevi. Thank you to Gordon Wesley for, Gordon Wesley is a delightful artist. Buddy Wesley is the one that has been teaching the language classes at Arts Place for teaching us that word and some of the history, and also Elder Jackson Wesley and Elder Roland Mudd for telling that story on the first day. And that's the previous name. We of course call it Canmore, and we're here on Treaty 7 territory, which is the traditional territory of the Iñarhe Nakota, the Nitsitapi, also called the Blackfoot Confederacy, the Titina, the Tanaha, and Métis Region 3. I think it's very important for us all to keep in the forefront of our mind that we are all treaty people. This is not only something for the Indigenous peoples. This is not only something for our ancestors who signed it. And we are all treaty people, which means that we must try to live out of and make decisions with the intent of that treaty in mind. I think also part of why I wanted to specifically do a land acknowledgement is that I find it very important to remember that all of the wealth and prosperity that we have now comes from the natural landscape. I am privileged through being able to live here and my ancestors living here and making a living on this landscape. And the reason that we have been able to thrive as Canadians is because of the stewardship that Indigenous peoples have had here for millennia, long before my ancestors built Stonehenge or any such thing. They've been here, and that has allowed us to be so prosperous. And so I think it's very important that we remember that and keep that in mind as we move forward. So moving right along, for the record, I am opposed to both bylaws 2021-05 for Three Sisters Village, bylaws 2021-06 for Smith Creek, and I would like you to turn them down. I'm not exactly sure of the procedure, I apologize, but either before or after second reading. And I will list a few primary reasons before getting into details. I think first and foremost, the need to consult meaningfully and properly with the three Nakota nations, the Bearspaw, Wesley, and Chiniki, is of paramount importance. In keeping with Treaty 7 and the Truth and Reconciliation recommendations and the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples, I think that even if there aren't specific municipal laws that compel us to do that, that it is our moral and ethical imperative to do so as good neighbors, and also with the intent of truth and reconciliation. When we are kind to our neighbors, we're not kind because the law compels it. We are kind because we believe it's the right thing to do and because it makes our communities better to live in. We don't shovel our neighbor's driveway because we think we'll get something out of it or because the law compels it, but because it's just the morally and ethically right thing to do. And that's how I feel about Indigenous consultation. And of course, with Indigenous consultation, it's not just being kind, it's obeying the intent of a treaty and taking steps for truth and reconciliation. I also feel that the wildlife corridor would be rendered functionally ineffective with the current ASPs as they stand. I find it's very important for us to remember the precautionary principle in making these decisions. In addition to the fact that the best available science that I have heard of after listening to many of our amazing, we have so much amazing resources here for people who are experts in wildlife corridor science, and the best available science would see the corridor wider than we would have to move Highway 1 essentially. So we've already compromised the corridor, and I feel that this level of compromise as the ASP stand would be a plug in this internationally significant wildlife corridor. The undermined areas I feel are too dangerous to be built on, and given that they were deemed undevelopable in the past, I'm not sure what could have changed. And as has been illustrated by previous speakers with much greater knowledge than me, and also by tirelessly and devotedly by the late Jerry Stevenson. I didn't think that one would hit me like it did in just a second. These areas are not able to be safely developed and would be a liability to the town and to future landowners. I just wanted to make a point, and I've learned this through my past experience in outdoor education and hazard assessment, risk assessment. I've also had professional training in avalanche forecasting and assessment. And one thing that we talk about in the avalanche world is false positives. And we are, as humans, we often fall prey to these, which is basically, as we're talking about other communities that have been built on undermined land, or even our own communities, that can be seen as a false positive. And this is a difficult decision-making category for our brains because we see that it's been done properly. So it's like when the 7 skiers ski down a line and the 8th skier thinks it's safe because everyone else has skied it, but it doesn't mean that it's safe. It just means that it hasn't been triggered. And that is the false positive. And I think it's important to be aware of these cognitive biases as we make these decisions, that just because it hasn't happened yet doesn't mean it will, and it doesn't mean we've made the decision based on the data. We may be making a decision based on a false positive. I would like you to please not expand the growth boundary east of Canmore. Please keep it as the conservation of wildlands, and please do not rezone the unfinished golf course. These are best left for wildlife movement and habitat. I have heard some comments from participants and possibly also from council, although I can't say specifics, my apologies, but with regard to ensuring that we're hearing or that we're speaking for a majority and that we're not simply making a decision based on a silent minority. I find this concerning because I feel it devalues the majority of people who have spoken in opposition. And so I would encourage you that if there is some doubt as to whether or not this proportion of people represents Canmore as a whole, that you please hold a plebiscite to get a better sense. I think it would be very problematic to discount in any way this ratio unless there were more data to back up a decision in another direction, if that makes sense.
Excuse me, Ms. Stelfox, this
Yes.
is your 9-minute time check.
Okay, thank you. So wrapping up, with regard to the affordable housing, I think there's far too little of it, and I would like to see a far greater percentage of units. I believe the MDP says 20%, and I've heard reference to the NRCB decision compelling 50%. In my ideal, I would love to see this area, the majority of it, kept as wildlife corridor and habitat, and no development on Smith Creek because the sprawl is not consistent with our climate action plan, and development with far greater percentage of commercial and affordable housing on the village ASP. I would love to see something like, I'm not sure how this would be achieved. I don't know the legalities, but some sort of a satellite university campus or something like that would be amazing, so that the types of jobs that are created have a high enough salary level that it doesn't further contribute to the housing problems. When we have retail and other businesses that are paying minimum wage, it only increases our need for affordable housing. And so that is what I would love to see on these lands. And I would like the town of Canmore to develop a memorandum of understanding and a relationship with the Nakota, and to honor the requests that William Snow and John Snow and Elder Jackson Wesley and Elder Rolling Mud have requested in the first day with regard to adequate consultation and honoring the intent of the treaties. And finally, I would like us all to ask ourselves when we make these decisions whether we are playing to win and going for the best, or whether we're playing from a defensive position and playing not to lose. In other words, we must dream for something that is worthy of the town in the future and not just the status quo from our yesterday. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Are there any questions from members of council for Ms. Stelfox? Seeing none, thank you very much for taking the time to join us this afternoon and sharing your thoughts with council.
Excellent. Thank you so much. Take care.
I'm wondering if Mr. Harcum is able to join the meeting at this point. Mr. Harcum, can you hear me? It appears not. So we'll continue to keep Mr. Harcum on the speakers list, and hopefully that will work. But at this point, I'll ask Christophe Breyer to join in.
Good afternoon, members of council. Can you hear me good?
Yep.
Perfect. Good afternoon again. Your worship, Mayor Borman, members of council. Thank you for your time to allow me to speak with you. I really do appreciate the opportunity. My name is Christoph Breyer, and I and my family moved from Germany 11 years ago, and we are full-time residents in Canmore, and we live on 4th Street. In addition, I am a very small business owner for 7 years here in Canmore in the real estate industry, but with a huge positive impact for residents. The community and the people of Canmore has been very good to me and my family, and I'd like to give back by engagement. And that's actually what you do here for many, many days and hours, not for money. As you may know, I'm an architect by trade. I was a developer for over 20 years. Therefore, I'm not against any development, but not to this proposal magnitude. I am opposed to both proposals. I'm wondering first why the developer took 4 years to come to council in another election year with these both ASPs. What is the reasoning for that timing? There's absolutely no reason to have an application with this magnitude to rush out of the door as quickly as possible. For the majority of residents of Canmore, these ASPs does not meet our expectations. As you already know, there are a number of aspects that need carefully consideration, including undermining wildlife protection, environmental sustainability, affordable housing, parking, traffic, just to name a few. In addition, I have not seen anything about senior housing for our aging population, including me, or a possible new fire hall in the ASPs. Or is the plan to use the new fire hall on Benchlands Trail should service this proposed development too? It was very discouraging to learn that the developer says, quote, "We are not open to changing these plans. Therefore, any amendments are off the table." I don't see these proposals an opportunity for Canmore. I see huge risks, costs, and liabilities for the town of Canmore and future generations. I do respect any private landowner and their rights to build on their lands. Why do we not go back and keep the 1992 NRCB decision that granted the owner of these lands approval to construct a recreation and tourism project? Therefore, the owner of these lands has a right to build, and I respect that. In addition, there is an ASP that has been approved in 2004, and it proposed a second golf course. I don't see any reason why we should not honor the ASP approved in 2004, other than money. Instead, almost 17 years later, after the land was in receivership, has been bought and sold again and again, now the company is proposing an increased residential development, an indoor recreational district, a village center, and a hotel and spa district. I respect any developer to propose any increased dense residential development. However, they have no right to receive approval, and we should not approve these ASPs. The number of residential units allowed as per the current approved 2004 ASP is 3,000 units, and I would not allow a single additional unit. Why? Only because of money? You have the right to reject these ASPs, and that's what I encourage you should do if you wish to be re-elected in the fall. Over the last 2 years, Council has made some unpopular decisions, for example, large daycare area or the 7th and 7th development, which is 2 stories too high in my opinion, and therefore you can make the right decision here and reject the proposals and send the developer back to the drawing board. Don't let their problems that the 1992 NRCB decision is outdated or that the 2004 ASP are not enough units for profit come our problem. The answer is thank you, but no thank you. Why would we allow any developer an increased density of their land what was above what has been set out in the NRCB approval? The only reason is money. Just to clarify, I'm not against development, but I am against this increased applications. For example, when an old cabin in South Canmore turned into a fourplex, in my opinion, that is a reasonable development we can accept as a community, but not this magnitude. What I learned from listening to these public hearings over the last couple of days from our friends from the First Nation, they have not been consulted at all. The developer should be ashamed. The Smith Creek ASP is proposing an additional population of up to 4,500 residents when built out on lands that are currently a rock quarry and outside of the municipality's growth boundary. Why would we allow a proposal of this magnitude increase the density that is way above and beyond what has been approved in 1992. Only reason is money.
Mr.
Thanks for
Mr. Breyer, I would remind you that I've asked people not to comment on the character or intent of the landowners. You're in business, you understand that the reason you're in business is to make money. So please keep that in mind.
Thank you. Thanks for allowing me the time to speak with you about these applications. This is a long process, and I respect your time to listen to all aspects of what residents have to bring forward. I may reconsider the idea of running for council when every public hearing takes days and hours. However, as you see by the amount of people speaking with you, we care. We care about Canmore and our community, and you should care as well. Please, please reject those proposals. It's not about money, it's about our community. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for joining in. Are there questions from members of council for Mr. Breyer? Councillor McCallum?
Thank you, Mayor Barman, and thank you, Mr. Breyer, for coming to council to speak to us. You and I have had discussions over the years about development, so I'm very happy to see you come and provide your feelings and perspective. I had a question about the golf course. The sport of golf is losing, I believe I read an article, it's 1 million participants worldwide per year. It's not a really particularly great sport to take up if you have a family. Not many spouses will let you take off for the rest of the day on a Saturday. I was wondering if you had any ideas in terms of an alternative to a golf course for that area that could generate the same amount of money for the developer, but isn't a golf course, because of course we can't force people to put a business on that we can't force people to take up business on. So I was wondering if you had any alternative ideas. I know that you have spent a lot of time traveling the world, and you are a businessman, and I thought maybe you might have thought about this at night sometime.
That's a great question. Thanks for Councillor McCallum. My short response is, it is the developer's problem. So my comment was, don't let your problem make our problem. That's your problem. The golf course has been approved, build it. You had decades to build it. And to the short answer to your question is, I have not thought about any other business opportunities to make the same amount of money. But it's up to the developer, right? You have an approval for a golf course, build it. You don't like it anymore? Okay, it's your problem.
Okay, perfect. And then the other thing, I just wanted to make a statement that I can't speak for my colleagues, but I don't make decisions so that I'll get reelected every 4 years. I make decisions because I love Canmore and I want to do the best for my community. I just wanted to make that clear to you, sir.
I know that.
Thank you.
If there are no other questions for Mr. Breyer, thank you very much for joining in this afternoon, Christophe.
Thanks so much, sir.
And again, I'll see if Mr. Harcum is able to join in at this time.
How's that?
We can certainly hear you.
That's all you have to do. I'm sorry, I
Exactly.
have no visual.
That's okay, you bet. Go ahead.
Okay. Well, thanks very much for giving me the opportunity to speak this afternoon on my third attempt. My first concern is the impact of the plan on the climate change goals. I'm concerned because missing these goals means impact on the world and not just the Bow Valley. I think this is a very serious responsibility. Town Council, as part of its declaration of climate emergency, set goals in line with national and international goals. These require us to reduce our carbon footprint relative to consumption in 2015. To see the impact of the TSMV plan, I used the town's report dated January 2020 on greenhouse gas emissions and calculated the impact using population as the main driver. At present, we are committed to a reduction of 30% by 2030 and 80% by 2050. The current level of 270,000 metric tons a year equates to 15 tons per person per year for residents and rental visitor spaces in Canmore. The mid-value of the TSMV additional population estimates is 10,000 over 25 years, or 400 additional per year. This means each year will add 6,000 metric tons, and this will add up over the 25 years. This makes that over the full period of the development, we have another 150 metric tons to add to the present level, a 55% increase. And so the reduction target every year becomes 14,100 tons instead of the lesser but challenging 8,100 tons. Improved building standards will reduce new building operating costs by 20%, which would reduce the carbon addition to 140,000 tons over 25 years, because the residential building operating costs contribute only a quarter of the total carbon footprint. If we fail to meet these goals, we are compromising our future, that of our children, grandchildren, and subsequent generations. We have to find direct methods of achieving climate goals, which will involve changing what we do now. The proposal is exactly a continuation of status quo. Grow, 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 sell more houses, entice more tourists. Climate change calls for reduce, reduce, reduce. Worse yet, the commercial ability that's being advocated is tourism, which is a high carbon impact activity. Air travel from Europe would create 5 tons of carbon per person. So that's per visitor. This is a third of the annual burden for an individual resident. Secondly, the community, by its spirit and tax dollars, has created the Canmore that we know. The marketing that is proposed to sell part of this asset to second home residents and tourists without recompense to the town for the dilution this causes defrauds the present population. And the town only becomes the town we know and value 5 days a week at best. These free goods should not be available for sale in this fashion. Finally, when a decision is made, which turns out to be faulty, the costs can be large. The Cougar Creek flood is costing about 40 million to try to ensure the safety of the properties at risk. It has also created a building site. Over the past 8 years, we have been enduring vehicles moving up and down the creek, trundling away, moving rocks from one end to the other for 8 years. Future acts of God or uninsurable risks will not be covered by the provincial government where the risk was foreseeable. This was why the town's policy on creekside developments was developed. Certainly the TSMV risk needs some kind of risk assessment. My calculation is that if 100 houses on Cougar Creek cost about 40 million to protect, 4,000 units on this will cost about 1.6 billion. So somewhere that's got to be found. What should be done? The original sale of the property and its history of changing ownership needs to be reviewed to determine what compensation might be paid to the present owners so that the land is returned to Crown land and be made undevelopable in perpetuity. Any other choice will simply create further proposals which will all need to be turned down. The benefit of such action would be to help Canmore focus on its real future, because it needs to find one, and set an example to the world. It would build on the civic pride, which I think this hearing has fully identified. Thank you very much.
And thank you, sir, for bearing through the technical challenges. And
I'm sorry about that. I think it was my fault.
Yeah, no problem at all. No problem. The important thing is we've heard from you. Are there any questions at this time for Mr. Harcum? I see none. So once again, thanks so much for being patient and then joining in with us this afternoon.
No problem. Thank you very much. Bye-bye.
And I think we'll have time for one more presenter before the next break. So I'll ask Reno Sommerhalder to join in, please.
Hello,
Hello.
can you see me?
Yep.
All right. Hello, everyone. I really appreciate the opportunity to speak here. And I really appreciate all of the energy and efforts that all of you, including the presenters, of course, have put into this important issue. My name is Reno Sommerhalder. I'm a bear specialist and an ecology guide, and I've been living in the Bow Valley for almost 35 years, and I couldn't picture a better place to live on this beautiful planet. And I guess that's why I strongly oppose the current ASPs, and here's why. Oh, and I will say, and I will say all of this in direct response to the ASPs. So I may be most qualified to speak out of the perspective of the bear. And I hope you don't mind, but in order to do that, I would like you to do a brief exercise with your help. You simply have to close your eyes for just a few seconds, maybe. Don't worry, and please don't fall asleep, but you've had a long day so far. And it won't be a meditation session either. So please close your eyes briefly and try to picture Bear 148. And I'm sure you all remember her. This is 2017, and she has just left the boundaries of Banff National Park, moving east, venturing into Kenmore, arriving somewhere on the bench near Corrie Lake and in that wildlife corridor up there. You have to know, and this is important, that Bear 148 had just reached sexual maturity and was bred by an adult male grizzly bear in June of that same year. Bear 148 was therefore very likely pregnant with her first ever litter of cubs out of a threatened population of grizzly bears. I'm saying that because that will turn up a bear's internal clock even more to put on the layers of fat crucial to her own survival and that of her yet unborn cubs. Now, picture 148 moving through this area, a wildlife corridor, trying to feed her unbearable, excuse the pun, appetite for calories. After 5 months of hibernation, and without a single bite of food, she's now trying to negotiate her way through a maze of human hurdles, dog walkers, joggers, mountain bikers, hikers, fishermen, off-leash dogs, climbers, cars, golf courses, trains, roads, smells of restaurants, and so many other unnatural attractants. And she has to do that right down in the valley bottom where she finds most of her food for a large part of spring and summer, exactly where we humans also like to spend all of our time. I find it incredible that Bear 148, just like many other bears before and after her, had survived as long as she did. The level of tolerance that bears like her display towards us and all the hurdles that we place across their path is nothing short of incredible. And don't forget, these bears are trying to survive. They're not there for fun. Well, maybe sometimes they are, but we on the other hand, are mainly out there for our pleasure. And yet the amazingly tolerant behavior of Bear 148 was not sufficient. As we all know, to prevent her very tragic death a few weeks later at the hands of a BC hunter. Bear 148 died, at least partially, as a result of all of the development that has taken place in Kenmore and the Bow Valley, generally speaking, over the past many years. Bear 148 gave her life so we can live in luxury here in the Bow Valley. Countless other bears and other critters have paid the same terminal price over the past many years, and yet we don't really significantly change our ways. And now there is this proposal on the table before us that would potentially add twice the population to the town of Kenmore. It seems like a joke to me. As a bear specialist, I can tell you that there are no mitigation measures you can put into place that will eliminate the risks to both bears and people as a result of this kind of additional growth. It's simply not possible. Already now, without a doubling of the human population, wildlife is heavily compromised in the Bow Valley. The years of debate about a functioning wildlife corridor, I think, wouldn't be an issue at all if green growth and sustainability would have been a focus for us to begin with. At the UN Climate Change Summit last year, Greta Thunberg declared, "We are in the beginning of a mass extinction, and all you can talk about is money and fairy tales of eternal economic growth. How dare you?" I find it personally amazing that it takes a young teenager to let us all know that the destructive path we're on is a direct result of our focus above all else on economy. As a society and members of the same ecosystems that nurture us, that bears and wolves also belong to, we have to find ways to be more at harmony with nature. We need a vision that goes far beyond our current economic focus, a vision that includes all beings we share this valley with besides ourselves. And it's amazing that not a single wildlife population out there grows exponentially. They all have control mechanisms built in order to continue to strive. It's all in balance and it's perfect. It is magical. We humans, for some reason, are supposed to be part of that same interconnectedness, but for some reason, instead, we behave as we own the planet. Well, we all know that we don't. Economic prosperity is possible without growth. Various influential writers and economists such as Tim Jackson, Dietrich Vollrath, or Naomi Klein, just to mention a very few of them, show us in their publications how a turnaround is possible and, more importantly, necessary. So in summary, I plead with you to not ignore all of the people that have expressed grave concerns about this development at this and at many other previous hearings. Do not approve this project, please. Instead, look into placing a moratorium on all future development, and instead invest considerable amount of time into finding out what a broader vision, including the health of our entire ecosystem we depend on, could look like, so that bears, wolves, and butterflies, as well as people, will continue to flourish in our valley and help enrich our lives. Thank you very much. That is my thing. And yeah, again, as someone that loves to be outdoors, I am stunned about what you guys are doing. For hours and hours in front of the screen, that's a tough thing to do, and I really, really highly appreciate what you do.
Thank you. And thank you for taking the time to join in today. Are there any questions from members of council for Mr. Sommerhalder? See none. So again, thank you for joining with us today to share your perspective.
Best of luck.
Thank you. At this time, I will call a 5-minute break, and we'll reconvene at 4:17. Nope, make that 4:18. Clock just changed. And I believe I'll resume the public hearing at this time and ask Michael Yudkovich to join in.
Hello.
Hi.
Hi there. Hi, Mayor Borman and Town Council. Thank you for your time, your presence, and your consideration. It's greatly appreciated. I congratulate you also on being like the highest streamed internet show programming in the Bow Valley. Better ratings than Schitt's Creek, I'm pretty sure at this point. So thank you. So my name is Mike Yudkovich, as you said, Mayor Borman. I'm a registered psychologist. My spouse and I reside full-time in Canmore with our rescue dog. We own a private counseling practice here in beautiful Canmore. Before I start on my presentation, I want to acknowledge that we live, work, and play on sacred Treaty 7 lands, which includes the traditional lands of Stoney Nakoda, including Chiniki First Nation, Bears Paw First Nation, and Wesley First Nation. The Tsuut'ina Nation, the Blackfoot Confederacy, including Siksika First Nation, Piikani First Nation, and Kenai First Nation, as well as home to Métis Nation Region 3. There have been so many compelling presentations in opposition of the TSMV's applications. I've been thinking about how I can contribute to the conversation. Then it occurred to me, this conversation is about making an important decision. How do I make ethical decisions as a psychologist? In my case, I refer to the Canadian Code of Ethics for Psychologists. They provide ethical principles and ethical decision-making model, which I've obtained from the Canadian Psychological Association website. So there are essentially 4 ethical principles, and then there's 10 steps in the ethical decision-making model. While I am not here as a psychologist, I'm here as a concerned citizen of Canmore. I would like to apply this decision making model to TSMV's area structure plans in hopes of maybe providing some clarity about this decision. So again, there are 4 main principles that guide our practice as psychologists. So I'll briefly review those, and then we'll go into the ethical decision-making model, and we'll actually revisit these 4 principles. Hopefully it'll be reasonably engaging. I'm thankful that you've all had a break. So hopefully I can keep it light enough, and but also to the point for all of you. Principle 1, respect for the dignity of persons and peoples. Principle 2, responsible caring. Principle 3, integrity in relationships. Principle 4, responsibility to society. So those are our 4 ethical principles, and they're actually, I read them in the order of importance. So the first principle, which again, we're going to review these at the end of my presentation, but the first principle is considered the highest order principle, then it follows suit. So I wanted to talk a little bit about the 10-step ethical decision-making model that we use as psychologists, but try to apply it to what we're talking about today. So the first step is always identification of the individuals and groups potentially affected by the decision. So in this case, this decision potentially affects Indigenous peoples, residents of Canmore and Dead Man's Flats, developers, and others involved in the TSMV. These are at least the most directly involved by this decision. There's certainly others who may be affected by this decision as well. Step 2, identification of ethically relevant issues and practices, including the moral rights, values, well-being, best interests, as well as the cultural, social, historical, economic, institutional, legal, or political context, or other circumstances. So in this case, there's a number of issues at play. Indigenous rights, animal rights, land conservation, to name a few. And we're also in the midst of a climate crisis and, of course, a global pandemic. So this decision is being made through a very unique lens, which only adds to the complexity of the decision. Step 3, consideration of how one's own biases, external pressures, personal needs, self-interest, or cultural, social, historical, economic, institutional, legal, or political context and background might influence the development of or choice between courses of action. So for me, I mean, I do have a bias. I think we all have biases. My bias is that I'm a social justice advocate. So that is certainly something, a value that's near and dear to my heart, and a practice that's near and dear to my heart. Like my spouse as well, even more so than I am. Many of our friends, and I'm also a Canmorite. I think I'm officially a Canmorite. I've been here 7 years. I don't know what, I know people have given me different numbers, but my heart is in Canmore. And so I have a real investment, an emotional investment in this town, like many of you and many of the people tuning in to this hearing, many of the people not tuning into this hearing. So I need to just kind of air those biases and be aware of them. Step 4, development of alternative courses of action. So in this case, it's like accepting or rejecting the TSMV's ASPs. Step 5, analysis of risks and benefits of each course of action on the individuals and groups involved, taking into account relevant individual and cultural, social, historical, economic, institutional, legal, and political contextual factors. So in this case, the risks and benefits. So if we were to accept the ASAPs, sure, there might be some employment opportunities, and there might also be increased housing. Those are sort of some of the benefits of it. The downside is the harm it can cause to our environment, to our wildlife and residents. I think there's already been so many compelling presentations on this that I'll leave it at that. If we reject the TSMV's ASPs, sure, there would be no added employment opportunities that would have been gained from it. And there would be no housing that would have been gained from it. But at the same time, there'd be no harm to our environment, our wildlife, and our residents' quality of life. Step 6 is choice of course of action after conscientious application of existing principles, values, and standards. And this includes, but would not be limited to, relevant laws and regulations, bylaws, things like that. So in this case, I would choose to reject the TSMV's ASPs based on all 4 principles. So I'll quickly come back to those. So in terms of principle 1, respect for the dignity of persons and peoples. Trauma is the experience of having no choice. That's a quote by David Emerson, who's a trauma researcher. And we have a moral obligation to respect the rights of our Indigenous neighbors, residents of Canmore, Dead Man's Flats. And all of us have a voice and need to have a choice in this matter as well. And we need to respect our wilderness and wildlife. Principle 2, responsible caring. So this is really about the minimization of harm. I suppose in the medical profession, it would be the Hippocratic Oath, which is do no harm. And in this case, we need to minimize the harm to the environment, animals, our residents, including our Indigenous neighbors.
Excuse me, Mr. Yurkovich, this is your 9-minute time check.
Oh, thank you. So, and this means no development or minimal development. And I know people have articulated that much better than I can in terms of what minimal development could look like. We need to take a least invasive approach. Principle 3, integrity in relationships. We need the developers to build real relationships with our Indigenous neighbors, residents of Canmore and Dead Man's Flats. And principle 4, responsibility to society. We need to do what's in the best interests of our Indigenous neighbors, residents of Canmore, Dead Man's Flats, and our environment and our wildlife. And with that, that is my decision-making process, and that's why I oppose the TSMV's ASPs. Mayor Borrowman and Town Council, thanks again for your time, presence, and consideration.
And thank you, sir, for taking your time to partake in the public hearing. We appreciate hearing your perspective. I'm looking to see if there are any questions from members of council. And I see none. So once again, thank you so much for joining in this afternoon.
Thank you. Take good care.
Thank you. At this time, I'll ask Tanya Stratton to join in.
Can you hear me? Oh, there I am.
Yep, you bet.
Good afternoon. I've been waiting a long time, so I'm quite excited. Mayor, councillors, my name is Tanya Stratton, and I'm a resident of Canmore. And like others, I want to start by thanking you and all of the participating Canmore residents for your time and effort. I've been humbled by the quality and the thoughtfulness of all of the interventions, and sobered by a number of them, such as the recent intervention by, I think it was Mr. Summerhalder. I fear I'm likely to repeat what many others have already said, but this issue is so important. I really feel compelled to add my voice in opposition to the two bylaws. And I'm going to start with my ecological concerns, because I think we who have so much and so many options available to us have a moral responsibility to prioritize these. I have a lot I want to say, so I'm going to try to speak as quickly as I can. On the wildlife corridor functionality, my first issue is actually with the province, but it's an issue which I would like to urge the town to stand up to. In early 2020, without notice or consultation, as you know, the province approved a wildlife corridor for the Smith Creek portion of the TSMV lands. It is clear in the Alberta Environment and Parks decision that it tailored its criteria solely and favorably for the developer, and then of course concludes that the project meets those criteria. But let me give you some examples of why I think this. AEP decided, for example, that the corridor does not require the recommended width below a 25-degree slope because, quote, slopes greater than 25 degrees occur throughout the Bow Valley, end quote. And due to the varying topographical nature of the Bow Valley, the target width below the 25-degree slope won't apply. With regard to the discontinuous slopes at the east end of the project area, which the previous NDP government had concern with, the decision states that having a corridor of insufficient width is acceptable because, quote, the slopes do not present a total barrier to movement. Further, the decision tries to argue numerous times that these overly narrow corridors are now more acceptable than ever because of the human-wildlife coexistence information and training. The criteria are arbitrary and defy all science and reason. It is precisely because of the presence of steep slopes and increasing human presence that more flat land is necessary to ensure corridor functionality. The province also reiterates its position that the BCEAG guidelines do not apply, referring to the exemption for projects already approved by the NRCB prior to 1999. Yet the NRCB specifically did not approve any development in the Wind Valley, now called the Smith Creek area. In fact, it specifically prohibited future development on certain Wind Valley lands. And for the rest of those lands, concluded, quote, the board does not have an application before it for a reduced development in the Wind Valley and therefore could not approve one. So there was no approval granted for development on the east end of the lands in question right now. However, to provide flexibility, the NRCB empowered the town of Canmore to approve any future development north of the prohibited development line, quote, subject to it being acceptable to the town and also to the province with respect to revision for wildlife corridors, page 13-7, and condition 2 and 3 on page C2 of the decision also reiterate this. So in both parts of the NRCB decision that speak to the Smith Creek lands, the town is given primary authority, with the wildlife corridors also needing to be acceptable to the province. Moreover, the NRCB recommended the establishment of a regional advisory committee, which I understand became the BCAG, with a mandate to, quote, advise on functional wildlife corridors on lands to be developed by TSMV. Excuse me, page 13-4. So it's ludicrous to suggest that the committee's advice should not apply to the very projects it was originally designed to inform. With that in mind, I urge the town of Canmore to push back against the misrepresentations of the NRCB decision and deficiencies being introduced by the province and applicant, including by adhering to the NRCB decision, which states that development on Smith Creek lands, including wildlife corridors, must be acceptable to the town. Adhering to the BCEAG guidelines, which clearly apply, including the need for increased width as the length of the corridor increases. Upholding the existing zoning in the golf and recreation area district with setbacks as per bylaw 36Z/2004. Using zoning where needed to further ensure functional corridors, not changing Canmore's conservation of wildland zoning, and refusing changes to Canmore's growth boundary. The response to the wildlife fence proposal should simply be no. The BCAG guidelines make no accommodation for hard edge corridors and recommend a transitional zone with soft edges in the 175-meter adjacencies zone. The town should reject any proposal that does not do this or that does less than this. It is the responsibility of the developer to provide a functional corridor. Instead, they're proposing a non-functional corridor and downloading its long-term maintenance costs on the town. Finally, the developer says it will account for corridor deficiencies by monitoring the success for wildlife over time and adapt and improve as needed. How will it do this? When every square inch up to the wildlife corridor is riddled with development, how will these corridors be adapted? The precautionary principle must be adopted from the beginning. I would also like to seek some clarification because I understood that the agreement was that the Thunderstone quarry lands were to be reclaimed and returned to conservation lands. So I'm a bit foggy about all of that. On the climate change emergency, I support the recommendations made in the Bow Valley Climate Action Submission. The ASCPs are clearly inconsistent with the town's climate action plan and commitment to climate leadership. The town's own facts admit that this project will explode the town's climate footprint and make it impossible to meet its adopted targets. TSMV states that its bonusing toolkit was, quote, tailored to support the climate action plan's goals. Yet by definition, the ASAPs can only do so if they, one, ensure 80% of new development is built to a near net zero standard, and two, 30% of the site's energy is renewable by 2030. Strict waste and transportation greenhouse gas management is also needed. Encouraging, considering, looking to pursue assures nothing. I think we all know that the optional bonusing scheme is not sufficient, and it's just that, it's an option which may or may not be exercised. And most of Smith Creek development is not even subject to this bonusing. TSMV represents the majority of future development that will take place in Canmore and where we have the most opportunity to get it right. The town should amend its land use bylaw and other legislation to align with the cap. And this includes regulating commercial, industrial, and construction and demolition waste. Then and only then should the ASCPs with comprehensive greenhouse gas minimization strategies that align with the cap and have clear accountability mechanisms be considered. On undermining risks, I won't say too much, but
Excuse me, Ms. Stratton?
Yes.
This is your 9-minute time check.
Oh, goodness gracious. Okay, development on underlined lands is a public safety and liability issue, and the insurances in the undermining regulation are insufficient to mitigate the financial risk. I would also just like to say that I read in an Outlook article that you, Mr. Mayor, suggested that the town has limited jurisdiction over development on undermined lands. Yet the NRCB decision clearly states that the proposed development on TSMV lands can only proceed if undermining mitigation is to the satisfaction of the town. And I believe it would be negligent for the town to accept these known risks to Canmore taxpayers and future property owners, and that the town should refuse to build town infrastructure on undermined lands unless the developer assumes full and perpetual responsibility for the risk, uphold the existing zoning in the Golf and Recreation Area District, not accept undermined lands for municipal reserve lands, and use land use and subdivision permits in a manner that avoids risk to public safety and town infrastructure. I did have something to say on financial risks. In general, I'll just say I remain unconvinced that the benefits to the town will exceed the costs. Heather Watson raised that we also need to ask the question of what kind of commercial businesses do we want? I didn't move to the mountains personally to live beside strip malls of box and chain stores. I support.
I'll ask you to wrap up. We have a number of people waiting to speak.
Okay. So in conclusion, I'll just say I'm not anti-development. I'm pro-progress. I think we need a new value proposition, one that isn't at the expense of environment and wildlife. In fact, one that generates value from the conservation of those very things. The complexity and magnitude of this project demands a public information campaign, broad public consultation, including with First Nations, and a thorough discussion of all of the options.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you very
just
much.
Quick answer to your question about the reclamation of the Thunderstone quarries. That's a provincial requirement that's associated with the mining license that the owners have on the quarry. So that's, I hope the answer you're looking for. Are there questions from members of council for Ms. Stratton? Seeing none, thank you very much for joining in today and sharing your thoughts.
Thank you all, and good luck with the rest of the proceedings.
Thank you. This time I'll ask John De Bruyn to join in. Good afternoon.
John, we'll need you to unmute, please.
Mr. De Bruyn.
There, can you hear me?
Yes.
Not sure why we're not seeing it. There we go. Thank you very much, Mayor Borman and members of council for the opportunity to speak. And thank you for the tremendous work that you have done. I'm a full-time resident of Canmore, having lived here for 17 years, chartered accountant and CPA. I oppose the approval of the two ASPs, primarily due to the very large scale of the ASPs and up to a 25-30-year time frame, and for the many, many reasons that most other participants over the last 4 days have mentioned. Certainly the undermining issues and the negative impact on our wildlife, along with the concern about the more than doubling of the size of Canmore, in concern, and I feel a great sense of responsibility and stewardship to enhance and maintain the quality of Canmore and to ensure that we do not lose the current charming small town ambience that we all came here for. Well, let me address 2 or 3 issues. Undermining issues have been very, very well addressed. So I won't repeat any comments other than to say and reemphasize that the 2-year limit for liability of the developer is, in my view, woefully inadequate And I believe no amount of irrevocable letters of credits, performance bonds, and so on can adequately protect the town from the future cost and certain sinkholes that we will have. And I also remind and emphasize that bankruptcy negate any insurance that a developer may have along with sale of property. And as Mr. Stanway so eloquently stated in better detail, the risks to Canmore are largely unassurable. So I question why we would accept the risk of approving these bylaws with respect to our town of Canmore roadways, property, and infrastructure. But to put the undermining into a more personal perspective, I'd like to pass on a number of comments that Jerry Stevenson had made to me. And as you know, he was a previous engineer for Canmore Mines, having worked more than 60 years in over 25 countries with respect to mining in a senior management and advisory capacity. You may or may not know how the two golf courses, Stewart Creek and the unfinished courses, came to be located where they currently are. In the mid-90s, Jerry worked with and was an advisor to Rick Melchin, one of the owners of the Three Sisters lands at the time. He debated, or I should say they debated over the proposed development and the safety and risk of developing the undermined Three Sisters lands. Many debates, they ultimately struck a compromise and agreed to build two golf courses on the most heavily and highest risk undermined lands. This agreement resulted in the two golf courses being located where they are today. And as you can see, they are there for a reason, to protect the public and the town of Canmore. And as a side benefit, the two courses enhance the wildlife corridor. To now think that we can now all of a sudden build on these two unfinished courses, I believe is quite invalid. Second comment would be what Jerry shared with me some years ago, knowing I live adjacent to the undeveloped golf course. He said, John, I would not walk on many parts of the undeveloped golf course and none of the forest behind your house, which would be south and uphill from the golf course, as you can fall through the golf course lands and the forest floor into mining shafts and tunnels below, end of quote. To me, that really emphasizes the very significant and real degree of risk, both personally and financially, with respect to the undermined lands, to both individuals and financially to the town. And Jerry quoted George Santayana, a famous Spanish and American philosopher, who said in 1905, quote, those who do not study history are condemned to repeat it. Quote, Jerry used to love saying that. And I'm afraid that we will repeat history with respect to the Three Sisters lands if we approve the two bylaws. Financial impact, as alluded to in part, I believe that developers and municipalities often feel that the next subdivision will not only pay for the streets and infrastructure for that subdivision, but will also contribute to the town's general revenues. This belief has generally proved to be invalid, and I believe, based on what I've heard, Mr. Mayor, that you and council certainly recognize that. Because certainly, in my view, the approval of these bylaws will result in the taxpayers of Canmore to pay for the additions to improvements to the existing town sewage system, water treatment plant, waste disposal sites, the increase in road capacity, possible of the need for a 4-lane bridge across the Bow River near downtown, a second fire hall, and so on. So I question how such increased costs would be mitigated as to not impact the current citizens of Canmore. Will offsite levies be sufficient to cover those costs? In order to really have a thorough handling on that, I would suggest that council hire an independent third-party expert financial accounting firm to accurately assess the financial impact of the ASPs to the town of Canmore. The residential development, as stated previously this afternoon, has contributed to a 10-year trend, in my view, of unsustainable Canmore municipal tax increases. However, approving the bylaws is not the answer to decreasing property tax future increases. I might also mention that the two ASPs represent, as you know, 80% of the remaining Canmore developable lands. As others have said, we need to get it right. There are no second chances here. To me, good prudent risk management would be to break development into much smaller, manageable chunks over the next 30 years, thereby allowing council to assess the developer or any developer's compliance with promises made to council and to town policies before granting approval for further development. The last item I would like to touch on is the current town center master plan. In the town's website, the town indicates that the town will craft a new 20-year vision and roadmap that will guide the planning and development of the town center, and by inference, the future of Canmore as a small town village. The plan will build upon the foundation of the existing but outdated town center enhancement plan, 1998. It will look to creating solutions to foster complete downtown community that supports social vibrancy, community connection, thriving businesses, well-organized built forms, and the beautification of its physical environment. Understandably, this project has been delayed due to the pandemic. Accordingly, in my view, clearly, this is a much needed project. And in this context, I believe it is imperative that council should first develop a new master plan, or as your website indicates, to guide the future vision of the town center into the future and by inference, the future of Canmore before considering the approval of the two bylaws. Accordingly, I respectfully ask that council do not extend the urban growth boundaries, do not change the conservation of wildland zoning, do not change the recreation and golf district zoning.
Excuse me, Mr. De Bruin, this is your 9-minute time check.
Thank you. So let me then close by finishing saying, given the critical importance, magnitude, and lasting impact of the ASPs, I believe that all of the citizens of Canmore should have a voice and be heard by way of a plebiscite in the next fall election. To that end, I would ask respectfully that council hold a plebiscite for the citizens of Canmore to vote on whether the citizens are in favor of approving the two bylaws and more than doubling the size of Canmore or not. I believe we want to remain as a town, not as a city or a small city. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Are there any questions from members of council for Mr. De Bruin? Seeing none, I thank you once again for joining in this afternoon. And at this time, I will ask Dory McGillis to join in.
Hello.
Hello.
Okay, I guess I don't have control of the video. Now I do. Okay, thanks. Good afternoon, Mayor Borman and Council. My name is Doreen McGillis, and I'm a full-time resident in Canmore. I love living here, and I hope I can continue to afford to live here. I am opposed to both ASPs as I think they are just too big and flawed to be approved. Many other people have spoken in great detail and with a lot more knowledge about this, but I would like to just emphasize that all levels of government should move away from measuring success only with the GDP to one of the triple bottom line, where we consider a healthy environment and society above the economy. Environmentally, my biggest concern is with the wildlife corridor. Because of the alignment that the province approved, the town must use zoning and legal land designations to mitigate its shortcomings. If not, these developments will irreversibly impact wildlife on a local, regional, and continental scale. And the fence and other mitigations proposed will do little to stop people from continuing to enter closed areas within the wildlife corridor, which I've seen many times, and adding thousands more people to this area will only make that problem worse. Socially, the developments don't contribute enough to affordable housing. Instead of luxury properties that sit empty as second homes, we need more simply built homes that people living here year-round can afford. Adding the proposed number of residents will only add to an already overcrowded facilities and natural areas, as we saw, especially last summer. So the number of allowable residential units approved in the Canmore land use bylaw should not be increased. And with very risky outcomes in all three areas of the triple bottom line, it would be irresponsible, in my view, to allow developments on undermined lands, and the zoning should be kept as recreation and golf district, or even better, some kind of environmental protection. Finally, I believe council should reject the Smith Creek ASP, not expand the urban growth boundary, nor change the zoning from conservation of wildlands in such an important area. These two ASPs do not benefit the citizens of Canmore enough in any aspect of the triple bottom line to warrant council approving them. I really appreciate the work that you and the town staff have done on this so far, and the opportunity to speak to you today. And I'd like to just say to Mr. Borman that I really love the painting in your background. That's really helped me to stay tuned to these presentations.
Great, thanks for that. And maybe I should just remove my face from the screen and let people just enjoy the painting. Thank you, Doreen, for sharing your perspective with us. And I'm looking to see if there's any questions from members of council. And I see none. So thank you very much once again for joining in this afternoon.
Thank you and good luck.
Thank you. This time I'll ask that Josie Asnong join in.
Josie has not joined us yet. We can move on to Michael.
Okay, we'll ask Michael Philbin to join in then, please.
Hi there. How are you guys?
Pretty well. How are you?
Yeah, very well. Thanks for having me. I know how busy you've been. I really appreciate it. Thank you, council members, for having me as well. My name is Michael Philbin. I'm a full-time resident in Canmore and homeowner here. I just wanted to stop and take 1 second before I get to my stance on these two ASPs and just thank my neighbors here in the valley for their presentations so far. In the last several days, I've just been taken aback by the depth of knowledge, experience, and the passion for the valley. And we're really lucky to have all those strong voices speak up for our town and the environment that makes it home. As currently constructed, I'm in opposition to both of the ASPs, and I don't mean to go into any of my reasons why in great detail, because it's been done before and it's been done better, but I'll give it a shot nonetheless. In terms of wildlife and the environment, I'm quite concerned when I read over the ASPs and the third-party environmental impact statement. I was concerned about some of the mitigation strategies listed, and with the subsequent risk evaluations that they gave to different habitat, different species. All of those hinge on the successful implementation consistently of those adaptation and those management strategies. And I think there are a lot of unanswered questions in regards to those. And I would be nervous about going forward with such, with development of such a size and scope for that reason. The NRCB, we've had a previous speaker go over this, but they are in direct, essentially, conflict with the Smith Creek, ASP, and I think for that reason I would be opposed to the Smith Creek ASP outright, just for that reason, for the risk it poses to wildlife in the Wind Valley. The other reason is undermining. I think that there's a great inconsistency with what we're hearing. I know that the applicant has assured us in their documentation that mitigations will be taken. I think that there are still a lot of questions to be answered in regards to cost of that mitigation. And when we have resident local experts like Raymond and Jerry expressing deep concern with their level of experience, I think at the very least it leaves a lot to be desired from the applicant to us as citizens of the Bow Valley as to how those risks can be mitigated properly so the cost can't come back years later. I also do think that if it's within your power, that you should ask the developer that there should be no limits on the responsibility of liability rather from the developer or insurers. I do think that that could be something that comes back to haunt us later. And lastly, I'd like to just speak to the makeup of the proposed development. So I have noticed, as everyone else has, an uptick in tourism in recent years. And I do think it's important that we have infrastructure in place to benefit from that. And so I do think I am interested in the proposition of a hotel and spa district if we in fact need it. And, you know, affordable housing for those working within those sectors and within the community at large. I am concerned, however, with the proportion of low density market value homes. You know, when I first moved here, I moved on to Durgis Gate. I rented a condominium and I would walk my dog up the street. And as soon as I would hit that mailbox, if anyone here knows where I'm talking about, it was deserted, you know, a car maybe every 6 driveways. I don't know that we need more of that. I don't see how that helps us as a community. And just in closing, I think the last thing that really took me aback after having been so far down the rabbit hole and all the technical figures and the ASPs was last week when we had kids of the region. Well, they're not kids anymore, but they've gone off to university. But when they are saying that they've known for a while that starting a life for themselves in Canmore is not a realistic objective or goal, rather, I think that really just stopped me in my tracks. I think that's truly a tragedy. And I think that we need to reflect on what we're doing and why we're doing it. And I would second John's request to you that John just finished a minute ago of holding a plebiscite. And yeah, just in closing, I'd like to just ask you to do everything within your power, use every mechanism at your disposal to really make sure that any future proposals meet the wants and needs of your constituents, and just make sure that you're hearing these voices. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions for Mr. Philbin? Seeing none, thank you very much for taking the time to join in this afternoon and share your thoughts. And now, just before the next little break, leading into the final hour, I will ask Jody Hilty to join in at this time.
Can you all hear me?
I can.
Great. Well, thank you for allowing me the opportunity to speak at this forum and to allow citizens to speak. You are an incredible council. Not all governments around the world allow participation, and not even some in Canada. So really, really appreciate you being here. The commitment of this community is something that I care about very much. And there have been so many insightful comments over the last days that I agree with, but I'm going to focus on one issue, the wildlife corridor. I'm Jody Hilty, and I'm speaking as a citizen of Canmore. I'm also a wildlife corridor ecologist. I've published 4 science books pertaining to connectivity and wildlife corridors, and I'm also the lead author of the Global Guidelines for Connectivity and Ecological Corridors that just came out last July. We are in a time of crisis where diversity on Earth is rapidly disappearing, and with it, the very survival of humanity may be in peril. Research shows that 75% of the world has already been impacted by anthropogenic activities. Yet paradoxically, most of the world's ecosystems, according to research, indicates that we need to protect about 50% of them for them to continue their essential functions for both people and nature. Related, recent global research shows that about only 10% of protected areas around the world are still connected. In Canada, it's 23%, which isn't really that much better. Of those connected areas, we don't actually know how much is conserved. So probably while I'm speaking, some of those areas, those corridors, those connectivity areas are disappearing. Why does connectivity matter, you might ask? Studies show that as protected areas lose connectivity and become more isolated, they lose their integrity. In other words, they lose wildlife and they lose plants and the ecological processes on which they depend. Protected areas that are connected by corridors have emergent properties and that they better conserve wildlife and those ecological processes across landscapes when they're connected as a system, as compared to a protected area in isolation. These mountains that we live in, from Yellowstone to Yukon, are one of the most largely intact ecologically functioning mountain ecosystems in the world. And they're clearly cherished. All of you, so many citizens of Canmore, Albertans, and the global community are flocking here. And we've seen that for many, many years. Just look at the increase in Kananaskis use this last year. These mountains are also a limited resource and are barraged by new developments proposals regularly. This, the open pit coal mining, much, much more. What's at stake here concerning the TSMV proposal is the loss of a key wildlife corridor that matters at the scale of Y to Y. Research in the last 18 months has repeatedly shown that increasing human development impaired movements of many kinds of animals, isolating them from necessary resources to survive, or in such small populations that they eventually go extinct. Migrations of hooved animals have been shown globally to becoming more and more limited in areas of high human activity and development. Likewise, movements of carnivores like wolves, grizzly bears, and wolverines are also becoming hampered by human developments according to science, including some of the scientists that recently published on it this last week. What was hopeful about the sad story of Wolf 2001 last week is that a wolf can still make a large movement from Banff all the way into Montana. It is our job to ensure that such movements can continue now and into the future, and that our parks do not become isolated islands within a sea of humanity. So, after reviewing the ASPs and the 29 years of history on this matter, it is my evaluation that the proposed TSMVs will significantly impair the connectivity and that particular corridor there. This town and valley represent an exemplar community of coexistence, including adaptively managing for wildlife and maintaining and managing corridors and working on it. It's not easy. Today, we should be using the corridor analysis and the mapping that incorporates the best available science and all the science and is transparent and is replicable. That science was led by Dr. Hilary Young from Y2Y and has been provided to you all. We should not be depending on TSMV's non-transparent, poor quality, and inadequate scientific analysis, nor should we depend on the province's decision that lacks documentation or evidence that they even considered available in key science. Science has standards that it should be replicable and transparent. TSMV also proposes mitigation in their proposed developments. It's poorly articulated, proposes unproven concepts like fencing, and places the burden, much of the burden, on the town and the taxpayers like myself. I was on a call last week about fencing issues in Ontario concerning the fencing of a natural area. People had clipped the wires to enter that natural area, and the question was, who should manage, monitor, and maintain the fence? There was no good answer, and neither are there any good answers in the TSMV proposal. In my opinion, approval of the proposed developments will undoubtedly compromise the utility of the wildlife corridor, not to mention the other fundamental values of the community that others have already spoken to. The severing of this wildlife corridor has continental impacts, on what is one of the most intact mountain ecosystems in the world. In my work context, I've made a good faith effort to meet with TSMV and consultants. In my view, they have not accommodated nor engaged in active and meaningful collaboration that could seek to address connectivity. I perceive that a good faith effort by the development proponents to meaningfully address how they could implement their developments in a manner in line with the greater good of the community, both nature and people, and the greater good of the world, like addressing climate change, is lacking. I would suggest that there's not room in this world today to turn such a willful blind eye on what nature and this community need. And if we want to stop this biodiversity crisis, it will take people at your level of municipalities to embrace your authority and to ensure that we are not led astray as a community by such inadequate proposals. Before the town entertains any other future mega proposals like these, I also think it would be prudent for the town to develop and lead a deep and meaningful visioning session together with Indigenous peoples on whose territories Canmore is based. We are all treaty peoples. In such a process, we could consider challenging questions such as, what is the carrying capacity of this region for humanity and nature? How to address climate change? And can we choose a different path forward than most of the world, and where development is happening at the cost of nature and human well-being? Instead, Canmore could envision continuing to lead in coexistence, where both people and nature can thrive now and into the future. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Looking to members of council to see if they have any questions for Dr. Hilty. Councillor Comfort.
Hi, Jody. Hi, Ms. Hilty. Hi. You spoke of some very recent research, I believe.
Yes.
Have you made that available in our package or elsewhere?
Yeah, I believe Dr. Hebelwhite, they recently just made a submission to you all that reflects that research.
Okay, I'll look for that then. Thank you.
Yes.
Councillor McCallum.
Thank you, Mayor Barman, and thank you, Ms. Hilty, for presenting to council. I wanted to ask a question about the word that I keep hearing, which is coexistence, and which is a status quo approach. We're doing what we're doing outside of this development. And I'm curious as to what we can improve upon within our coexistence, because I don't feel like we're actually coexisting that well as we are status quo. And I feel sometimes that the work that council has done in collaboration with the province and other conservation organizations, for instance, the roundtable discussion, isn't particularly respected throughout the community. And I was wondering if you could give me into some insight as to how you think that could improve.
Well, I guess what I would say is that part of coexistence is the evolution of management, right? Realizing that things are changing and that we're not in a static world. And so it does take messy conversations, whether it's the roundtable or other forums, and plus research and incorporating what we do know. The world is really different with the recent research to some of the stuff that I referenced when I just spoke. We have a lot more information on what's actually happening with animals. And so we do need to adaptively manage And that's, that's reflected in things like how we manage the new kinds of recreation. Just the other day, I was passed by someone who was on what looked sort of like a surfboard, but was on one wheel on a dirt path, and their electric bikes. Those are things that we never imagined even 10 years ago when we were doing our coexistence. And so we do have to continue to evolve. We have to continue to study what's happening as these new types of recreation and as more different kinds of recreation pop up around the landscape in order to successfully maintain these species in our landscape and especially in these wildlife corridors that are designated. Does that help answer your question?
Yeah, I guess I was hoping
wine.
to hear a bit more about personal responsibility, because I'm not really seeing a lot of personal responsibility out on the trails or out and around town. And I think not just only myself, but other members of council get communication from the public that are sort of like roundtable results, that the recommendations that came sort of scoffing at that and pointing at other factors as being the reason, whereas those recommendations came from scientists and land managers, etc. So I just was hoping, yeah, I feel like when we talk about this, we're always othering other people, where we need to sort of look at ourselves as well. And I don't feel that that's always happening.
I'm sure that that's the case here as well. And I think that these kinds of things, and also translating science and what it means into action, can take some time. We're so lucky that we have groups like WildSmart and other groups here that can help us to do that communication, and it will take a while, and it's never going to be perfect, because as soon as we get it to somewhere better, some other new type of recreation is going to pop up. And what's great about this community is that we all really do work hard on it. Nobody's perfect, and certainly there are people who are running around doing things that they shouldn't be doing, but there are also other community members who are saying that it's not okay. And so together we will move forward in this messy world. Humans are just messy. We're hard to manage.
So is democracy, by the way, but thank you.
I don't see any other questions from members of council. Jody, thank you so much for joining in and presenting your perspective and answering a couple of questions. I do appreciate that.
Thank you to you all. Appreciate it.
This time I'm looking to council to see if everybody else, I'm prepared to push through the next 45 minutes and hear as many people as possible today. But if a member of council needs to take a 5-minute break, let me know. No, we're good to push through. Councillor Comfort. Okay, I think we're saying.
I was saying go, let's go.
Great, thank you. Then I'll push through and I'll ask Alan Hobson to join in, please.
Thank you, Mayor Bowerman. I really appreciate that, and town council. In some places in the world, of course, people risk their lives for this opportunity. So to say I'm grateful would be a massive understatement. I'm immeasurably blessed, so thank you. In every crisis, there is opportunity. Because of the climate crisis, the world has reached a vitally important turning point. And so has Canmore with the Three Sisters Mountain Village area structure plans. I've been a full-time town resident for 20 years. I moved here after surviving months of invasive treatment for the very aggressive blood cancer, acute leukemia. At diagnosis, 90%, that's 90%, unfortunately, of the cells in my bone marrow were cancerous. Without treatment, I had less than a year to live. But thanks to fantastic medical care here in Alberta, the loving support of family and friends, and the healing power of our mountains, I've somehow survived to thrive. We are now facing what may well be the biggest challenge and decision in this town's history. And like all big decisions, there are arguments on both sides. As you're well aware, there are about a dozen primary issues that range from property taxes to undermining from the wildlife corridor through affordable housing, greenhouse gas emissions, and unauthorized use of lands. The developer wants to do what all developers want to do. They want to develop. The trades want the work. And the rest of the town is divided between those who are for and against, undecided, and somewhere in between. But as complex as the arguments may be on both sides, I think the core question we answered through this hearing is actually pretty simple. What kind of a town do we want to be living in 5, 10, 15, 20, 30 years from now? Do we want to be living in a town or a city? Do we want streets filled with traffic and visitors who are already forcing some of the locals to seek sanctuary elsewhere? Do we want crisp, clean air, or do we want congestion, parking problems, and vehicle emissions? Or do we want to fight to retain the classic small town charm that I think is as much a part of this town as the majestic mountains that surround us? More fundamentally, do we want to just want to grow bigger, or do we want to become wiser? Mahatma Gandhi said, "Be the change you want to see in the world." Well, for the past few decades, the definition of progress has fundamentally changed. It's no longer progressive to continue to take down trees, push aside wildlife, and put up condos and commercial space, even if the plans are really well thought out, and even if it could result in substantially more tax revenue and growth for the town. Why? Because if we continue to do what we've done so far, which is to expand, 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 we'll continue to get even more of what we've already got. Our days are warming. Our ice caps are melting, including our very own ice cap, the Columbia ice field just down the road. In the summertime, forest fires are filling our streets with smoke. The town has declared a state of climate emergency, and rightly so, because seriously credible science is showing us that we have at most 10 years to turn this thing around. Now, unfortunately, the behaviors that got us here won't get us there. We need to choose courage over condos and vision over vacation homes. We need to lead. Leading means thinking globally, but acting locally. Of course, we can't control what happens in the Amazon, but we do have some say about what happens right here in our own backyard. Now, sadly, as we all know, the alchemy of us as human beings so far hasn't been good for the planet. Typically what we do is we find a place that's beautiful, like Canmore, and we all flock to it, just like we all have. And then in our excitement and enthusiasm, we make a major mistake. We overdevelop it. And in the process, we actually make it less beautiful, and certainly less efficient and less effective. Unfortunately, the solution isn't building more homes and infrastructure. The solution is prudence and what I call transformational thinking, and I'd be pleased to speak to that during question and answer. A few weeks ago, I went for a walk down by the river at night. It was after 10 o'clock, the stars are out and I could see for infinity. I'm walking along and all of a sudden, this big cow elk steps out of the bushes, not very far from me. Well, naturally I step back to give the animal some space and I'm stock still. And over the next few minutes, a few more cow elk walk out and then a few more after that until eventually it's a whole herd. So there I am standing in the dark by myself, just meeting the ladies. As I watched, I thought about the ASPs. And I wondered if this might be one of the last times I ever might have an opportunity to have an experience like that. An experience in which I almost quite literally came nose to nose with nature. To me, that experience was worth far more than any amount of tax revenue, commercial development, land for the taking, or money for the making. It was absolutely priceless. And of course, it's part of the reason we all live here. And it's part of the reason why the wildlife live here too, because so far at least, they still can. For me, that's the heart of this decision, both locally and globally. Do we continue to do what we've already done, or do we decide differently? Not just for ourselves, but for our children, our grandchildren, and successive generations thereafter who will have to live with the consequences of our decision, because in 30 years' time, I may not be here. But I hope and pray with all my heart that the elk at least still will be, because as the elk go, social we go. I mean, there were dozens of them there that night, dozens of reasons for us to lead. How many more reasons do we need to be the change we want to see in the world? How many more reasons do we need to choose differently? I believe these ASPs have presented us with a massive opportunity to lead. I say we seize that opportunity with vision, courage, and conviction. I urge the mayor and council to unconditionally reject these ASPs. Why? Because it's the right thing to do. For Canmore, for the world, and for everything we all hold dear. I feel it, I sense it, and I know it, right down to my bone marrow.
Thank you, Mr. Hobson. Are there questions from council for Mr. Hobson? Seeing none, thank you very much for joining in this afternoon and sharing your thoughts.
Thank you, Mayor Borwin and council. Cheers.
And at this time, I'll ask Aydin Oyakmaz to join in.
Hey, everybody. My name is Aydin Oyakmaz, and first I want to acknowledge that we live and work and play in the traditional lands of Treaty 7 and the Métis Region 3. I'd like to thank all of you that have been working so hard these past couple of days. Last week, I had an opportunity to talk, but unfortunately I was volunteering doing something else, so I couldn't make it, and I was glad I can join in here today. You're all doing a real difficult job here, and I understand that. It's a thankless job, and most of us that are here that I've been speaking understand that, and it's not easy. I want to go back to when I came out here. I'm going back in time, but I got to do this because this is the only way I kind of bring myself back into it. I came from Montreal in 1991 in my car, loaded up, went to Banff, thought this is it. This is where I'm going to be. I'm going to mountain bike, rock climb, I'm going to do all this great stuff. I did it. I was having fun. Met this girl. Wow. She was in Canmore, moved here in 1995 to Canmore. Been here ever since. Raised 2 kids. One's gone to university. Your 2017 Youth Volunteer Award winner, Senna, and she's out there. She's not coming back. And then I have a 15-year-old that's here still in town. Great town to raise kids. You all probably have raised your kids here, as you know. They love it. And some of you actually have grown up here, like Councillor Hillstad and Councillor Mara and so on. And so you know what it's like to live in a neighborhood of community that takes care of one another. I have this photo up here. Everybody knows I'm a photographer, videographer. I have this photo of 3 sisters that I took one day, and it was me running behind the houses where I lived. It was about a 5-minute window. The clouds opened up. There was this view. I took this shot. 5 minutes later, it was all covered. It was gone. It was probably the one shot of my life that I took of this area that reminded me constantly of the beauty and the nature that I live in. Although I see it outside my window every day, I still look at this picture and go, wow, this is amazing. The one thing that I have a hard time with is seeing our community kind of change. And from the days of going to box 3645 or 6, I can't remember, the postal box that I used to go to, pick up my mail, see all the ladies, say hello, talk to everybody on the street, stop by the Canmore Hilton, talk to the old gentleman sitting on the bench. That's all gone. It's unfortunate, but that's the way it works. And now do I go downtown? Not very often. And when I do go downtown, I don't know most of the people I'm passing by, but that's okay as well. We develop, we move on. So I am opposed to these 2 SPs. The biggest thing is that I don't say that development is bad. We develop, we move on. We just don't want to be Aspen. We don't want to be Tahoe. We don't want to be these towns that have gone kind of completely berserk and lost their small sense of community and become just a vacation haven for people that want to leave a house empty for 9 months of the year. So I think there's a lot of issues here. There's things that everybody has really mentioned to you already. We've got so many doctors, engineers, lawyers, everybody's spoken on this. I can't top that. They've already told you the ideas. I'm just talking as someone that's lived here, that feels very close to the community, to the people here. And I really don't want to see things change to a point where we can't turn back. I think there is enough stuff out there that we can try to figure out and try to work with the developer to see if there is a better way of doing something. Is there a better way of working the tax situation with commercial and, personal property? Is there a way we can do, of course, we talk about having affordable housing. I'm sorry, I'm going to be honest. Affordable housing in my mind doesn't exist in Canmore anymore. I don't know how that affordable housing is. The only way I think is the town to own the building and to rent it out to people that at an affordable rate they can survive on. I mean, I don't know how. I live in a house that I can't afford. I could never afford this house right now. The only reason I afford it is because I moved here back in 1995 and finally bought something in 1998. There is nobody here that I know of from my era that came here that probably could afford their houses now. And will my kids be able to afford a house here? Hey, if they do well and they want to afford it, maybe they can, but I can't say that. Anyhow, I don't want to take more of your time. Everybody's got to go and eat sometime soon here. I hope somebody's making dinner for you guys tonight, because it's really important that you eat well, because you got another day of this, I think, tomorrow. Anyways, I just want you guys to pause, reflect, make the right choice. You got a tough job, and I really appreciate your time. And thank you very much for listening to me today, and everybody that's put the effort in here today. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Hayden. Are there any questions at this time for Mr. Odiekbaz? Seeing none, thanks again for joining in this afternoon. Well, I guess this evening coming up. Yeah, thank you. And at this time, I'll ask Steve DeKaiser to join in.
There's my video. Can you hear me?
Yes, you bet.
Great. Here I am. Mayor, members of council. I'm not quite as prepared as I hoped to be. I got this slot about an hour ago. So might be a little crude, but you'll have to bear with me. And I'll have to bear with you in the fourth day of this pretty dramatic hearing. So as most of you know, I worked for the town for about 20 years as a planner. And I saw my job at that time as helping council make all those tough decisions that you have to make. And I still kind of see my quote job in retirement as the same way. So this evening, I'm hoping to help you make this tough decision. And I have suggestions for you just in two areas that all of us have been and are passionate about. Affordable housing, I guess they're called vital homes now, but I'll probably keep calling them PAH, and protection of wildlife moving through and around the town. In terms of the picture of affordable housing, PAH, this is something near to all our hearts. And the easiest way for me to start is compare what's being proposed now in the village center with what the town has for an area structure plan now, the resort center area structure plan. The resort center had no residential development at all. It was all commercial. So the 2004, your existing area structure plan is 100% commercial. Three Sisters now is proposing, I presume, in order to get some PAH on the table, which council and the rest of the community very much wants to see. Three Sisters proposing potentially twice as much residential development in the resort center as is allowed in the remainder of their lands. Instead of being a resort center, as administration mentioned at first reading, it would be not a resort center, it'd be and this is a quote, would be primarily residential with some commercial. So I think what Three Sisters is asking for the town there in terms of possibly getting some PAH, and again, administration estimates that between 4% and 12% of the housing. I haven't been able to really get a hard percentage because it's pretty complicated in the area structure plan, but administration is suggesting between 4 and 12% in the village area structure plan area. And my question, and I hope somebody can contradict me on this, I don't think council has a way to guarantee any perpetually affordable housing. Three Sisters can put it in the area structure plan, council can approve the area structure plan. As far as I know, you cannot put it in your land use bylaw. You cannot make a residential district that requires the proposed 10% PAH or even 1% PAH. The individual builder, the individual property owner, oh, I forgot to start my timer. The individual builder, the individual property owner will be deciding whether to get the density bonusing through greenhouse gas emissions. Sorry, I had to close the door. Greenhouse gas emission, energy efficiency, or PAH. If you're selling a $1 million condo, do you sell it on the basis of, oh, you know, you're contributing PAH, or do you sell it on the basis of energy efficiency? So I hope that somebody today can contradict me, but I don't think the town has any way to guarantee that perpetually affordable housing. So the second topic, near and dear to everybody's heart, I'd like to share my screen, is, where is that map? Oh, there it is. Can you see that? Hello?
Yeah.
You can see that map?
No.
No? Okay. I've tried to share the screen. I think I've managed. Can you see me? Probably not.
No, we can certainly see you, Steve.
Can you? Okay.
Yeah.
Well, I'm trying.
Sarah, can you walk Steve through this?
I was just going to ask you, Steve, do you see the green share screen icon at the bottom of your screen?
Sorry, I can't hear you.
Do you see the green share screen icon at the bottom of the Zoom
Yes,
screen?
I hit that.
Okay, and then you want to
Okay,
select.
there we go. Oh.
We still don't see anything.
Do we need to double click it? There we go.
There we go.
There we
Perfect.
go.
All right. I'll go through this quickly because I'll put in a written submission and we'll go through these details. But what I'd like to do, one of Councillor McCallum's favorite phrases is, you know, we have a limited sandbox to play in. Well, these 7 issues that I'm raising are all very much within Council's sandbox to simply protect existing areas that are protected now, but they are not within these area structure plans. So number 1 is the Tipple site. The conservation easement on the wildlife corridor requires reforestation of that site. Numbers 2 and 3 are an intrusion of a collector road from the village center to the parkway, and also an existing fence that the area structure plan, 2004 plan, requires removal of. Number 4 is existing golf course area. This area is not just a buffer to the wildlife corridor, it's actually a seasonal part of the wildlife corridor, and was a compromise for the too narrow corridor that was accepted by the town in 2002 and accepted by Three Sisters in 2002. I've also drawn in the golf cabin line. Again, another line established through a review of an EIS that the town commissioned in order to get a separation from even the golf clubhouse from the rest of the wildlife corridor. Number 6 here, this purple area, is actually phase 1 of Stewart Creek. It did not show on the town's map in the ads in the Outlook, but 6 actually crosses 2 growth boundary lines and would block off the Stewart Creek Cross Valley corridor to allow the applicant to try to move the corridor into an area that's prone to steep creeks and that is not developable. Finally, and most obviously, here's the growth boundary. This is the Thunderstone area. The Thunderstone area is zoned wildland conservation. It was zoned that way in 1998. Before that, it was zoned natural resource extraction. And the town rezoned it to wildland conservation because of the BCI guidelines. So that was a very conscious decision. How do I get rid of that now? There we go. Okay. So I just have a couple of more items I'd like to say. I really appreciate council inviting the Stonies to speak. And I certainly hope that council will not just take into consideration, but act on some of the requests of the Stonies. And then I have a final slide. You share.
Mr. DeKaiser, I just wanted to give you your 9-minute time check.
Okay, thank you. That'll be plenty of time. Oh, there we go. I borrowed this slide from Carol Poland, who you heard on the first day. And I would remind council, you have 2 years to get these area structure plans third reading.
The screen hasn't changed, I don't think, Steve.
Okay, well, you may have to
But I
act then.
recall Carol's slide.
I guess I'm behind on some amendments there, but in any event, council should take its time, use your vision and your wisdom, and make good choices. And again, I hope somebody can either straighten me out or contradict me on how the town would guarantee perpetually affordable housing.
I think you're not wrong. I mean, we can't put that into the land use bylaw. So I guess it would have to become a part of proposed phasing, if anything. But you're right, we can't force a developer to do affordable housing.
Okay, so
my knowledge.
So
Are there?
So your worship, sounds like you're agreeing with me. There's no guarantee of any affordable housing in these area structure plans.
That's correct.
Okay, thank you.
Are there questions for Mr. DeKaiser? Seeing none, thanks very much, Steve, for taking the time to join in today.
Good luck.
And we'll see you at Oot and Boot. At this time, I'll ask Barb Benno to join in.
Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor and members of the Canmore Council. Thank you so much for giving me time to speak to you and respond to the ASPs and give you my recommendations for your response. As a homeowner in Canmore, I joined hundreds of other people in the town and in the Bow Valley and deeply felt strong opposition to the two area structure plans proposed by Three Sisters Mountain Village. I asked the council to reject bylaws 2021-05 and 2021-06. My husband and I have owned a home in Canmore for 19 years, which we purchased after visiting annually for 7 years. Like many others with second homes in Canmore, we worked to pay for the house while looking forward to our retirement and spending long periods of time there, where we have many dear friends. We were drawn to Canmore in large part due to its character as a small mountain town with a strong sense of community, as well as the thrill of being able to experience wildlife and wild places. Alan Hobson's comment about encountering the elk on the path a few moments ago, that when he spoke to you, it just is one of the experiences we've had over and over in Canmore, and it's amazingly restorative to the soul. I'm a retired college president, and I now do climate education work as a volunteer. And you'll see my comments are tinged with those interests. The most important of the many reasons I oppose the ASPs is the scale of development and the areas proposed for development will irreparably harm the essential international wildlife corridor that runs through our valley. Canmore is the most developed place in the world where grizzly bears still exist, and the intact ecosystems of the region and the Bow Valley benefit all of us, residents and visitors alike. This is a moment for action to protect and conserve our wildlands, not to enable urban sprawl. I'd like to make my point about wildlife by using imagery from a poem by Ellery Akers that talks about some historical moments when we humans came to the realization that what we were doing to the natural environment was wrong, and we changed. The poem's entitled "At Any Moment There Could Be a Swerve in a Different Direction." And here are the two lines describing one such moment. There was a moment when shooting egrets for feathers became wrong. And if you think for a moment about shooting white egrets for feathers to put on ladies' hats, imagine the nearly wiping out of North American species for vanity and for the profits of hat makers and hat sellers. But of course we can imagine that. We did the same to beavers over a century ago. But as the poem suggests, we eventually swerved in a different direction and we ended that killing. There have been many moments in our North American history of exploitation and extraction from the natural environment when we realized that what we were doing was wrong. Too often those realizations came after an environment was despoiled or an ecosystem lost its key species and collapsed. We are now at the moment when destroying habitat needed by our magnificent local wildlife has become wrong. The animals have a right to share the valley. And now when we know better than to destroy their home because we know we will not be
Ms. Benno, you're kind of breaking up. Not sure if.
Sorry, it's my internet connection.
Uh-huh.
Is it coming back now?
Yeah, you're good now.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. I ask that you do not expand our urban growth boundary nor change our conservation of wildland zoning. I ask that you not change the recreation and golf district zoning that acts as a buffer for the wildlife corridor on the unfinished golf course. I also oppose this development because it exceeds the stipulations in the Canmore Municipal Development Plan and in Bylaw 198. At a time when we have increasing public concern with sprawl, with motor vehicle air pollution, overcrowding of hiking and recreational sites in the Bow Valley and in the nearby parks, this development seeks to maximize the number of new second homes it can sandwich into the area, doubling the size of Canmore or more. It will place extreme stress on our transportation systems, our town resources, services, and on our tax burden for our residents. Development on undermined lands also creates potential town liabilities that are extreme and that can't be insured, nor protected against bankruptcy of the developer. And furthermore, the idea that coal mine tunnels can be filled in with tens of thousands of yards of concrete is both crazy and it's an environmental disaster on its own. All of this is occurring while the climate emergency is requiring that we change our ways of exploiting and despoiling the natural world before we cause the demise of Earth as a livable planet. Three Sisters Mountain Village has ignored community input, ignored existing town planning requirements, and ignored the realities of this time in which urbanizing a mountain environment is wrong. The future of Canmore is important to all of us, animals and humans who live here. You don't have to owe the you don't owe the developers who bought land on speculation decisions that would maximize their profits. But as our elected officials and as community members, you do have a duty to listen to the people of Canmore, the majority of whom urge you to reject the proposals as written. This is the biggest decision in town history, and I wish you well in making it. I know it's a huge burden, a huge responsibility. I want to end by quoting from an Indigenous saying that I use often in my climate education work. It's this: we have not inherited the earth from our parents. We are borrowing the earth from our children. I ask that you ensure future generations will be able to appreciate living with wildlife in Canmore. Thank you so very much for your time and for listening.
Thank you for being here so late in the afternoon.
My pleasure.
Are there any questions for Ms. Beno? Seeing none, again, thank you for joining in.
Bye-bye, thanks.
Bye now. And the last speaker that I'll invite to join in today is another past councillor, Jim Ridley. Mr. Ridley.
Good day, Mayor and Council. My name is Jim Ridley, and I'm a longtime resident of Canmore and a willing taxpayer. I've focused my readings of the two ASPs on three topics of concern to me, namely undermining, transportation, and environmental sustainability. For those of you I don't know well, my ancient educational background includes a BSc in zoology, bachelor's of administration, and master's degree in education. Professional experience includes working as a park ranger, Canassus Country Alberta Parks, for 8 years, one of the first 4 rangers hired in '76 when K Country was founded. After that, I founded and owned a temporary work and permanent placement agency in Canmore called Positive People Placement for 10 years, at its height placing 80+ workers per day, various work sites in the valley. Served as Canmore Town Councillor 7.5 years, applied the real estate trade for 8 years, and now happily retired and community volunteer. My varied work background included a commitment to protecting wildlife, ensuring public safety, applying ethical employment practices by helping our community grow in a responsible manner, and sharing our wonderful valley with new property owners and visitors. Yes, I have personally benefited from land development. I've segregated my presentation into 2 parts, part 1 being these thoughts dealing with public safety concerns on the partially developed golf course lands, the resort village area. My story, I hope you find interesting. When Stewart Creek Golf Course was being constructed, my firm, Positive People Placement, was subcontracted to assist with this project. We provided laborers to help install rolls of sod on the course. In fact, our very first labor project in Canmore was across valley, sodding the entirety of Silvertop Golf Course. Very demanding work, I might add, hand bombing heavy and wet rolls of sod onto the fairways. Weeks of work, in fact. With my limited knowledge of golf course design and construction, typically one would see site clearing, rough grading, installation of irrigation, final soil prep, then the sodding. However, something was done different at Stewart Creek Golf Course. The installation of orange plastic snow fencing flat on the ground before sodding. I cannot recall how much of the course was snow fenced, but it was significant. When I asked what purpose this served, I was told by other contractors it was to, quote, protect golf users from any cave-ins on the fairways, end of quote. I did not give this much thought at the time, as I had no knowledge of undermining generally or the area specifically. In retrospect, I wonder how effective this netting might have been in the case of a heavy lawnmower or golf cart falling into a sinkhole. While walking the power line the other day through the partially built Three Sisters golf course, I got to thinking about how effective or not orange snow fencing might be under constructed buildings as a mitigation measure for issues related to undermining the 2 ASP areas. I trust council members will ensure that proper and significant mitigation measures will be taken should any development occur on these lands. Good luck with that. Part 2, these thoughts deal with building community through environmentally sustainable developer commitments. There's little in either ASPs that would convince me that environmental sustainability for the future, say 40 years into the future of build out, is foremost in the developer's plans. I do not support the bylaws as presented and being considered by council. Having said that, I do have recommendations for future consideration by a developer and town council. I wish to refer to the same sections of both ASPs and present two topics of personal interest and concern to me, where either significant improvement to or specific commitments within the ASPs would be needed to convince me that on balance, these developments would in fact support community building. So first, I recognize that sections of their ASP broadly refer to and state that the developer supports town goals. However, in reference to section 7, which deals with transportation and mobility, they refer more specificity is needed. The intro to section 7 in their ASP states, quote, Three Sisters philosophy supports a mixed use, compact and human scale development serviced by multimodal transportation network that works towards Canmore's mode split goals outlined in the Integrated Transportation Plan, ITP. As council has read, the ITP identifies mode split objectives of 60% vehicular and 40% sustainable transportation modes, which include walking, cycling, and transit. Sounds great, right? But what exactly does TSMV mean by support? Yeah, I get it, that they support walking. And yeah, I expect that they may install a few bike racks. But then I start thinking to myself, okay, so the town works with the land developer to design and build half a dozen to a dozen bus pull-offs in the area, then expects the town to pay for the rolling stock of buses and supporting infrastructure, including bus shelters, electronic next bus signs, storage garages, other signage, plus staffing, ongoing operational maintenance, including snow removal, bus shelter window washing, et cetera, et cetera. My position as a former vice chair of the Bow Valley Regional Transit Commission informs my thought and suggestion that the land developer at this stage of development process approval should somehow be held responsible for these additional capital costs that otherwise will need funding by you and me, the taxpayers. These costs are not insignificant, so I would be looking for the establishment of some kind of voluntary financial contribution from the developer to be held in trust by the town, perhaps through the Bow Valley Regional Transit Commission, to ensure the taxpayer is shielded from these costs. This is what the term support means to me. Otherwise, should the development as a whole fail or fall short for any reason, as has happened 3 times previously, or builders back out of construction, this would result in taxpayers of today solely assuming the cost of increased capital and operational costs into the future. Now, my second interest and concern, I recognize that Alberta Building Code does not yet require solar photovoltaic panels or EV chargers in housing development, but these two elements of a home construction must be provided for, particularly in light of our stated climate emergency, and as more and more auto manufacturers are moving forward with electric vehicle models. Future building development, if approved through the Three Sisters area, must include specific inclusions of solar panels and EV chargers. It is well known that certain builders in Calgary currently are providing within the budget of their building costs both solar panels on residential buildings and EV chargers in garages. See Jamin Homes as an example. While the developer's proposed density toolkit, Appendix A.3, identifies potential environmental sustainability measures in line with the town's MDP, I question why they are not doing the right thing by mandating builders to install, as an example, solar panels and EV chargers. Why rather is the town being asked to incentivize increased densities? Just do the right thing. I would recommend that the developer and future landowners be required as a conditional of any future ASP approval, as well as at subdivision or development permit approval, to enter into agreements with the town to require all future builders of any type of building, be it residential or commercial, to install renewable energy features without involving an owner's potential complex administrative proposal, such as they propose in their toolkit. The way I see it, their sustainability initiatives related to building developments are, as proposed, voluntary. That, in my view, is not good enough. If all builders are required to do this, then the marketability of lands throughout the development will not be adversely affected. As another contribution to community building, the developer could make an investment, say, in the Bow Valley Green Energy Co-op that is involved with actually building energy sustainable infrastructure throughout the valley. My summary, while ASPs are high-level planning documents, I see no reason the developer could not make substantive commitments in their ASPs to not only help build community, but build better community through these and other proactive sustainability initiatives. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, Mr. Ridley. And look at you wrapping up in less than 10 minutes. I'm impressed.
It was a tour.
It's not like you. Are there any questions from members of council for Jim? I see none. So thanks very much for joining in today, Jim, and sharing those well-considered suggestions for us.
Thank you.
And with that, I will call a recess in the public hearing until